of you, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome all of you to the 15th edition of Realty Plus Conclave East. I am your anchor, Anurima, and I will be here throughout the conclave and also throughout the awards. Now, before we start off with this beautiful conclave where we'll be discussing lots of important issues that are related to the real estate business, let's start it off on a candid note. क्या होता है एक घर? Some people will say, oh, no, now are the times when you invest your money somewhere and live on rent because that is more feasible. Okay. Then there are some people, and especially women, who are like emotionally inclined and they say, nahi, mera ghar to mera apna hi hoga. So, how will you show your individuality? By having your own house and your own home looking like your reflection. And then there are real estate diggaj, the honchos who we call, who will give you different suggestion. You should invest in an area which is coming up, which is a real estate gold mine. Well, I know all these terms because I'm also looking for a real estate for myself, for a house for myself. And then there are those people who will be like, yet you should buy a house in an area which is convenient, safe for women, and has a community, and has special things for your parents, and has medical facilities. Oh my God, too many things. But all I believe is, no matter what criteria you follow and what house you buy, whether it's a standalone building or it is a complex, ultimately what makes it a home is the love that you have for your family members. And I believe all the real estate people who are right here today, right now, not only promote the idea of real estate as a business commodity, but they also want to create and they want to finalize that one aspect which is very important for human life: food, clothing, and shelter. When your shelter is your shelter of love, then what else do you want about? Ladies and gentlemen, now moving on. Today we have a fantastic lineup of eminent experts from the industry to discuss some very interesting and relevant topics in the real estate world. The event is being live streamed right now on Realty Plus website, www.rprealtyplus.com, and on the Realty Plus LinkedIn page and Realty Plus Facebook page @RP Realty Plus. Do remember to tag us on your social media posts. Our social media handles are @RP Realty Plus on Facebook and Twitter, and RP_Realty on Instagram. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let's have an introduction of Realty Plus. Let's have a look at the audiovisual.
Some people are born to show the world which path to choose in a crisis. Some brands are born to do the same. And during the times of challenge, the stalwarts of Indian real estate industry have chosen to do just that by showing others the way to finding opportunities even amidst a crisis. By showing the world how to go about delivering on promises even amidst adversity. Success doesn't just happen. It happens by design, by pushing the boundaries, by raising the bar. It's days of creating a vision and nights of bringing it to life. Knowing that pictures are worth 1,000 words and every word makes a difference. It's doing the research, trusting your instinct and finishing what you started. For the past 19 years, Realty Plus has been turning obstacles into opportunities, keeping the industry informed on the latest developments. Innovating to inspire debate and discussion. Bringing forth the perspectives of industry leaders. honoring hard work and achievement. Keeping the industry connected. This is what we are built on. This is what we are building. We are Realty Plus, and we lead the way.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, that was a brief snippet of what Realty Plus does and what our future initiatives are. To know us better, do get in touch with Ms. Tripti Kedia, publisher and business head, Realty Plus. Now, ladies and gentlemen, keeping with the tradition of India, to start off any day on an auspicious note, let's start it off with the lamp lighting ceremony and the Ganesh Mantra. And to do the honors, I'd like to call upon stage Ms. Tripti Kedia, publisher and business head, Realty Plus. Please welcome her with a round of applause. Also, please welcome Mr. Anirban Gupta, MD, East India Colliers. Please welcome Mr. Apurv Salarpuria, MD, Salarpuria Group. Please welcome Mr. Gaurav Dasgupta, partner, Khaitan and Company. Please welcome Mr. Harshvardhan Patodia, CMD, Unimar Group. And last but not the least, please welcome Mr. Pradeep Chopra, CMD, PS Group. Please welcome Mr. Basant Parekh, MD, Orbit Group.
Vakratunda Mahakaya Suryakoti Samaprabha Nirvignam Kuru me Deva Sarvakaryeshu Sarvada Vakratunda Mahakaya Suryakoti Samaprabha Nirvignam Kuru me Deva Sarvakaryeshu Sarvada.
Thank you, all of you, ladies and gentlemen, for doing the honors. And can I get a round of applause, everybody? Let's begin the day, the conclave, with lots and lots of energy. Ladies and gentlemen, before we get started, we would like to express our sincere gratitude and appreciation to all of them who helped us make this event come together. Thank you to all our partners, I'd like to thank our co-partner, Salarpuria Group, marketing partner, Karyam, tile partner, Tile Square, business media partner, BW Business World Group, online media partner, Exchange for Media Group, and organized by Realty Plus. I would also once again request all of you to put your hands together for all these wonderful support that we had in organizing this conclave. So now let's begin off with the Realty Plus Conclave with the first session of the day, and I'm telling you the first session of the day is really very interesting. Kolkata Residential Market, Growth and Barriers. The session will be chaired by Anirban Gupta, Managing Director, East India Colliers. With 20 years of experience, Anirban is an industry veteran with proven expertise in leasing, real estate investments, asset management, and new business development. He leads the expansion of Colliers' transaction business, including office services, industrial retail, and data centers divisions in East India, and strengthen the organization's market position with a clear focus on expanding client relationship and servicing its clients across the region. Now it's time that I introduce my speakers, but before that, please put your hands together once again as I welcome Mr. Anirban Gupta. Our speakers, ladies and gentlemen, in an alphabetical order, I'll introduce them. Please welcome Mr. Apurva Salarpuria, Managing Director, Salarpuria Group. Mr. Salarpuria has been a part of the group since 2005. A qualified CA, he has worked with KPMG Bangalore for 3 years before joining the group. Apurva Salarpuria is the Vice President of Kredai, Bengal, and past president of Entrepreneurs Organization, Kolkata chapter. Please also put a round of applause as he's right here with us. Please welcome my next speaker, Vasant Kumar Parak, Managing Director, Orbit Group. Mr. Parak has an illustrious experience of over 25 years in the industry. His passion for an exclusive lifestyle drives our foray into premium residential spaces. The man behind Rishton Ki Mithas values relationships the most. Presenting to you, Vasant Kumar Parak. Our next speaker, ladies and gentlemen, would be Gaurav Dasgupta, Partner, Real Estate, Corporate and Commercial, Khaitan and Company. He has more than 16 years of experience and has a wide range of experience in real estate, which includes legal due diligence of property, drafting, vetting of term sheet, transfer document, such as conveyance deeds, leases, license agreements, trust deeds, etc., conceiving trust structures and drafting trust deeds. Gaurav also advises on drafting of construction contracts, project finance, EPC contracts, SEZs, joint development agreements, infrastructure and governmental contracts, and various aspects of RERA and real estate investment trusts. My next speaker, ladies and gentlemen, would be Harshvardhan Patodia, CMD Unimar Group. He is also the National President of Kredai. As a founder of both the Heritage Realty Group and Unimark, Mr. Patodia brings with him over 25 years of experience in the realty sector. He has also served as the president of Calcutta Chamber of Commerce and on the boards of West Bengal Industrial Development Corporation and WBIIDC and several other government committees and task forces. My next speaker, ladies and gentlemen, is Pradeep Chopra, CMD PS Group. Mr. Chopra is a former governing board member of Kredai, founder and regional chairman, Export Promotion Council for EOUs and SEZs, founder of Educational Institute iLead, former president, Falta Chamber of Commerce, guest faculty at reputed management institutes across the nation, and author of several books on real estate. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to hand over this wonderful session to our chair. Please put your hands together once again for Anirban Gupta.
Thank you. Am I audible? I mean, that's again, one of my friend, I think Pratik is here. He taught me this thing that pandemic has made us ask this question, am I audible? So just to introduce, I am the, I'm managing director for IPC called Colliers International. We are the third largest in the world. We manage about 18,000 professionals worldwide. Before I get into the question answer sessions, I would like to say a little bit about myself. I have spent 20 years in this market. And whenever I say that, it's East India, I always, in turn, this is what I say to my pan-India friends, that this is half of India, because technically East India covers 12 states, including the Seven Sisters, and we have got 3 international markets that we cover, which is Bangladesh, Bhutan, as well as Nepal. So technically we are covering about 15 markets, so we cover about half of India. So that's what we call. So those of you who are here and who are thinking of investing in Calcutta or in East India, this is the best time and you should look for it. So my key takeaways, so there are a lot of takeaways, when you spend 20 years in a market, you have got a lot of things to understand, to take away. I'll put 3 points, and then I'll elaborate those points with my panelists, who are the most respected people in the industry. My 3 key takeaway points was, like, my first 10 years, what I found is that this market, this Calcutta residential market, has been one of the most matured market in the country. Now, why I say this matured? Because I have done residential sales for about first 5 years. My 2 reasons for it is, one is I found out when I started that, the amount of projects, amount of apartments that gets sold out in the Greenfield state is one of the highest in the country. The amount of trust a buyer has on a seller and a seller has on a buyer is immense and one of the best in the country. If you look into a brochure, when I used to do residential sales, we had a brochure. So the project is not started, but I found out that all the specs that the developers committed in the brochure, including the window panels and including the flooring, everything has been honored, like after 2 years or 3 years. And a great round of applause for all those who are here and all the eminent developers who have done this and built that trust in the industry, which is a big takeaway which I found out. My second reason for this trust, what I found out also during my course, is Calcutta is a market where your investors are less than end users, so which is really a notable point. You've got end users. When I was starting to sell Rajarhat Newtown, I remember even the end users used to do speculative buys and buy flats in Rajarhat with the anticipation that I'm going to stay here in 2 years, which is great. I mean, which is not there in most parts of the country, which is a big takeaway. That's my first 10 years, what I understood. My second phase, of understanding and learning in the industry that I saw is, as with time, the retail investors have reduced in the market, given way to NRIs in that 2013-14, and also leading ways to institutional investments, which is a big thing which is happening today. So institutional investors are and we'll elaborate this point with a panelist. So we see a lot of institutional investors coming here, and they are going for senior living, they're going for student living and co-housing, co-living, and a lot of concepts which are coming, which is a really new point. My third takeaway, which I'll say, is residential investment is growing at a higher pace. Like, we have a residential ROI, what we calculated was in the range of 2-3% all these years. We are speculating this to go up to about 5 to 6%, as with time in about next 2 years. And since we calculate real estate on nominal GDP, where we'll add on the inflation, which is about 13-14%, taking an inflation of about 7%, we are anticipating a 18 to 20% return on residential investment, which is a big thing, which will come up. So with this, I'm going to go back to my panelists, but before that, as a mark of respect to this panelist, I'm going to tell a small story to all of you. This is a non-real estate story which I want to put forward. This is a very, very nice story which I've heard about. It's about, I think all of you have heard about Picasso. Picasso has been a great painter. So one day, Picasso was traveling in a train and he happens to meet a lady. And this lady comes to him and says that, why did you draw something for me? And Picasso says that it's chargeable, ma'am. And she said, okay, fine, you draw it. And she went and he started drawing. And in 30 seconds, he drew a beautiful sketch, and he handed over to the lady. And he said, 30,000 USD, ma'am. The lady got stunned. She asked this question that, it took 30 seconds, you were charging so much. Picasso replied, no, ma'am, it took me 30 years. And this is what this panel is all about. It's a huge experience panel. And we're going to start the questions and we're going to ask a lot of things to them and want to know a lot from them. My first question that, I'm going to go is to Mr. Pradeep Chopra. Sir, we were discussing about the first question, which is about the sustainability of the industry with a lot of green revolution coming up. So what's your thought about that?
See, sustainability so far is the least talked about, unfortunately, in our industry. But I have no qualms to accept the fact that after the industry and automobiles, building industry is contributing the third largest to the global warming and to pollution. So therefore, we as a fraternity have responsibility to ensure that although we are now all focused in making green buildings, but there are a lot more can be done. We can actually go beyond green buildings. There's a lot of possibility of using upcycled and recycled material in our campuses, in our buildings. For instance, I have made 3 campuses in ILEED where 75% material used is all upcycled. I have even used old bricks just to prove a point. In my own house, I didn't want to preach without practicing. So in my own house, which is now finished, and I would like all of you to come and have a visit, 75% material used in my own flat is all upcycled, and it looks gorgeous. Normally, when you do this kind of work, people think, oh, it will look a scrapyard. And in fact, my wife was told by her friends that इनका तो दिमाग खराब है, ये सब कबाड़ खाना बना देंगे तो तुम तो मत बिल्कुल करना. मैंने कहा तुम अपना बेडरूम और अपना किचन तुम नया बना लो, मैं बाकी जगह तो अपसाइकिल करूँगा. And after a while she said, नहीं ये तो बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है, अरे आप मेरी भी फॉल सीलिंग बना दीजिए ऐसे ही. So slowly she accepted that upcycling is not such a bad idea. And now I'm writing a book. This time in Abbott, I had showcased a lot of material. See, you can see that there are millions of cars. You see, I was just calculating 26 million microwave ovens are coming for scrapping. Can you imagine? There are 20 million washing machines coming for scrapping. The washing machine glass is a toughened glass, can be easily used in making, swimming pool lights. So I have actually done so many things I have showcased in the Abbott Fair. It's also there in my college. You can all come and see. And you're all welcome to come and see my flat. A lot of interior designing students, architects have come and seen the flat. I'm making a video, and I'm also making a video how to do it. And I'm trying to develop vendors so that the builders can get ready-made material. A lot of scrap yard we are using in this. So this is one thing I think we should take the lead before the government imposes regulation. We should self-regulate ourselves, and we should set an example that we are as conscious and as aware about environmental issues as anybody else, and we don't want to leave this world to our children in a situation worse than we got it from our parents. So that's our responsibility.
Thank you so much, sir. My question will continue to you, which is for many of you who, maybe a few of you who doesn't know, Pradeep has been a person who has delivered more than 100 joint venture projects in the market, in the industry in Calcutta. And I always, so whoever, I go on meet along, having a piece of land, they would be so comfortable in handing it over to PS Group for doing a joint venture. So a little bit of that experience from you, I would like to know of this concept of joint venture.
See, joint venture for us was necessity because both me and Surinder started with no money. We are both first generation entrepreneur, and my father was in service and I lost my father when I was in first year. I was only 19-year-old. And Surinder also, just he left his college and there was a partnership in his family, so he also had not much money. So we had no money to buy land anyway. So we have only options of doing a JV, and our first few projects were only JV. Now, but how do we get JV? No deal can happen unless it is a win-win situation for both the parties. So we went to the owners and we said, why you want to sell the land? Because it is your ancestral property, and in India, we look down upon people who sell their ancestral property. Baap Dada ki property bech di. Aapki memories, you got married, your children were born here, you had a lot of memories of neighborhood and so on. So why you want to part with those memories which are very priceless? So you stay here. Now that your family has grown and this area is not sufficient for your present number of family members, so therefore we will now do a construction and build, and you have no money to build yourself, you have no expertise, and you can't also sell because you don't have a name. So we will come and do all that. And for that, we will share, fair share that whatever is the value of your land, we will invest that much money in the construction and we'll split the whole area in two parts, and you can have and you see, it was a winning situation for them. We mathematically proved them that if you sell the property and you buy another place, some flats, you lose in stamp duty, registration costs, finder's fees, lawyer's fees, and so on. And you will not get flats which are tailor-made for you because no builder is going to make for you your designed flat. Here we will make the flats as per your requirement, as per your design. So that liberty we'll give you the choicest flat, and you will stay in the same house. So this entire pitch worked. And he was also, we showed them that if you, suppose your building is, land is worth 1 crore and I invest 1 crore. So your total investment in this project will be 2 crores. We will at least sell the property for 3 crores because that is 30% up. We will do because 3 साल में लगेगा तो 1 करोड़ 3 करोड़ में बेचेंगे तो उसका अगर आधा आपको मिलेगा तो आपका 1.5 करोड़ आप यू विल गेट. सो आपका 1 करोड़ का प्रॉपर्टी 1.5 करोड़ का हो गया, और अगर आप इसको बेच के दूसरा खरीदेंगे तो आपको 1 करोड़ का 80 लाख हो गया. तो आप चॉइस करिएगा आपको क्या करना है. So obviously any sensible person will say, I will do joint venture instead of selling and buying other flats. So that is how we pitched, and it worked. It actually worked, win-win situation for both the parties, and therefore the only issue was the trust, whether we will deliver on time. And so we built trust by giving them on time and specification better than we originally promised. That is what you said, that this is typical of Calcutta builders, that here we consider our reputation more than anything else. And therefore this was, I would say that this credit goes to all the Calcutta builders, and we have worked, and that is how we kept on getting joint ventures.
True. Thank you so much. So I'll ask my next question to Harshi. Again, for all of you, Harshi is one of my mentor in the industry. His son, Kumar, and I, we go a very, very long way. And, we have always been interacting with whatever, it's regarding, it's regarding work, it's regarding, travel, everything. So my next question to Harshi is, this is again, bringing in all the experience, huge experience that he has. So what about the government policies? What about the schemes that's going on, and how positive it is going to build into the industry?
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, Anirban. It's a very important question at this time. See, the real estate industry has seen good times, and during COVID, it's seen the worst. So I think the government also has realized that they have to relook at the entire industry in terms of that the industry has professionalized its operations. There have been new regulations like RERA, which protects the consumer, which is creating more confidence in the market. So the government of, I think, West Bengal has kind of realized the importance of this sector and the contribution to the West Bengal GDP the sector is making. So first and foremost, a lot of policies towards ease of doing business in terms of different small initiatives the government has taken in terms of online sanctions and speeding up mutation, conversion, land issues, and all the documents are now digitally available. So all these are creating a lot of plus points for the developer, and we feel very comfortable in kind of speeding up our things. Secondly, immediately the government reduced stamp duty by 2% and the circle rate by 10%. This has encouraged a lot of people to kind of take decisions in buying homes. Then the government today has taken out a policy for conversion of 6(3) land for industrial and residential use, depending on by payment of some fees. And currently, the government has started a new policy of land auctions by land monetization, which is going to create availability of land for development in all around the city in the different micro markets. Plus, we've also seen the government now was giving leases of land. So now they are giving land on a freehold basis. So again, this is
responses are also very good, sir.
Very good. It's a very important milestone shows the mindset of the government towards the industry. The major issue which the industry still faces in West Bengal is the Urban Land Ceiling Act, where large-scale development becomes very difficult because people have to accumulate land in multiple companies and entities. So this is a deterrent in doing business, which is not encouraged. And because of this, we are not seeing a lot of foreign investment taking place in the country. They're not comfortable with this kind of structure. So this is one thing which the government needs to have a relook. And at the national level, the major issue a developer faces is about the input credit, which is not available in GST. So CREDAI as an organization at West Bengal level is taking up the issues with the government. At the national level, we are taking up the issue with the national government. Thank you, Anirban.
Thank you. Sir, I'll not leave you. My second question to you is about luxury housing, which is a new thing. I mean, not new thing, it's been very old, but right now is doing great in Calcutta. So a little bit of your thoughts and views on that.
See, luxury housing is doing extremely well post-COVID all over India. It's not only a Calcutta story. So let's understand that during COVID, what happened was the home became the epicenter of your life. Everything happened, like your entertainment, shopping, education, healthcare, space requirement, all of these things happened at home. We ultimately got shelter at home when everything was shut. So once this became the epicenter of life, people re-looked and understood what is the importance of a home. And also there's a lot of change in the mindset of people in terms of aspiration. People want to live, they want to enjoy. So this is one thing, post-COVID, there's a requirement of larger spaces. Because of aspiration, people are looking at lifestyle, they're looking at amenities, they're looking at experience. So all this is coming out of luxury housing. And in every city of the country, see, ultimately there's only a finite amount of luxury housing which is being developed compared to mass housing, because there's a limitation. See, luxury housing comes with location, it comes with amenities, it comes with the lifestyle, and it comes with address also. So all these things are limited in every metropolitan city of India because we are all old cities. So this is again an issue which we have to understand, that luxury housing is not infinite. So there's amount, if you buy an address in luxury housing, it is that address which you have acquired. It becomes a monopoly. So I think all this is triggered the development and the demand in luxury housing sector. And I think Indians are getting more wealthier, in terms of income, wealth. If you look at the wealth growth in the country compared to the global growth, we are faster than most of the countries in the world. So all this is going to definitely promote luxury housing demand in the country. And I think it's a great market to be in. So a lot of developers will specialize in luxury housing because it's a different kind of a ball game. Thank you, everyone.
Sure. Thank you. So my next question will go to Gaurav, and Gaurav has been a great part of the industry and a great friend to me also, because without Gaurav I would not have done two of the largest land transactions in Calcutta also. Thank you, Gaurav, for all your support. So my question to you, Gaurav, is I've got basically, two questions to you, which will be like kind of back to back. One is the Tenancy Act and how it's shaping up, number one. And definitely number two is about the urban land selling. So these are the two questions, Gaurav, how it is, how it was, how it is, and how it will be. I mean, that's what we would love to hear from you.
Thank you, Honorable, for the introduction. And actually, it has been a pleasure also to work with you and also the other people in the panel. So just to introduce, I am a partner at Khaitan & Company. So we are amongst the biggest law firms in the country, having almost 1,000 lawyers across the country. We actually have a very big setup in Calcutta with almost 100 lawyers. And we do almost all we practice all aspects of law, including real estate, obviously, which is a very major thing in East and Calcutta. So since the topic today is, which we are discussing is Kolkata real estate market, so first thing even outside this topic, what I feel is that all the laws, markets, etc., everything is there, but the main thing which we are lacking is the marketing. Like whenever I travel outside, everyone discusses that nothing is happening, nothing is happening. Point is that things are happening, the government is there, the builders are there, lawyers are there, everyone is there. Only thing is we probably need to market us more. Like there are so many schemes of the government, which like the data, they have come up with the data service scheme, they had a ACZ scheme, there's a township scheme now, which not many people outside maybe West Bengal know. And I would like to congratulate Credai, many of the panelists are members and Apurva is a vice president who are doing their bit and a lot to market it, and probably we all need to do it as well. So now coming back to the question and the other things which was being discussed. So now what we hear is that when discussion happens and you discuss with people, everyone is looking for an apartment, everyone is looking for a place to buy or stay. Whereas when you discuss with developers, they say sometimes the demand is not as high and there are inventories left. Now why this disconnect? I think the disconnect is there because of a few issues. One I think I have identified is a bit, which is the tenancy laws. What happens is that when we invest, like in many other states or maybe across the world, when you invest in a property, you not only always invest for staying, sometimes you invest for increase of price, sometimes you invest for getting money out of the property. The problem with lax tenancy laws, where the law is slightly more favorable towards the tenants, is that people are scared to give the houses on rent. So that what happens is it leads to many empty houses and people who are looking for houses. So the demand supply, that mismatch happens. Second, what happens is that nowadays not too many EWS or affordable housing schemes are coming up. So maybe the demand which is there in that sector is not being met to that extent. So I think these two are things which probably need to be addressed by all the stakeholders. Coming to ULC, which has already been discussed by Harshji, so we are one of the 2-3 states who still have the urban land selling, which is prevalent here. The problem with that is, there was a reason why the law was there, that the government did not want people to accumulate vacant land to a large extent. Nowadays, anyway, in the urban area, vacant land of too much is not available. So the limit, which is 7.5 katas, which is 500 square meters, is too low for the substantial project to come up. And that is a huge deterrent for builders and everyone to maybe come up with projects in the places where this is prevalent. Also, yeah, so maybe two, three other things which, Harshji already discussed that the government has identified the stamp duty, which was an issue, and they have, for the past 1.5 years, they have reduced it the stamp duty by 2%, which has helped the market, the registration immensely. One thing which the government has looked into sometimes, but which is a big issue with players, is the market value of the property. Because now the Income Tax Act and other provisions of law are such that doing transaction at a lower value than the market value, which is determined, the circle rate determined by the government, becomes extremely harmful economically by the buyer as well as the seller. So usually the market, now the government needs to look into the factor that the market value can increase or decrease. So taking that into account, maybe that can be changed or regularly that change can come into place. So along with the 2% discount which Harshji was discussing, the government has also given a 10% market value discount, which if they make it dynamic, probably would help the market a bit more. So mostly these were the things I wanted to discuss. Oh, also another thing which I have noticed in other states, which probably can help the people or the government here. Many states I have seen they give a discount on registration by property by women. So that is something which is a unique or a different thing which also can be looked into by the government here. So since my domain is legal, I mostly discuss with the legal points. I'm sure the other esteemed panelists here will discuss about the market. So I did not want to get into those aspects.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Gaurav. There's been a lot of insights. My next question is to Basanji. Again, Arihant, Basanji's son, has been one of the most dynamic young generation in the industry, doing great, and has been a great friend also. So my question to Basanji is a couple of basic questions. I'm going to ask you. The first is about the rising issue of the common area maintenance. Like, when we start a particular project, especially residential, 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, it looks quite nice, healthy, and then the depreciation starts, and then, there's been a lot of non-payments also. So what is the future of this issue? And then this energy cost rise and a lot of things. So how do we, going forward, how do we handle this scam issue of residential markets? It's a CAM, sir, the common area maintenance.
Thing is that it is a matter of the buyers getting educated, the builder becoming conscious of what is going to happen tomorrow. See, you make a building, you hand it over, but eventually it has to be maintained by the people who are going to stay there, who are going to own those properties. You have a professional expertise of doing it, constructing and also maintaining. But when it is ultimately handed over, we have seen in earlier years that we had less of professional agencies who used to take care of the facility management. हम लोग पहले कहते थे कि maintenance है, अब बोलते हैं facility management. The terminology have changed from casual to professional approach. This has become very important. And to explain the buyers that, and how you can make it easy, the maintenance and upkeep of the building over the period of time, the regular wear and tear, the ease, and everything, each and small aspect of it, which is covered in a facility management. We are professionals, big MNCs, professional coming into facility management. They know their subject. they have experts, and therefore, in recent years, we have seen that all major housing complexes, whether it is in affordable segment, it is in mid segment, or it in luxury segment, most of the builders are taking the help of these facility professional agencies. They negotiate with them, they know what kind of maintenance cost will come per square feet, and they share this and discuss this with their respective buyers or the holders of the apartment. So they are aligned. They are not surprised. What causes anxiety is a matter of surprise. आप पहले अगर सब कुछ बता देते हैं तो किसी को परेशानी नहीं होती है. परेशानी जब होती है जब उनको बाद में लगता है अरे ये तो नहीं बताया था. 100 रुपया आपको दे देंगे लेकिन वो 1 रुपया का जो सरप्राइज आता है उससे आपकी गुडविल इफेक्ट होती है और एक क्वेश्चन मार्क आता है या एक्सक्लेमेशन मार्क आता है. दोनों में से एक आता है. सो मोस्ट ऑफ द बिल्डर्स, सी इट्स अ प्रोसेस ऑफ इवोल्यूशन. पुराने से आज में बहुत फ़र्क हो गया है. प्रोफेशनलिज्म आ गया है, एजुकेशन आ गया है, लॉज आ गए हैं, लोग समझने भी लगे हैं. तो अगर जब हम उनको सब समझा देते हैं तो वो एक इजी हो जाता है. नंबर 1. नंबर 2, कैंप चार्जेस के बारे में जो आपने कहा, तो अब क्या हो रहा है कि मोस्ट ऑफ द बिल्डर्स दे यूजुअली एनालाइज एंड इवेल्युएट दैट व्हाट विल बी द कॉस्ट ऑफ द पर स्क्वायर फीट would come over a period of say next 3 years or 4 years or 5 years. They explain it to the buyers, so buyers are aware about it, number 1. Number 2 is that the builders take a deposit and give it to the association. Association keeps the deposit, there are sinking funds and so on and so forth. So those kind of things are available with the association which is going to maintain the buildings. And last but not the least, as I said, the facility manager, where there is a peace of mind, where there is a maintenance, where there less of hassles, people don't mind paying money now. लोगों को तकलीफ जब होती है जब 5-star होटल में जाके उसको उस लेवल का खाना नहीं मिलता है तो they are ready to pay. So it is a matter of just perception, it is a matter of understanding, it is a matter of explaining and ultimately delivering. If you deliver well, people are there to pay. And आप शुरू में प्लान कर लेते हैं तो मेरे को नहीं लगता है कि बाद में जाके बहुत दिक्कत होती है.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So my second question to you is basically the topic that we are discussing about the growth and barriers of the industry. So what's your thought on the barriers of the residential market for Calcutta?
बैरियर्स तो ज़िंदगी में हरदम रहेंगे. हाँ, अपने को अपने 60 किलोमीटर की स्पीड में चलते हैं तो लगता है 80 पे चलते तो कितना अच्छा होता. माँ फ्लाईओवर पे चलते हैं तो वो 40 पे आता है तो ड्राइवर ब्रेक मार देता है, खुद सेल्फ चलाते तो ब्रेक मार लेता है, नहीं तो बिप बिप करता है, अरे आपने तो स्पीड कर दिया. तो बैरियर तो ज़िंदगी में रहेंगे एंड ओवर द पीरियड ऑफ टाइम हम उस बैरियर को बाईपास भी करेंगे. नए चैलेंजेस आएंगे तो नए बैरियर्स को भी हमको लगता है कि होगा. इट्स अ मैटर ऑफ पासिंग द हर्डल्स. इट्स नॉट अ हर्डल्स, ये हर्डल रेस की तरह है. You cross the one, oh, I've crossed it. You cross the second, third, fourth. You fall at the last. अरे this was difficult. अरे आपने 6 तो क्लियर किया ना, ये भी क्लियर हो जाता. कुछ कारण से नहीं हुआ, अगर नेक्स्ट टाइम ट्राई करेंगे. So hurdles would keep on. We would be looking at hurdles, but we will also looking at how to reduce it or how to bypass it or how to eradicate it. फिर नए चैलेंजेस आएंगे तो फिर कोई हम उसको हर्डल करेंगे. तो अपने अगर बंगाल में देखते हैं या कलकत्ता में देखते हैं तो पहले से हर्डल्स बहुत कम हुई है. एजुकेशन बढ़ा है, लोगों का अवेयरनेस बढ़ा है, द अथॉरिटीज हैव बिकम अवेयर ऑफ इट. दे आर लिसनिंग टू द बिल्डर्स or the association or the people who are related to real estate. I would not say only builders, we all are. Whosoever is with the real estate industry, let me rectify myself. All stakeholders, उनकी बात अब सुनते हैं. There is a better coordination. this is very important. When you have ears and when you listen, 10 में से 5 काम होगा, 6 होगा, 4 होगा, 3 होगा. Over a period of the time, काम होगा. And the good thing is that we are discussing among ourselves. We are talking to the authorities. Authorities had ears, but now they are using it. Better than what they used to use the ears earlier. They are also discussing with your expertise. What we should be doing? They are listening to the real estate fraternity. Real estate fraternity means everybody. Chahe legal kare, marketing kare, A to Z of real estate. They are listening to it. So the barriers are reducing, ease of doing is improving. 1 or 2 hindrances are there largely is, we all have been speaking for years together, is obviously the urban land ceiling, the matter relating to the conversion of the properties because of the urban land ceiling and other issues, the consolidation of larger pieces of land, which takes time, which we have to go through a lot of processes. Everybody knows, I will not elaborate on that. Those things are there, but I think the list is reducing. Barriers will keep on, ease of, सब चीज हो रहा है, ease हो रहा है. और opportunity के बारे में तो अपने देख ही रहे हैं. If you see last 4 years, 3 years, we have seen the Calcutta market growing more than many parts of India. We have seen last year growth phenomenal. This year's first quarter has been great. The government has been supporting by increasing the year for completion of the project. The reduction of stamp duty हम बोलते 2% कम किया. 2 नहीं किया, 6 का 2 किया, 33% reduction हुआ है, which is huge and which has shown results. So the government is listening. The associations are interacting more than before with them, and they have been receptive. Why? Because we are resource creators. The real estate, just 2 more minutes, real estate is a resource creators. हम कितना resource create करते हैं? 100 रुपए में हम 15 रुपए, 10 रुपया घर लेके जाते हैं, बाकी 90 रुपए का resource create होता है. रेवेन्यू भी होता है, प्रोडक्शन भी होता है, इंडस्ट्री भी होता है, और गवर्नमेंट की रेवेन्यू होती है, आइदर इन टर्म्स ऑफ जीएसटी, स्टैम्प ड्यूटी, कॉर्पोरेशन टैक्स, drainage, this, that, A, B, development of the infrastructure, and so on and so forth. If you start analyzing it, मेरे भाई ज़्यादा बोलेंगे, seniors हैं, that how much we take home after income tax, the builders, and how much we contribute to the government, the revenue of the government. This is very important, and I think gradually the authorities are realizing it, and we'll see in the times to come that they will give us the due credit. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. It's a great insight, great share. Now, my next questions will be to Apurva. Now, whenever I want to talk to him, I look at the clock because I have so many questions for him, and he is one of the most dynamic person of the industry with an experience of. So Apurva is a qualified chartered accountant. He has worked with KPMG also. He has built hotels also. So a part of hospitality and real estate mixed, which is a huge experience. So my first question to him is about the rising trend of institutional investments which is coming in residential markets today. Like, it's been coming, it has been present in India, but now it's coming Calcutta also in a big way. And your thoughts about it?
Very good afternoon to my senior colleagues on the panel and all my friends and industry colleagues. Lots of familiar faces. It's good to finally have these physical events where we can see each other, and I'm already got a lot to learn and so many perspectives to think about. So thank you for the opportunity. And Anirban, you spoke about institutional investment. I think, since FDI has opened up in the country in the last 15 years, we've had, large amounts of institutional capital flow in. Now we're also seeing a lot of domestic funds starting to put in capital in the country. And, unfortunately, we have, the ULC has been a little bit of a, challenge on that front, where we've had, not as much flow into the state, but a lot of domestic institutional capital has been flowing in, and we hope more will come in. The other aspect, where a lot of institutional money has been coming in is, for specific developer operators. For example, we were speaking briefly before this about different value-added services like, co-living, student housing, and things like that. And more and more senior living, again, something which is extremely relevant for the city. And I think going forward, while we are seeing a lot more of this in other parts of the country, Calcutta is beginning to see a lot of money come into these places. And going forward, I think there are big opportunities, especially in senior living in our city.
True. Right. Thank you, Apurva. My second question to you is, you have developed, a beautiful project in Durgapur also. So what's your thought on the tier 2 and tier 3 markets rising up for the country?
So let me just share with you our experience of working in Durgapur. I had just moved to Calcutta, about a little over a decade back, around 2011-12. And obviously was younger and more foolish than now, so we were exploring everything. And when we went to Durgapur, we acquired this piece of land over there from ADDA. When I did a survey, everything around, the highest selling price over there was about 1,400 to 1,500 rupees a square foot. This was the best projects available in that town at that particular point of time. We had a big debate internally, and we said, maybe it is it's a chicken and egg situation where there is no product available. That time we used to consider our cost of, as an industry, our cost of construction at about 1,800 rupees for a 8 to 10 story apartment. So, we were 1,800 that cost versus 1,500 of selling price in the city. We were, our conviction paid off very well. We started selling at 2,300 about a year and a half later. And by the time we finished the project, we were selling at 33 to 3,400 rupees. And I must tell you, this was one of the most successful projects for us in West Bengal. So the point that I'm trying to come to is that, the second and third cities like Durgapur and Siliguri are gems which are hidden, and, because not too much of supply is there, they are craving for quality development. We were able to sell this faster than any of our projects in the state. And I would encourage all my colleagues to go and look at these cities. It's a little bit of a chicken and egg situation. People are yearning for quality development, and I'm sure you'll find opportunities in these cities.
I agree with you completely. Like, this, what we call tier 2, tier 3 markets have got a huge potential because the consumptions are really, really high. And when consumerism evolves, real estate will also evolve. Thank you so much, Apurva. Now, this question, before I open it up to the audience, how many of you have heard about this word called gig economy? How many of you have heard about this person called Grant Cardone? Any of you? So this gig economy is a new concept which has come up on what we call Gen Z. So there's been a lot of generations that's been evolving, and which was not there in our time. So this new concept which says about that, don't buy but rent. So rent, even the labor you rent, even the house you rent, even because for a young generation staying in Calcutta or Bombay or Singapore or New York is the same thing, because they're walking from each of the cities on the same way. Now this question I'm going to go back to Mr. Pradeep Chopra, and my question to you, sir, is we were discussing about this point, that how to motivate the young generation and buy real estate in India or in Calcutta.
Sir, first of all, today we talk about that you can get a rental apartment at 3% of the value of the apartment. But this is actually not true. Because if you see that every 3 years your 15% increase is happening, let's say your duration of EMI is 20 years, and if you keep that apartment for 20 years, and with the increase of 15% every 3 years, you will land up paying 8% on an average. So it's not 3% of the investment, it is 8% of the investment. So first thing you must teach the person who's taking it on rent that you are actually not paying 3%, you are actually paying over a period of 20 years, you'll pay 8%. So it's not 3%. 3% is in the beginning. So if you want, these days even EMI is available, which is called telescopic EMI. So you pay much less in the beginning and you pay at the end. Such EMI is also available. So if you take the simile, then you see that the EMI and the rent is not so different. Second, on the rent, you will not get any tax concession. You see, your real rate of payment is the interest you are paying minus the inflation, minus the tax benefit. You will see that you are actually paying zero. Because if you take out 7% or 6% of inflation from 10% interest you are paying, you are left with 4%. And 4% you are saving as rent. So actually you're landing up paying nothing. So if you sell the whole idea that you are actually getting money for nothing, and you are staying there and enjoying the flat, you are having a lot of status and prestige is attached to this. You know, you are owner, very proud owner of the flat. And the flat at the end of your career will also help you to get reverse mortgage, that means pension. You will create a home equity after 5 years and 10 years of home equity. It is also a financial instrument against which you can always borrow money if there is an emergency, medical or education or social emergency, you can always borrow money from the bank. So if you say all that, I mean, your rental apartment will not give you any financial security. It will not give you any pension at the end of the career. It will also not give you any tax benefit. If you overall calculate, at any time, buying a flat is much better, make much better sense than renting an apartment. And, you know, the sooner you buy, the better you are. Yes. I had seen flats available in Calcutta at 35 rupees a square feet, Ajanta apartment. Yeah, in Sindhu apartment, I got it for 60 rupees apartment. In Hemchaya, it was available for 40 rupees an apartment. In Embassy Building, 80 rupees an apartment. Today, its going rate is 20,000 rupees. Tell me, which investment has given you this kind of appreciation?
Superb, superb. Thank you. That's really nice.
Where will you find this kind of opportunity in renting an apartment? You know, Warren Buffett said that I started investing in share at the age of 14 or 16. I wish I would have started it earlier. I wish I had invested in the flat when I was 19-year-old, when the flats are available at 35 rupees, instead of buying ultimately the flat at, 5,000 rupees a square feet. So the sooner you buy, the better you are.
Sure. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir. Now I will open up a few questions from the audience. There is a beautiful quote that says, if you want to influence, if you want to get a result, please influence the influencers. And there you have the panel of influencers. So anyone who wants to ask a question, please, I think, the mics are around, and please ask your questions.
Good afternoon. It's a question from Mr. Gaurav, Kedaran Company. Supreme Court has come with a verdict few days back that on adverse position, if you have a 12 years position on a property as rent, then basically you get the rights on the property, not the title, only the rights. And the owner lose the right on the property. Please explain it.
Hello, am I audible? Yeah. So, the issue which you are raising is not something which is a new one. Adverse position is something which has been prevalent for a long, long time. And the judgment which you are mentioning is not also a new one. So this is adverse position is a concept where suppose your property someone else is staying and you have not given any claim on the property for a decent amount of time, then it is assumed that you do not have any claim on the property, and the person who is occupying the property has some right on the property. So this actually comes in the wide ambit of the issue which I was discussing, is having having a law which is fair regarding tenancy, which is pro the owner as well as pro the tenant, so that there is, like RERA has come, which looks into the interests of the builder as well as the people who are purchasing. The tenancy laws in general now are not that evolved. Like, for example, in Germany, I mean, the thing which sir was discussing, in Germany also people do not buy property. But there are institutions who actually purchase the property and give it on rent. So there are many youngsters who would never buy property, but because the tenancy laws are such that the institutions are investing a lot in the property, there is no problem as such with the demand and supply. So adverse possession, the issue which you were discussing, is probably an issue amongst the bigger basket of having more fair tenancy laws, so that what will happen is that the best possible scenario is when not a single apartment or a house will remain vacant. That is the main problem. Like, you go to any of the bigger societies, you will see around 30-40% property, the apartments are purchased but vacant, which is a big loss, because there are people who want to stay and there are people, there are vacant apartments. So probably something like that would look into the issue.
Thank you. Thank you, Gaurav. Any other question anyone has?
It's a very interesting discussion, and we have got so many insights. I'm Pradeep Sadani, real estate agent for 35 years. My question for Mr. Harsh Patodia is, being NER president, and nowadays for last 5-10 years we are facing a lot of problem because so-called Vastu problem. So this is one thing. Why don't we make a proper survey and give a clarification? Because many buyers, they don't know anything about it, and there are people who are taking undue advantage. So we are very fail to close the deal. So can we do any survey from the CREDAI India and help us and clarify the matter? Thank you.
Pradeep, you raised a very controversial question. Faith versus science. So I don't think CREDAI is in the position to answer that question. It is a much, much larger forum which needs to take this up. And all this is like a bit of a personal belief. Like, somebody believes if a black cat crosses the road, you should not walk. So, really an organization like CREDAI is not the right organization to address this issue. I'm sorry.
Thank you. Any other question anyone has? If it's no, Acha says one more question.
वास्तु के लिए तो कम से कम ये देखना एंटी वास्तु नहीं हो। काफ़ी लोग कोई भी अपना बिल्डिंग लेता है, छोटा सा फ्लैट लेता है, वास्तु देख के लेता है। अब कोई एंटी वास्तु होता है, उसको एक बहुत ही मुश्किल से फ्लैट लेता है और वो उसमें अपना घर चलाना मुश्किल हो जाता है। तो मैं जितने भी आपके ये प्रमोटर है जो भी है, वो एंटी वास्तु नहीं बनाए, वास्तु से ही फ्लैट बनाए, एंटी वास्तु नहीं हो।
Sir, before anyone answers your question, I have a small announcement. Apurva, Acha, this is a normal statement. Okay. So anyone has any other question? I think I have a small announcement. Apurva has to leave for something urgent. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Hello. Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. I wanted to ask this question to everyone out there. Like, markets in Rajarhat and Newtown has been escalated since the last 5 years now. Do you guys think that after the upcoming metros are done and functionally running well, the market rates are going to increase, the residential market especially?
Newtown, I'll take this up. Newtown is a very evolving space. If you look at not only the connectivity through metro, look at the kind of social development infrastructure which is built over there. The openness and this amount of social infrastructure which the area is getting, both by private investment and the government, is not comparable. All the facilities of star hotels, medical, all other infrastructure which a person can think of is now available. So people want to have much better lifestyle rather than living in a older part of the city. So if you look at even other parts of India, like for instance, Gurgaon or maybe parts of Bangalore, so this is the same story which is evolving over here. I think it's a great area where people will start living, and I see great potential in that location. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. And since we are running a little short on time, we'll take the rest of the questions. Feel free to have your questions and share with them with our speakers offline. Now is the time, ladies and gentlemen, when I shall invite Sapna Srivastava on stage to present a token of appreciation to all our panelists and our moderators. Give them a round of applause once again, everybody.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
And I think any session in Bengal should not start post-lunch. You get only 5 claps in a room where there are at least 100 people. Can I get a huge round of applause, everybody? These are our esteemed panelists for session 1. और एक बार जोरदार तालियों के साथ इनका बेहद स्वागत किया जाए. The next session, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be very, very exciting. The topic itself says so. It is West Bengal Realty, the new possibilities. And of course, a new buyer like me is always keenly listening to this particular session. For this session, let me introduce to you our session moderator, Ms. Surekha Bihani, Managing Director, East India JLL. Give her a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Surekha heads JLL growth in Eastern India. Her responsibilities include providing end-to-end real estate solutions for land acquisition, funding, transaction management, and exit strategies to corporate clients, developers, and investors in the East. Surekha has almost 20 years of work experience. Let me invite her on stage. Put your hands together for Surekha Bihani. I will now introduce my speakers in an alphabetical order. Please welcome Kumar Satyaki, Joint Managing Director, Eden Realty Group. Kumar Satyaki passed out from IIT Kharagpur and joined Eden Realty Group as its Joint Managing Director in 2016. Under his leadership, Eden Realty Group has delivered one of its kind refugee rehabilitation project, or Bonorini, rehabilitating 800 refugee families and 3 other projects in the last 3 years. He has the distinction of launching 10 projects apart from a few joint venture projects. Ladies and gentlemen, right here with us, Kumar Satyaki. Please put your hands together as I introduce my next speaker, Rahul Todi, Managing Director, Shrachi Group. Rahul started Shrachi Realty in 1999. Under his able leadership, the organization has become the pioneer in providing luxurious and wholesome living experience and has created a number of residential and commercial projects that have redefined the skyline of Eastern India and has now ventured into Jharkhand and Odisha. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you Rahul Todi. My next speaker is Rishi Jain, Managing Director, Jain Group. Rishi is an alumnus of SP Jain Institute, Mumbai, and ISB, Hyderabad. He has studied finance from Institute of Chartered Accounts of India At Jain Group, Rishi is entrusted with the task of developing the contemporary corporate aspects of the organization. And under his leadership, the group has shown outstanding achievements and future potential in real estate, hospitality service, and IT-enabled services. Ladies and gentlemen, Rishi Jain right here with us on the stage. My next speaker, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Yashasvi Shroff, Executive Director, Alcove Realty. Highly knowledgeable and proficient in real estate segment, Yashasvi Shroff has always aspired to be a part of the real estate industry. After a 2-year stint at Ernst & Young, he joined Alcove Realty and spearheaded the execution of the tallest completed residential building in India. And here is my question, which is the tallest residential building in Kolkata? Yes, of course, the 42. He is also the CREDAI Youth Wing National Committee Head, New Construction Technology and Secretary for CYW East Zone and West Bengal State Chapter Head for PhD CCI. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for all my speakers, the last one being Yashasvi himself. I would now request our moderator to please take over the proceedings for the topic West Bengal Realty, the new possibilities.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. More louder. Good afternoon. Let's speak loudly. I think everybody is sleeping. She was absolutely right. We'll not enjoy speaking. What do you say, Rahul?
Good afternoon, everybody.
That's great.
That worked.
Perfect. So I knew, Rahul, you could do that. So I got them to do it. Thank you so much. Thank you, Realty team, for giving us this opportunity. I thank Dr. Anurag Batra and his team for organizing this action-packed event year on year. Thank you, Sapna. Personal thank you from my end. You've been a great, great support to this part of the, part of this country. And going by this, the panelists are introduced. So what we are really going to take this is that what is the new assets of real estate other than the traditional assets of office, residential, and commercial real estate that we have been doing? So we do have, we've been seeing huge surge in the warehousing segment. Last year, 2022, we saw an absorption of almost 4 million square feet in West Bengal alone. If you take the other associated states of Odisha, Northeast, especially Guwahati, and the Patna and Bihar, that area, the Jharkhand and the Bihar area, we will have another 2.5 to 3 million square feet of demand absorption. We have a lot of demand coming from schools, senior living becoming a new asset class, data centers coming in big way. So, my first question, Rahul, to you is, you've been doing this township in Bardhaman, and you've been doing such asset classes much before even we started seeing these asset classes. So what is your thought? I would want Yashasvi, you and Rahul to take this question. Is 2 parts on this. Out of all these asset classes, which is the asset class you think will act as a growth story for this part of the country? And why? Or maybe how?
So I do agree partly with you that many new asset classes are emerging in the real estate industry. But I think going forward, our bread and butter still remains the residential sector. When we talk about residential sector, the new asset classes within residential sector that's emerging, I feel, is super low end to super high end. So affordable housing, there's a lot of demand in that, in the residential sector. Satyaki is also here with us. I'm sure he'll be able to share some insights on that. As well as super high-end apartments, which is going for more than 25,000 rupees a square feet. Very large flat sizes. After COVID, especially, people have developed a tendency where they want larger flat spaces. So I strongly believe that residential sector remains the bread and butter and is going to propel this industry for its way forward. I think Rahul ji can help us with other sectors, his thoughts on that.
So of course, like Yashasvi said, resi and office space will remain probably the largest pie. But I think a lot of opportunities are there. And this comes from a belief. If you asked me that we entered these segments much before these have become a fad now. Primarily because I always personally believe that anything you do, whether it's a factory, whether it's a studio, whether it's a hospital, whether it's a school, or hotels, they all include real estate. Nothing can move or begin without that real estate. So real estate is critical. It's capital allocation. You know, now developers like us have opportunity to institutional investors available. And that's the way forward. You know, those are yield generating assets. They have to be looked at differently. You know, a developer can always encash by doing a cap rate transaction, which you guys do a lot. So those are the way forward. And I think in perspective to Bengal, besides schools, you know, that's become a very common, we already have 2 schools which we have leased out, and we're building a couple of more, hopefully. Those will become important. A very interesting sector that is emerging and we recently got exposed is banks are wanting you to hold their, even their, the storage, the currency chest. You know, they want land and they want a bill to suit. So that's an opportunity which is developing. Warehousing, we already know. Logistics parks, we already know. Even industrial parks have become very necessary, especially for the MSME sector. Because today's new age investor wants plug and play, and that's where people like us come into action, where we can enable them, we can give them plug and play infrastructure. We've done that in residential, we've done that in offices, and now we are going to do it in industry and logistics parks, and a lot has already happened. I mean, even in Bengal and the rest of the country. The real growth opportunity which I personally see is, you know, now we are going through 2 large investments or infrastructure projects in the country, the dedicated freight corridor and also the diamond quadrilateral, where new lines are being built by the railways connecting the 4 major cities, and all these will be integrated. So the new model or the new future is MMLPs, which are multi-modal logistic parks, where
Totally agree.
Where movement from sea, inland water, railways and national highway. And now they've signed an agreement, as we all know, between the 3 parties. And that, I think, is going to be huge opportunity for real estate players, not only in the MMLPs, but what about the areas around them? And we've seen globally, you know, a Detroit was built after the manufacturing started. And now we are seeing those opportunities in smaller cities like Durgapur, Haldia, Jamshedpur, and all that. So even these MMLPs will develop an economy around them. People will start living there. So these are the opportunities going forward, I believe.
I think Ravi, Rahul, very well said point on MMLP. The kind of growth story that we have in this topic is unmatchable. And what we are seeing in the years to come, you know, the lands which were lying vacant are the lands which they are going to target. I was in a panel with the Port Trust, and Port Trust is doing something with the railways and with the waterways to do something very big in Eastern India. So these are very innovative ways, and I really agree very strongly with you that this is something which we should be looking forward to. So coming to a very point, you know, Sataki, what Rahul said, you know, Yashashvi mentioned affordable housing, and Rahul said school. If you do affordable housing, you need to give infrastructure. You've been doing this segment too well for the last couple of years. I think you've specialized yourself in doing this segment. So you need to give schools, you need to provide for hospitals, and these are the alternative ways of, you know, going ahead and creating new opportunities. But these are very intensive kind of thing. It's not that you're able to get an immediate generation. What do you think, how do you think real estate developers have to change to do this kinds of asset and provide these infrastructures for the affordable housing people that you think will be coming up in the near future or has already come up?
Good afternoon. And
Good afternoon.
see, what we at Eden Realty Group have tried with affordable housing is slightly different in this way that we have tried to do affordable housing in areas where the infrastructure is already there, the connectivity is already there, and the basic amenities, for example, schools and hospitals are all present nearby.
So I'll just rephrase. Now, suppose it's not there, then what do you think you would want to do?
All right. So, see, the number one thing is that currently for affordable housing, if we see, for the last 5 years, we have collected a lot of data regarding where the customers are looking at or where they want their properties, especially in affordable housing. And I think I have around 3 lakh data. So based on those analysis, I can tell you that the number one place that they were looking at is, of course, Newtown Rajarhat. But apart from that, they are looking in places like Joka, where again, these infrastructure is already present. And similar story is with, when they are looking towards the west, they are looking, in Howrah area. When you go towards the north, it's in the BT Road area. So all these things are there. Of course, when we go for slightly offbeat locations, there we try to see that what are the infrastructure that is missing. For example, schools are something that is missing in a lot of tier 2 cities. So schools are one of the major things that we can look at. And again, so schools do not require that large a land parcel. So that is something that we are able to achieve wherever required. And for example, a school requires a minimum of 2 acres of land in such areas. So if you are doing a township of, let's say, 20 acres, 30 acres, 50 acres, there it becomes viable to create such secondary infrastructure there. And one of the benefits of doing affordable housing is that the sale rate is currently pretty good in the city. So what that does is it helps us with the cash flow. So we are able to think about all these other secondary infrastructure or the important infrastructure that we need to think of. We are actually, the cash flow helps us to implement those things.
So I'll just maybe put a statement and request you to say a yes or a no in the case of point is that, can we say that if we are doing any form of affordable housing, we should earmark a space for a good school for those people? A yes or a no?
Yes.
Yes, and it is cash driven. It's a cash driven. It's capital intensive kind of a situation, and I think what your statement says that with the sales in the affordable housing, you can take on that burden of doing a school and putting it on a long-term kind of a sustainable model.
True, true.
Great. I think that's a very...
Just add to that, a lot of us may not specialize in schools or hospitals or hospitality sector. So अगर मैं ऐसा कोई affordable housing project कर रहा हूँ where I feel the infrastructure does not support that for the necessary social structure of the people who are going to be inhabiting the project, I can always give out that parcel to someone who specializes in that. So today, if Rahul Bhaiya specializes in schools, I can tell him that, I'm coming up with a 5,000 flat complex, and you can take up the school here. I can talk to a Fortis for medical. So I don't need to, employ my capital towards there.
No, in fact, I want to correct you. We manage one school, but
I was just giving an example.
But I think all these are now operator driven, like a hotel where you get a JW or a ITC to manage your property. And similarly, now there are branded players in school and other forms of activity, including hospitals, which becomes very critical. And I can just add, because of my experience in Bardwan, where we're doing a 250-acre township, and so it's always a chicken and egg story, because what do you create first? The market for the social infrastructure, or create the social infrastructure for the market? So it's a balance we have to play. I mean, I've been working in Bardwan for 12, 13 years now. We started selling there at 10, 15 lakhs. Today we've reached a price point of about 45, 50 lakhs. So because of the value additions we were able to provide over the years, you know, we have 2 schools there, we have 2 hospitals there. These hospital land and buildings are owned by us, and they are on a lease model like we do with shopping retail. Now we are getting retail players on a revenue share. So it's about investing in the infrastructure. I think, see, the problem going forward would be also land parcels. You would not get lands in city and congested areas or already developed areas. The key is to make new cities. I mean, with India's population growth and opportunities that are going to come up, you have to create new cities. I really don't like the idea of government making those cities. The government's job is to provide us the infrastructure, you know, build the roads, which both governments centrally and locally are very keen on now, build the rail networks, build the airports, and the rest private sector will take care of it. So, you know, and in terms of capital, today there is institutional capital available. Yes, maybe Bengal is not their destination yet, but I feel it's a matter of time.
You know, Rahul, these fund houses, Bengal has not been their destination because traditionally we have been very, we've been, I am not getting the right word, but we've been very mindful of taking debt. You know, the eastern part of the country has been very mindful about debt. That's the reason, you know, though we have structured finances available, we are still not using it. So, Rishi, coming to you, you own the Holiday in Rajarhat. So my question to you is, even hotels are a new asset classes. It brings in a lot of volume business, but I know it's a very, again, a very intensive kind of a business. Your thoughts on that, first. Second, how do you see the West Bengal hotel industry? Do you think we need more rooms? How is it spanning? You know, just a very, full view on. Yeah, absolutely. Shashri, thanks for putting that on words.
So, good afternoon. The problem of being the last speaker in the panel, and especially speaking after Rahulji, is that all the points that you have prepared have already been said. So, I'm going to attempt to say something extempo, but,
we agreed to do extempo.
So coming to your question that what are the alternative, utilizations or the usages of our spaces that are done. So I have this very strong belief that residential real estate is the best business to be. That is absolutely set. If you have your resources in place and if you have your, I would say, practices in place, then our ancestors in the real estate world have made rules or have, created the game in such a manner that as long as you are transparent, you are going to enjoy this business. The problem started when funny things started happening. I won't name cities, but Rera, Hira and all that are gift of a particular city to the entire world. And that has happened because there was no regulation involved. Now, at least things are looking up. Coming to the point of alternative usages of projects and everything that is coming up, I think that it is, whether it is data center, whether it is warehouses, all this is a very minuscule portion of the market. The market will always be driven by four key pillars or 4 key drivers. 1 obviously being residential, 2 obviously being offices, 3 obviously being services. Now, services are very categorically, again, divided into essential services and entertainment services. So you have your malls, you have your hotels, you have your hospitals and everything falling under that criteria. The operator-driven model takes care of everything. I don't know what is the price of my hotel's room tonight, just as I am sure anybody who's a hospital owner would have any idea of how much a bed is costing or how much a doctor consultation is costing. And that is not our USP or that is not our core focus either. So just slightly touching on the question that was raised earlier, I would like to develop schools for my affordable housing project. I would like to develop playgrounds. I would like to develop everything, employment and everything over there. But am I the right person for it? We are clearly facilitators. We facilitate a better standard of life. So my role as a residential real estate developer will always be that I would provide you good infrastructure, and good infrastructure has to be utilized nicely by the specialist in that subject. Calcutta does not require introduction to those kind of projects. The Bardwan Renaissance project is a beautiful example for that. 2014-15, when we were exploring our Durgapur project, I have registered myself as a Bardwan customer on 5 different occasions. Sara data wahan se mil jata tha. So all I'm trying to say is that you have to create nice facilities, and the rest would take care by the present ecosystem already. Coming to hotels, what I feel is that obviously there is a huge pent-up demand for hospitality and for hotel projects even today. Calcutta combined has less 5-star deluxe rooms than Delhi Aerocity. So that itself is a fact. And India itself, maybe, I don't know, this fact was correct 3 years back, now I'm not aware, but India itself has less hotels than one city in, one city in Thailand or something like that. So all these kind of facts just tend to tell us that we have the largest population. We have enough hospitality projects, brands to go around. All we need to ensure is the right traffic that is driven to our destination. And it is a medley of a lot of events. It cannot happen like I will open one hotel and suddenly the demand will start going over there. The bird's eye view is very simple. All hotels are packed. I mean, today after COVID, the revenge tourism has been, the sweetest thing that could have happened to the 2 years of pain and suffering that the hospitality sector has faced. So much so that now hybrids of hospitality and residential has started completely. We have a project in Rajarhat, Dream 1. Hopefully it is going to get something today. So, so we have a project Dream 1, and what we have created is we've tied up with a international operator, the most famous operator in Thailand for that matter, which is the Dusit International. And we have tied up and we have created long-stay hospitality services called Dusit Princess Suites. That has happened because we felt that this is an apt location for the hotel. It's got enough traffic, it's got enough people who are looking for it, and the response has been fabulous. So the new models involve not just making the product and then trying to sell it, but understanding the need of the particular micro market. Now, that same model, if I try to put in, I don't know, maybe in Behala or in Thakurpukur, maybe it will not work. Maybe if I do it in Bombay Road, maybe it will work, maybe it will not work. But in Rajarhat, you can be sure that it works. Holiday Inn has 3 5-star hotels on the left within the first 500 meters. It has at least 20 hotels in its 5-kilometer vicinity, and it is an extremely tough and competitive market. Yet, all the hotels over there are doing 75-80% occupancy. The only reason is that traffic is so high, the number of people who are coming down to Rajarhat is so high that everybody will make money. So we have to focus on what are the macroeconomic trends that we can change or facilitate as an industry, what we can do better, instead of just, focusing on a particular fraction of the market. That's my 2 cents.
So, Rishi, very interesting thoughts. Just to add to, though I'm a moderator, but I couldn't stop myself from adding this point, that today we are seeing the layoffs of Amazon, Accenture, and all in the newspapers. But if you see a positive part of it, the RTO, the return to work, has now become almost 50% for these companies. So when there is an RTO coming in and people are going to go back to their cities where they were already working, the need for the co-living, which is like a one grade down of what you are already doing in Dream 1 complex. The requirement for the facilities will grow, and that is where we will see the demand also surging. And I think Rajarhat is the ideal destination for it, Rishi. I totally agree with you on this. So
Regarding demand surging, I'll just give you one small example. Milan Mela just next door to us. It's a state-of-the-art convention center, which is technologically more advanced than Pragati Maidan and these places which have been there for 10, 15, 20 years, right? Now that, since that infrastructure is there, you have ITC, JW, and a bunch of other hotels in this area with so many rooms. There is scope of large conferences, large weddings, large events happening, which has now started happening because infrastructure has been created for that. Just to give you an example, just about a couple of months ago, essential oils industry का एक trade fair होता है, वो यहाँ हुआ था in Calcutta. I know a couple of my family, extended family members who are part of the industry. My first question to them was that, how did you select Calcutta as an option to do this fair where people from Europe, US, everyone is coming? So they said, this infrastructure that is there, over 600, 700 rooms in the same radius, enabled them, and there were 2,000 attendees which came in there. There are medical conferences which are going to happen there, and a lot of other events have been lined up because that is existing today.
yeah, the medical conference, the day it happened, there were not a single room left in the hotel. And we had to book our room for our CEO, and we did it in JW at obnoxious rates. So we can't tell that in public, but we managed to do that. So that's the kind of things which we never highlight. But the fact of the matter, we always say negative about this place, but there are very positive points which are still happening. So that clock is ticking.
May I jump into this topic
sure,
for a quick
please.
minute? Obviously, Milan Mela is one such example, but the Rajarhat facility, the Rajarhat Fair, the convention center, the Eco Park Convention Center, these are all examples of outstanding facilities that have been created. And everybody is going to benefit from that. So please bear in mind, 26th November 2023 to almost 7th December 2023, if you are looking to stay in Calcutta and you have come from outside, God help you. It is very simple. There is a doctor conference that is happening, and there is no other term for it. God help you. That's how things are looking.
The message is you need more hotel rooms, which is also a message for developers to create
Absolutely.
such facilities more. There is enough opportunity here. And not only Calcutta, I think with the kind of development even the government is doing, today only in the newspapers, she was talking about her scheme of increasing the road network. Those are opportunities for us, wherever the roads are going. I mean, traditionally, if you look at Mohenjo-daro, Harappa, or those civilizations, they all developed near the river bank. Then people started living near the road. So development has always followed communication lines. So that's the job of the government. If they keep building roads, ports, infrastructure, development will happen.
Agree. So we have 14 minutes left, and two quick questions before we hand it over for the questions. So we were speaking about, clear, less titled, clean land. We just spoke a bit back, So what do you see, the construction cost is skyrocketing. We are seeing lesser parcel of lands with clear title, scarcity of them, and the landowners feel that if they're sitting on land, they're the richest people on this place. So the innovative thoughts of solutions have started, the innovative deals have started. I would want to prick all of you in this, prick your minds, and I want all of you to say, what do you think is the innovative way to do deals at this point of time?
I'll go first. So traditionally, if you go back 10, 15, 20 years into industry, usually all the developers would go on the outright model where they would be purchasing land and developing it. But nowadays, you're having various models through which you can do multiple projects at the same time without increasing your capital outlay as much. So the most, I'm sure all of you must be aware, the most relevant model being used is the JV model. In JV model, you're again having two subsets. One is area sharing, second is being a revenue sharing basis. So depending on the landlord and developer, you can work out a JV model, which is a win-win scenario because the owner ultimately gets higher realization through that as well. And for the developer, you don't have to invest upfront into the land. So that is one model. Second model also which is in place is a deferred payment model. So today if Rishi owns a land, I approach him, and for whatever reason, if we don't want to go to an outright or JV model, I can always say, these are the number of acres of land, and this is, if it's a 100 crore deal, I can pay you 20 crores in 5 years. Link that to a JV sort of a model, but in principle that remains a deferred payment model. So I think these are the two most prevalent models as on date.
Rishi?
So my thoughts on this are slightly different. Obviously, the asset-light model or the JV model works for all parties concerned. The landowner gets obviously a higher share of revenue as compared to an outright model, and obviously there is huge de-risking on the part of the developer. My thoughts are that the only reason unclear title or that land parcel gets locked or something of that sort is because somewhere some department has not kept the records and data updated.
Very, very strong point and very related point.
Our neighbors in Odisha, down south in Bangalore, in Hyderabad, they have done a fabulous job. And obviously we are also making great strides in that area. But if there is enough education, if there is enough awareness that where exactly would be good avenues to check for the authenticity of a land title, I think this problem of locked land, unclear land, landowner feeling that the land is completely his, at the same time the legal office is saying that these are 4 asterisk marks, if you don't take care of them, then the project is at risk. That entire problem goes away if there is an online, easily accessible government portal. And yes, there are several projects like that in Bengal also, but I feel that just simply picking up and putting something from an Odisha or a Bangalore or any places, Dubai also for that matter, can easily solve this problem.
Rishi, I was part of the Made in Odisha event in December. I was part of the real estate event. And you can't imagine how spontaneous decisions were being taken by the Chief Secretary of the Housing Board. He was part of that panel. And I was amazed at the speed of the thoughts that was flowing in. And they are so, they follow everything so minutely. They have asked me to literally, give the minutes where they had suggestions from the developer community. So we pen down all our thoughts, all the sayings, and we send it across to them. So that's the kind of effort that the government is also taking out there. I totally agree.
So, see, according to me, there is no right model, and it is a horses for courses kind of a situation. In some land, JV might make sense. In other land, an outright situation might make sense. But see, it also depends on what kind of development you want to do going forward. If you want to be a city-based developer and do expensive projects in the city, then naturally the model which works is a JV. But I think going forward, at least that's what I personally believe, the pooling model would be the right model going forward, where the landlord comes in as an equity partner in the project. He gets a valuation of a land. So it's a hybrid form of a MG plus rev share. You give him a minimum guarantee, and then you have a waterfall mechanism where if you achieve more revenue, you give him a business plan. Yes, and then you keep giving him based on the waterfall, and there are enough mechanisms. See, in expensive land, that is the only model which will work for both the parties. The landlord will always make money, but it's a double whammy for a developer because if inflation hits, which it does, and maybe there is a slight delay, then really you are paying on both sides. You're increasing your project cost, but you're also increasing your land cost because the cost to build that square foot for him has increased. So it's not easy to convince a developer, but I know the national developers like the Tatas and the Godrej have started this model. And a lot of developers, in fact, are working with those in that model. So it's a matter of showing success. And look, as a real estate company, you have to look at any opportunity. I really don't like to say that this is the fixed format, resi. I mean, one of my friends does real estate in the US, and I visited him in Boston 7, 8 years ago, and he was working on a project downtown Boston, but their feasibility suggested a parking lot. Because that was the opportunity at that moment. And, he's saying, I'll make a lot of money in 7, 8, 10 years, the land will still be mine. And then if at that time the opportunity for an office block comes up, I'll convert it. So, you have to see a long-term game. When you own a precious piece of land in downtown, you want to hold on to it for as long as you can. Can you milk the asset? Can you sweat the asset more? See, those are going to be challenges. It's not going to be easy to get land. We all are aware of that.
I think we all agree to that.
Yeah. So you have to milk whatever you have. So that's where you make money in real estate going forward, I think.
So I won't want you to answer a different question. So we've discussed on the models, but as I was saying in my earlier discussion that getting funding on land has typically, developers from East have not really taken that. We've been very pessimistic in our approach to that debt. Do you think that form of debt, if we are able to take debt in form of land funding? So there are many NBFCs and PE funds who are today looking to do that kind of funding for the Eastern region. Do you see the dynamics of real estate changing?
I'll answer this question, but let me first discuss about the previous questions
Perfect.
See, apart from the outright sale and the JV model, we currently have been looking at 3 land parcels where we are trying to do it in 3 different methods. One of them is, of course, the differential payment model, which Yashasvi already mentioned. Apart from that, another one is, which we have already done, we are trying to do it in another parcel, that is the rehabilitation. We had done the Bonarini project earlier, where we had rehabilitated 800 refugee families. And
Must have been big.
It certainly was. It was a...
Rehabilitation is not small.
Yes, so it took a long period, but eventually it was basically in partnership with the West Bengal government. And we got a success there. And that has given us a scope that we can try something similar in private property as well. So that is another unique method where basically, because you understand that there is limited land parcels. So rehabilitation is another method that we can look into. And we are trying to do it in another project. We are still looking into it. And the last method is the development model, basically, where basically there is already a project, already the landlord is there, there is another developer that is there, but due to some...
The DM model.
The DM model, basically. So that is again something, for example, if we have cracked the formula where we understood that this product is something that can actually work very well at this land parcel. So at times we go into a DM model as well, where the guy who's coming in as the DM is not taking the risks. Of course, his profit is also much lesser, but that's okay. It's a win-win deal for everybody. It's a win-win deal for everybody. So that is again something that, so these are 3 new models that we are currently trying. And of course, there may be something more, wo aage pata chalega.
Everything keeps, the concept of real estate, I liked Basanji's word, barriers to aate rahenge, kuch na kuch solution hum nikalte rahenge.
True.
So in the interest of time, I think we've just 3 minutes left. Anybody would want to take the question on the debt land funding? Anybody?
See, it goes back to the point which Rishi mentioned, because of land record issues. What tends to happen is that when you take the debt on and you envisage that you'll be able to acquire land in, say, 6 to 9 months or 12 months, typically what has happened in Bengal and maybe in other states as well is that the land acquisition ends up taking 4 to 5 years. Now, if it's a pure debt, then your costs are going up. So then the viability becomes a problem. If these funds or these NBFCs are interested in a convertible model where it comes in as a debt but ultimately converts to equity. So if something hybrid is there which works out. Of course, it also depends on which land. Suppose it's a land being auctioned by the government, a land parcel. There, this will work brilliantly because you know the land is clean and you know the time lag will not be that much. So then you're happy to take on the debt because you're confident in 6 to 9 months or 12 months you'll be able to start the project and start paying off the interest. And of course, this debt has to have a large, I would say at least a decent amount of moratorium so that your repayments don't end up starting even before your project starts. That increases the pressure on your cash flows. So if these two things are in the favor or it's a win-win for both the developer and the institution, I think these will work as well.
Great insight. So I think on the we are running out of time. We have just 1 minute left. Anybody wants any questions, has any questions? Yeah, please.
Sunil Jaiswal from Bhumi. Yeah, thank you. Hi, this is Sunil Jaiswal from Bhumi Realtors. So as the panel were talking about the new possibilities which is in the West Bengal. So my question goes to Mr. Rahul. You were talking about the Eastern Dedicated Freight Corridor, which is coming from the Ludhiana to the Dankuni area, and the landing station is going to be Dankuni. So now my question is, how do you foresee the Dankuni area from the residential perspective, how it is going to flourish to cater to this dedicated freight corridor? Yeah.
Actually, there are two DFCs. One is the east-west, which is coming from Ludhiana, as you mentioned, and then the other one is going from Haldia to Vijayawada. Right. So there are two, just to make it clarify. Naturally, like I said, I mean, these, once Dankuni already is a hub. You know, you have a lot of industries happening there. If you just visit Dankuni now and you see the kind of development that has happened, it has become a hub. Now it's a nightmare. You know, I travel to Bardwan and Durgapur every week, and Dankuni is a mess. To solve that problem, the government is building the elevated road. There is a overbridge being planned on Dankuni. So I think Dankuni is definitely, look, my personal belief is you have to travel on Kona Expressway to get growth in Bengal. There is, we have a border. We have the wetlands here, which is restricting us. You know, Joka is still a problem in terms of the road network, and there is no local trains or no connectivity inside Joka and beyond Joka. And then, of course, even end of Diamond Harbour is sea. So Calcutta has to expand, or metropolitan region of Calcutta has to expand westward. You know, so for Bengal, westward is the way forward, according to me. So Dankuni, Hooghly, where, you know, these guys are doing a lot of projects. And you see the success in the projects. And Ganga views become very critical, where they are doing a brilliant project. They've delivered. And I know a lot of people who live there, and they're really happy. And with currently, it's still a little weak, but with inland waterways being developed, water taxis, which will come up in the near future, it'll be an easy commute as well. Metro will be next to you. You can come to Shialda. So, but that is the way forward, so to answer your question.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think we'll end the session.
Thank you so much. As we said, you can definitely connect to our speakers offline and come up with your queries. And for now, I'd like to invite Sapna Srivastava to present a token of appreciation to all our panelists. And ladies and gentlemen, what an invigorating session was this. Let's give them a round of applause, everybody. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, these were our panelists, esteemed panelists, and what a beautiful session did they just lend us all. And now it's time that we move on to our next session, which is again very, very interesting. Real estate sales. Real estate sales trends to adapt in 2023. And even I'm very interested to, actually as a buyer, I'm interested in listening to all the sessions that we are going on with. Thank you so much. For the next session, ladies and gentlemen, our session will be chaired by Mr. Parvez Khalid, Associate Executive Director, Advisory and Transactions, CBRE. Parvez is the Kolkata office head of CBRE South Asia Private Limited, overseeing operations in Eastern India and Bangladesh for advisory and transaction services. He has close to 25 years of experience in real estate consultancy and transactions advisory. Please give him a round of applause as I welcome on stage Mr. Parvez Khalid. Introducing our speakers in an alphabetical order, please welcome Mr. Amit Sarda, Managing Partner, Simplex Infra Technopark LLP. Amit Sarda, with more than 15 years of rich real estate experience, heads Simplex Infra Technopark LLP, a part of Simplex Infra Group. The group forayed in real estate in the year 2010 and has delivered numerous residential and commercial projects. It has also diversified into a real estate development in Guwahati. The group is now well diversified, having interests in IT parks, residential and commercial business. Ladies and gentlemen, right here with us we have Mr. Amit Sarda. Let's give him a round of applause, please. We have with us Mr. Anup Dalmia, founder and proprietor, Bobby Associates. Mr. Dalmia's real estate marketing company provides expertise and solutions in all segments of real estate, having served countless customers over 35 cities. He has also bagged numerous awards. Mr. Dalmia is the former vice president of NAR India and chairman, membership committee. Previously, he was the president of Realtor and Estate Consultant Associates of Kolkata. Presenting to you once again, Anup Dalmia with a round of applause. My next speaker would be Harsh Pal Singh, Senior Vice President Sales, Srishti Infrastructure Development Corporation Limited. Mr. Singh has over 25 years of experience in the industry, such as automobiles, direct marketing, and real estate, and has also worked across geographies in various regions of India. He has had the opportunity to launch the first township in Northeast, Srishti Nagar, and the first Erythropolis in Durgapur. Put your hands together for Harsh Pal Singh. Today we have with us Mr. Mahesh Somani, Managing Director, Lianz Properties, my next speaker. He's right now not here with us. Ladies and gentlemen, let's move on to my next speaker. Put your hands together for Mayank Singh, co-founder, Karyam Realty. Mayank had his last stint with global real estate super brand Trump, where he spearheaded sales, marketing, and customer experience for Trump Tower, Kolkata. He comes with a varied experience of 17 years with some of the biggest names of real estate in Eastern India. Presenting to you, Mayank Singh. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time that I hand over the session to the moderator. And the topic definitely is very, very interesting. Real estate sales, trends to adapt in 2023.
Hello. Hi. Thank you. Thank you for the introduction. First of all, let me thank Realty Plus for giving me the opportunity to come here and talk about a very interesting topic. What are the real estate trends which you're going to see going forward? These trends have taken a beating, because of the COVID, and everything turned on its head in 2020, where all old strategies, everything failed. And people had to come up with new strategies and new marketing plans to make real estate sales successful. Having said that, I'll quickly go over to my panelists, and I'll start with Mr. Dalmia. So, Mr. Dalmia, as we were discussing also in the session, we see that Calcutta has seen a robust real estate growth after the COVID. Okay. So, what do you think, which are the locations which are becoming the hotspots and, where the people are actually moving to buy?
Calcutta, if we define, Calcutta starts from BT Road from Barrackpur and we go towards Baraipur. But hotspots, which if you go about community living or big projects, BT Road is coming in a very good way. We can see good projects in Newtown, in bypass peripheries. Within the city, because of the land limit, बहुत ज़्यादा land नहीं है, so we have to be very concentrate on bypass side or Howrah side, that side. These are the main areas which the city is growing.
Thank you, Mr. Dalmia. I'll come to Mr. Sharda now. So, Mr. Sharda has been developing a lot of commercial real estate, and we have been talking about residential mostly, so I thought, why not have a question on how the trends which we see shaping up in the commercial real estate, how is the investors planning to buy, and how is the response in the last 2 years, and the trend which we see in the next year?
I still remember the days when we started the construction of a building in Sector 5. This was in 2019. And by the time we came out of ground, COVID hit us. And we had a lockdown which was kind of unprecedented ever. With that lockdown, we also thought that going to office would be out of fashion. Work from home was a new slogan for everybody. Everybody thought that there's no use, it's so comfortable, we will not go back to office. And we ourselves used to think that, I don't know, what will we do with this space? But today I'm very proud to say that today we've leased out all this, we have no vacant space in our office. So after COVID, we saw a remarkable change for good quality buildings with great sanitation, great parking facilities, and people were there to take it. So now people are willing to come back to offices, but they are looking for A-grade buildings now.
In fact, just to add to that, on the commercial real estate, in fact, COVID had been a blessing in disguise for Calcutta. Because most of this IT professional has been working in Bangalore, Hyderabad, Gurgaon, and other cities, Pune. Because of COVID, they came back to their hometowns. So they're mostly located in Calcutta or in the suburbs. And with the companies now adopting a hybrid model of work, the trend is that you work maybe 1 or 2 days from office and the rest you can work from home. With that model in mind, most of the companies are bound to open an office in Calcutta because of the huge IT population which is there in this eastern part. And that is why the trend which we saw in the last year had been one of the best years for Calcutta in terms of commercial leasing. Going forward also, we don't see a total return to work. Even in 2023, hybrid working is what most of the corporates are adopting. So we see that the commercial real estate demand will go up. And there should be a lot of focus on developing grade A developments like your project in Calcutta, which could cater to such corporate requirements. Having said that, I'll just come to Harshpal. Harshpal has been with Shishti for a long time, and they've been developing a lot of townships in Tier 2, Tier 3. So though we talk about Calcutta a lot, I would like to also understand from him that what trends do you see going forward, in Tier 2, Tier 3 towns of West Bengal and the Eastern India?
Sure, thanks, Parvez. So everyone who is sitting here and selling residential in metros, be careful because Tier 2, Tier 3 towns are going to take away your business. Because what has happened after COVID is, and like 2022 was the year where everything came together. People started looking at real estate again. The job opportunities improved. Disposable income, increased. So people have started investing. Now, when it comes to Tier 2 and Tier 3 towns, what is happening is there are opportunities there for large land parcels. We mostly do townships in cities like Guwahati and Asansol, Haldia, Siliguri. In fact, we did the first city center in Durgapur. So people are wanting to go back to their homes again. Work from home, as they all said, is the thing to be. people are wanting, they're looking at greener locations where their children can play. They're looking at facilities within the township. So I see tier 2, tier 3 cities which are now driving the Indian success story as the next big thing. MSMEs, I mean, Hyderabad, Pune are there, but smaller towns are going to do much better.
Is it also, I think, because of the social infrastructure, the lifestyle infrastructure which is coming up, like malls and all this coming up in tier 2, tier 3 cities as well?
Yes. So what is happening is because of these various initiatives that the government of India and state governments are taking in terms of infrastructure, in terms of connectivity, new airports, bus stations which are fancier than airports, I think, some of these places, railway stations, people are, it's becoming easier to commute. So, I mean, why not live in your own, where your parents are and where your extended family is, and why live in a congested metro city? So that is what is happening now, and there's a growing trend of people wanting to come back to their, where they have, started their whole life from.
Yes, very interesting. Coming to Mayank has been in residential luxury sales, I would say. So we also saw a trend. People thought COVID, people don't have money after COVID, but we saw a different trend. The prices of luxury apartments in Calcutta, not only in Calcutta, across India, shot up. And still, if you look at it, there are very limited luxury projects available for buying now in Eastern India. So I would like to understand from Mayank, what do you think, would be the trend going forward? And also second homes, I want to touch, if all of us can touch on that, there's a huge demand for second homes also after COVID. And that trend is continuing. A lot of developments are coming, which I see, most of the developers are coming with row houses or bungalow projects or second homes projects, which are not that popular pre-COVID.
Good afternoon, everyone. So, Parvez, luxury housing will always be a rare commodity for any city, any location. And people, those who understand this, will always be keen on taking it up as and when they get the opportunity. In terms of Calcutta as a market, we have evolved in the last, say, 7 to 10 years from normal boutique buildings to large complexes being developed. People, those who were only comfortable staying in a certain locational pocket, they have kind of opened up to new locations like Newtown or maybe Ruby for that matter. What COVID actually did, it gave all of us a good reality check. We all were staying in crammed up homes. The amount of space that we required was not enough for the entire family to stay at the same time.
That is because we did not spend that much time in the house.
Absolutely.
Most of the time you were out.
Yes. So when the entire family kind of spent the entire day at home and kept on doing that for a couple of months, they actually got to know that this space is not enough. At the same time, if the space was enough, the extras that they had within their easy reach was not good enough. So everybody wanted an upgrade. Having said that, every city or any city for that matter will not have a lot of luxury options available. So once they were able to see those options, which Calcutta I think did pretty well, and that's how I think the demand for luxury housing has gone up. At the same time, with luxury housing, one thing comes along with the development is that you have to actually make it like a luxury housing. Luxury happens to be a very abused word in terms of how often and how easily we use it. You will see hoardings across Calcutta, luxury apartments being sold in Joka. Now that's kind of an irony. But when you speak about true luxury housings, true premium spaces, since it's always a rare commodity, there'll always be buyers and takers for that.
And I think real estate is always location.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Okay, so Dalmeji, you have a vast experience in selling properties across East India, also in Guwahati, Tier 2. Your views on this second home concept, is it also popular in Tier 2 cities?
Tier 2s I don't know, but Calcutta I'll say, when starting from Vedic village se chalu hua tha. We had very good success in Vedic village. फिर उनका अलग phase आया, 2-3 phases have come. Now we can see in Joka side, couple of projects are coming up. You always see Santiniketan is a place where Bolpur people from West Bengal or Calcutta, they have a second home there. तो ये second home का concept अपने Bengal में starting से है. और अब जो प्रचलन आफ्टर कोविड आई एम सेइंग पीपल आर ट्राइंग टू बाई अ सेकेंड होम. कोविड में जो एक अनसर्टिनिटी थी आदमी के अंदर कि घर में रहने से एक सेकेंड होम हुआ, आपके घर में कोई प्रॉब्लम हुआ, यू कैन गो एंड स्टे देयर. तो इट्स अ वेरी गुड डिमांड इन सेकेंड होम इन कैलकाटा. एंड सिटीज लाइक गुवाहाटी एंड ऑल, द एक्सपेंशन इज गोइंग वेरी गुड. मैंने गुवाहाटी में सेकेंड होम जनरली पीपल हैव इन शिलोंग एंड ऑल. And in Siliguri, if you see second home, people have got in Kurseong or Gangtok or other places. Even from Calcutta people, I know a lot of people who have got houses in Darjeeling side and all. So the concept is always there. And after COVID, the demand is going very high.
So, especially a lot of developers I was speaking to, they're also saying that though they're calling it a second home, but a lot of people are adopting that as a first home because of the experience of staying in a gated community with their own
Close to the
terrace,
nature,
with
you
their own
can say.
garden.
Yeah.
So it is, I think, Harshpal,
Yeah, it is. I mean, you have to broaden the definition of second home. I think we can call it maybe a weekend home, a vacation home, things like that. Because as you said, Mayank also mentioned that they are looking for larger rooms. They are looking for that extra room. They are looking for green spaces. I mean, they are looking for all the facilities. If there's a lockdown, you can't come out of your house. But if there's a lockdown in a space where there's a large township, you can at least roam around, meet a couple of friends and all that. So these are the things which people are looking at. And I am pretty optimistic that next 10 years, I see this growth story. I mean, I see real estate. I don't know, I mean, there was this discussion about, there was this dream about India being a $5 trillion economy. Maybe in the next 4-5 years, I see real estate being at least 12 to 13% of that $5 trillion in the next 4-5 years at least. Because that is where it is heading now. I mean, all the signals are pointing towards that. No doubt there are certain headwinds in terms of interest rates being on the higher side. The cost of construction has gone up somewhat. Then there are these external factors. I mean, petroleum, Russia, Ukraine, things like that. But I think India is in a place where it can absorb these things. I mean, it happened earlier also with Lehman Brothers. But I think India is in a position to absorb these factors.
See, I think a second home is largely defined by two characteristics. One is the kind of amenities it offers you for a relaxing day, couple of days. Second is, where is it located? Luckily, unluckily, in Calcutta, no such second home property project is there, which is very far off. The classic example being Vedic Village, which could have been a 2 hours drive, say maybe 5, 6, 7, 8 years back, but Vedic Village is now a less than an hour's drive. So is it a second home, or is it a home where you can stay with all your comforts, for all your comforts? I think the only place which comes to my mind vividly when I speak about a second home for Kolkata is Raichak, because that gives you a 3-4 hours journey where you cannot just come back to your office, your place for just a call. But rest all other places are, I think, kind of a hybrid between your first home, everyday living, and second home. And COVID actually gave us a lot of examples wherein people moved into places like maybe Vedic Village or South City Retreat or maybe Country Roads on Bombay Road to kind of live there for a longer period.
In fact, I have a classic example. I know somebody, a very senior doctor in Apollo, he moved to Sanjeeva town during COVID. And now he's permanently settled. He said, I'll stay here only. He has a house in Lake Town, but he's comfortable now staying in Sanjeeva town, and he's permanently going to reside there. Yes, Amitji, so Harshpal touched on a very interesting point on the interest rates going up. Now, one of the reasons why real estate sales was booming, especially residential, was because we had, historically one of the lowest interest rates banks were offering for housing loans. But with now the interest rates going up, what is the trend that you see? Do you think it would affect residential sales that much?
See, very honestly, I think is that with interest rates, obviously we will see slightly little softening of residential scales, but these are here to stay. These variations are here to stay when your interest rates will go up and come down. Largely nowadays, if you do a larger project, maybe 1 million square feet or more, that it takes about 6-7 years to complete a project. Within these 6-7 years, we see at least 2 or 3 variations of interest rate going up, coming down. So you just can't typecast it as that interest rate is the only issue. only issue for sales. But then even your income is a big factor. Obviously, when you have lower interest rates, then your drawing power is much more. You aspire to buy bigger flats. But then slowly when your drawing power reduces because of interest rates, because your monthly EMIs are fixed compared to your earnings, then you have to settle for smaller flats. But these are all transactions done on that day. You cannot change your plan every day compared to RBI interest rates. We as developers are not allowed to be as flexible as RBI.
Yes. But the good news is we had done a research, CBRE had done research on this. It's a global research document. And we see interest rates going up till the middle of this year. But post that, post July, August, we see interest rate either steadying or maybe coming down as well. So there's some good news for people who are running a home loan. Now, whenever we talk about trends and marketing and 2023 and future, we always talk about technology, you know. So I want to touch on that, what do you think, you know, technology can help in boosting, I would say, you know, real estate sales? So I can start with Mr. Dalmia, please.
Technology nowadays, you can say artificial intelligence has already come in. So technology har jagah, agar we as a realtor, we were old type of realtors using pen and thing. I'm very fair to say, but things have been changing now. Even realtors from our fraternity are mostly IIM graduates and all. So technology you have to adapt. I'll say all my friends who are sitting here, if they are still using the old concept, they have to change themselves. अगर आप चेंज नहीं करेंगे जमाना चेंज करके चला जाएगा जैसे आप येलो टैक्सी में थे ओला उबर आया और चेंज करके चला गया तो ऑल माय रियल्टर्स फ्रेंड आप अपने आप को चेंज कीजिए टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ चलिए तो यू कैन गो फर्दर थैंक यू
I think with technology, it is surely helping us. It is shortening the time for us to give the relevant data. We can target a larger audience and also the targeted audience with technology. So once we have a database which is captured, we can obviously tap them at a drop of a pin and then, so everything is a technology. We can show them the flat, we can show them with 3D, we can make a walkthrough, make them walk through around the development. Nowadays, you can almost do a virtual walkthrough around the development as to how it would be once it is built. All these are very good and people aspire, they can narrow down their choices when they come to finalizing a flat. But finalizing a flat and closing the deal, we still feel happens more physically. People like to come and visit the site at least once or twice. People have started reading the plans much better than what they used to earlier. They like to have a look at the show flat, go around the show flat, move around, see the location, because many times we are even as developers, we are misleading with locations. Even if you may be in a lane which is about 200 meters inside, we don't like to mention that. So people like to do a recce as physical recce also. And in case if, because of geographical locations, if they can't come in, some of their relatives come and do a check. There are very few transactions that got closed only on online data.
Sajpal, would you like to share your views?
Yeah, so I completely agree with Amit. I mean, I've been selling for 25 years now, and I started by selling automobiles, then got into direct marketing and been in real estate now for about 15 odd years. ATL, BTL, and all those activities, we have always done that. Those are marketing tools. I mean, now I hear from my agency about TTL, which is, I think, more digital marketing. But those are all marketing tools. At the end of the day, sales is going to happen when you're going to sit across the table, Zoom, cloud, all that is fine. I mean, just to bring the person on the table. There are a number of factors at play, because not just the individual, there's a whole family is involved, parents, grandparents, brothers, sister, children. So there's touch and feel. I mean, when I sold automobile, it was touch and feel, apartments, villas, plots, touch and feel. So that is there. I mean, it's very important that the person who is selling, so the selling skills are very important. You must have confidence about the product that you're selling. And I mean, one thing which comes to my mind is that, you know, it's been there from Mahabharata times. So aspiration, trust, and greed. I mean, these are certain things which will never go away from a human human being. So you need, if you address those, I think everything is. One more thing is referrals, because that is working very well now. That is something which, just like channel partners and all, because we work in smaller towns where it's not that organized, but referrals work very well.
Yeah, that's actually very true. Mayanka.
Yeah, so I would like to share one experience of mine with everyone over here. I'm sure we must have gone to a big bazaar or a Spencer store in our life. There they sell open grains, right? They sell open grains, they sell dal, pulses openly. And Mr. Biani very vividly writes in his own book that India is a country where people like to see and feel their grains. Because that has been the culture our families have been following. And now when a family which touches and feels their pulses are not going to buy their homes online, right? So this is a fact that we have to accept and address.
That's a fantastic correlation.
Yeah, so all the technical advances that we have done, we cannot live without them. We have to live with them. They're all tools to bring your customers, your clients onto your table. But I think the differentiator is the experience that you actually create for the client sitting on that table. In today's market, if a project is being developed on a certain scale, the projects in the vicinity of similar scale would have almost same things to offer, except the brand. I mean, you might have different brands offering different projects, but in terms of amenities, specifications, scale, you are offering almost a similar thing. But what the client takes back home that evening is, I think, the most important factor. If you are able to give him a great experience, a great send-off, I think that would create a difference. Many people have been able to crack it. Few are still trying to, and few are just not aware about it. So I think with technology, you also need to have that soft skill wherein you kind of give him that experience that when he goes back home, that out of all the 5 projects that he must have seen, your remains at the top of his mind and heart for that matter.
Yeah, Parvesh, so one thing there, which I missed out is the sales guy should be willing to take risks. I mean, that is very important because the fear of, that will make the difference between closing and not closing a deal. So the fear of the unknown, if something goes wrong, what will happen? We'll do that post-mortem later. But right now, if a customer is there, don't let him go.
That's great feedback for a lot of salespeople who are sitting here. Can adapt that. So also, what do we feel? I mean, as what we could understand from the discussion, there's a hybrid model of technology. You should upgrade yourself to use all the tools, but the physical touch, the physical essence, person sitting in front of you is what makes the difference between a sale or a non-sale. Great. So coming back to Mr. Dalmia again. Mr. Dalmia, there are different factors, for Calcutta to be projected as an investment city, right? However, we see that there is a lot of investments happening in Calcutta from North India, but not from West and South. Investments do happen, and there are different factors, but mostly from Tier 2, Tier 3 cities, close to the Calcutta, investments happening. What do you think should be the trend, or what we can do to attract more investments? Like a lot of people from Calcutta go to Bombay, like you have been selling Lodha.
Yeah,
so a lot of people have bought flats in Lodha, okay. So similarly, what can we do here so that we have people from Bombay and South India coming and buying properties here?
First of all, we have to market our city. This is the thing I'm telling in this platform. We all are sitting here. We have to go out of Calcutta and say we belong to Calcutta, the city of joy. जैसे आगे अपने ट्रेन से आते थे, हावड़ा ब्रिज देख के बहुत खुश होते थे. तो अपने को अपनी सिटी को सेल करनी पड़ेगी. आप बॉम्बे जाते हैं, आप वहाँ पे भी अगर बुराई करते हैं कलकत्ता की, अपने सिटी को अगर सेल नहीं करते हैं, पीपल आस्क वेयर आर यू कमिंग फ्रॉम कलकत्ता. आपको कभी कभी लगता है आप नहीं बोले, किंतु यू हैव टू टेल. आप अपनी सिटी को मार्केटिंग करिए. इट्स वन ऑफ द बेस्ट सिटी इन इंडिया. आप यहाँ पे देखिए, इतनी बढ़िया बढ़िया क्लब्स हैं, कहीं नहीं मिलेगी. यहाँ पे रहने का लाइफस्टाइल जितना आरामदायक है. सिटी रोड्स, यू सी द सिटी रोड्स ऑफ कलकत्ता. मैंने ट्रैफिक, आप बैंगलोर में जाइए, वोंट कंपेयर अदर सिटीज़. यहाँ पे कलकत्ता में भी मैं आ रहा था, माफलावर में देयर वाज सम प्रॉब्लम. विद इन 5-10 मिनट्स जैक आती है, क्लियर कर देती है. आवर सर्जन, आवर पुलिस आर द बेस्ट. फूड सबसे अच्छा है कलकत्ता में. हम लोग सब चीज़ अच्छी है. अगर सब लोग मिलके अगर इसको मार्केट करें ना, कलकत्ता बहुत अच्छी सिटी है. हम लोग जिस सिटी को बिलोंग करते हैं उसको प्यार कीजिए, उसको मार्केट कीजिए. इन्वेस्टमेंट जरूर आएगा कलकत्ता में.
So the perception definitely needs to change. Mr. Shada, your views, please. You're dealing with so many multinational companies also and you must be facing a lot of questions of similar types.
I think first thing that we must try and do is get reverse migration back into Calcutta. Instead of trying to target the whole country, there are a lot of Calcuttans who have migrated outside Calcutta and are leading a life somewhere else. So if we can get them back, that would be our first stage to get them back home. And then they would obviously be more comfortable with their own local upbringing out here. And then once we get that and they get the momentum going, I can promise you the ball will get rolling.
So on the reverse migration, of course, one is, as I discussed earlier also, that a lot of people are coming back from Bangalore and Hyderabad, IT professionals especially. We also see a lot of NRI investments in the city. I think it is one of the top cities in the country which has NRI investments. So, Mayank and Yash, how do you see this NRI trend shaping up in this year?
See, I can talk about the projects that we do, which are in smaller towns. And a lot of these prospects and buyers are very well educated. Lack of opportunities, they have moved to other parts of India or to other parts of the world. And digital marketing has really helped us to bring these buyers who are living abroad to invest in their respective towns. For a reason is that, maybe their parents are living there. So they need a home for their father or mother or, things like that. Or they want to have they're well settled abroad, but they want to have a space in the town where they are from. So I see a significant, and with the exchange rate, the way it is going right now, I see it's already happening. 2022 of the, maybe about 20 to 25% of the bookings that we got for our projects were from outside of India. So I see that trend only going forward, increasing.
Parvez, luckily, unluckily, the fact for Kolkata in terms of NRI investment is not that great. Because one factor, as Anup just said, Kolkata is not marketed too well outside its borders. At the same time, with travel becoming easier and access becoming easier for anyone staying outside, someone who is from Kolkata staying in London, for him Kolkata, Pune, Bombay, Delhi doesn't matter, doesn't make a difference. And the ROIs that they have got in the last decade or so in projects of Delhi, NCR, and developing markets of Bombay and Pune, Kolkata does not come in, on the top line. So that's one thing that's kind of scary, because those who are from Kolkata have not been investing heavily in Kolkata. Surprisingly, Bangalore has 80% market of non-Kannada people. But Calcutta is not something like that, because there are no people, those who are coming in, there's no migration happening. Because if there is migration happening and if there's more jobs created, the basic ratio is if an individual kind of uses 100 square feet office space, he wants to buy 1,000 square feet apartment. So if you're creating a 1 lakh square feet demand for commercial real estate, you're creating a 10 lakh square feet demand for residential housing. But that's not happening. It's not happening at the pace it's happening in maybe Hyderabad, Bangalore, and other cities. So that's something which is a challenging factor which we have to look at resolving. Beyond that, NRI investment is kind of going down in Calcutta. It's happening maybe in other cities because it's like easier to pick and choose any other city that you want to invest in India.
So again, coming back to that experience and ease of buying, I think that is what is making the difference between Calcutta and other cities. So we have 10 minutes left. I would be happy to open the question answer for the audience. If you have any questions or any thoughts you want to share, need not be a question. Please go ahead.
Good evening, everyone. So my name is Divyang Shah, an architect and a real estate developer. I wanted to ask you a question very easily. Like my cousins, they stay in Bangalore and Pune. They wanted to invest in Calcutta. So I kind of picked out two particular spots for them. One being a project happening near Infosys, the Infosys IT project, which is happening near Newtown, near Shapurji. So there's a project called Swapnabhumi, and the other one is somewhere in the outskirts of Joka. So as you said that people are looking for second homes and vacation homes, and especially Joka is also an upcoming market for vacation homes. What do you think travel to Calcutta and West Bengal would generate real estate market more, as in people who are traveling to Calcutta, Bolpur side, or someone who wants to stay near the Gangas, would want to invest in a small parcel of land like a 4 kattha or a 5 kattha, build a G+1 villa, beautiful villa, which can be given for rent as an Airbnb property or a very exclusive kind of a property, which is actually happening in Goa a lot. Silom, which is nearby to the airport of Goa. So do you think that would be happening? Because although if we market Calcutta or places like Goa and Newtown near Shapurji, we don't see the government marketing West Bengal tourism as much as Odisha tourism or Madhya Pradesh tourism or even Bihar tourism in that matter.
Whether we all know what is the situation, we can't speak about anything which is related to the state government or anything. आप सबको इस चीज़ के बारे में मालूम है. We should, as an ambassador of West Bengal, as an ambassador of the city, हमको इसको promote करना है. आप देखिए Tier 2 cities में बहुत investment होता है. भुवनेश्वर, पटना, ये सब से आप देखिए बहुत अच्छा investment होता है. गुवाहाटी से, अगरतला से, कलकत्ता में अच्छा investment होता है. But politically we can't reply you. We can one-to-one reply you when we meet.
But I have one more thought. Like you were comparing Goa to Calcutta. Goa is a tourist destination. So when people go to Goa, they're looking at a single a villa and they'll stay there for 7 days. But whenever we go to a city even for travel or as a tourist, we want to stay in the center of the city. When you are in a city, you're never looking at staying in the outskirts of the city or staying in the second home. So I think both the comparisons are slightly lopsided out there, but you won't get people coming in Airbnb and staying in distant locations in a city, be it Bombay or anywhere else, unless you have other natural features which attract you. Like if you're in Chennai and you have something near the seaside, Mahabalipuram, people might stay there for a seaside resort. But largely, when you're looking at Calcutta and you're looking at investment, are you looking at capital growth or are you looking at return on a daily basis is a call that you need to take. If you want to take a return on daily basis, invest in commercial property. If you want a return on appreciation, look at residential. You can obviously chalk out on the areas which you think will give you larger appreciation. All of us feel that once we launch a project, we always feel that area is a buzz. So I can't give you an exact feedback on any particular area.
Just one thing, do you think the area near Infosys and the area in Joka is a good viable option for people to buy small parcel of land? Just that.
See, land, I will tell you, I mean, if you're looking at land, obviously, first thing that you need to do is get a title check done. And the ability to hold on to the land is also a very big thing. Because if you're somewhere outside the city, do you want to invest in land or you want to invest in apartments is a call that you need to take.
Unless it's a gated community.
Yeah, unless it's a gated community.
Okay, all right. Thank you, sir.
So land, of course, always makes the best investment. No question about it, because land is not made anymore. God has stopped making land. What is made is earth. No more land is being made. So if you buy even a small parcel of land, that's going to give you a very good return over the long term.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, everybody. Do we have any more questions in the audience? One more. We'll take that one last question.
Hello, everyone. My name is Aditya. I come from Onyx Realty, Kolkata. So my question to the panel here is, we were talking about how we can integrate technology into real estate, and with the upcoming times, how technology is playing a bigger role. So I do agree with the fact that, real estate is a touch and feel game where people need to feel the vibe and the energy of the place they want to invest in. But can we use technologies at the back end where, a developer who's building a building, maybe he can use a software that predicts, in advance the quantities of steel or the cement or other raw materials that are being used in the building? And can there be algorithms used that give a deviation, because plans keep changing, right? We see developers getting extra sanctions under special provisions of KMC over time. So if are any of you using such softwares, or do you guys believe that we can use such technologies over time to keep our costs in check? Because that is something we can have our control over.
I'll take that question.
Sure.
One is that the ability to change plans. All these are history now. With RERA coming in, you can't do anything. So all this that has happened, we can just keep it in our memory. You can't change your plans. Once you've launched your phase, don't even think of changing your plan. And regarding quantities, you wanted something where we can predict. We don't need to predict. We have an exact calculation of how much steel, how much cement we will use. Because if you don't do your BOQs before time, before you launch your project, you are in a mess. So every developer who does large work, we all in our back offices know exactly what is our exact BOQ for the material. Most of the material, I'm not talking about the 5% variables in terms of decorative or artistic stuff. So there's no way by which it can change, and the buyer did not need to go into our costing because our prices with the buyer is fixed. So even if we go in for an increase in costing, the buyer is not going to pay us more, or we are not going to give him a rebate for costing.
Just to quickly follow up on that, is there any way to minimize spoilage or theft at the site? Because we see that many a times builders are at their offices, and there's a lot of raw material spillage when we visit the sites personally. So do you think technology can come in there in some way and just sort of minimize the exposure of the builder?
Yeah, it does. I think technology just gives you what you need, and after that, if there's a variation, we need to get a site in order.
Okay, thank you so much.
So you have a lot of consultants like CBR, you can appoint us for managing the project.
Thank you.
Anandu, you can take his number. Okay. So, see, PropTech is a huge subject of discussion nowadays, and if you go to any seminar, there's a total, separate topic on PropTech. So technology definitely come, especially for the construction sector. It has been used in a very, very wide basis than it was being used earlier. So you can go to our website, CBRE, and you can take a lot of reports are there on PropTech. I think you can get all your answers there.
Just to add to a question, so construction is a very scientific subject, so where you are very easily able to ascertain your quantities of materials required. If you want to have an answer like what kind of tools you can use, there's this software called CADForce, which is used very widely to understand exactly what material is required in terms of your construction. If you want to have more information, you can just go online and have a look at it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, panelists. It was a great interaction talking to all of you. I hand over the mic to the MC, please.
Thank you so much, sir. That was a very, very important piece of suggestions. Give them a round of applause, everybody. I would now like to invite Sapna Srivastava to present a token of appreciation to all our panelists and our moderator. Thank you so much, everybody. That was our wonderful panel, and now it's time that we move on to our next discussion, which is on design disruption, technology and sustainability convergence. Ladies and gentlemen, this session will be conducted by Vivek Rathore, Design Principal, Salient Design Studio. Vivek, an IIT Roorkee graduate, found his firm Salient Design Studio for Architecture, Landscape, Interiors and Enterprise in the year 2005. A rich Research-based approach is the key to his design philosophy. Please welcome on stage Vivek Rathore. Vivek seems to me like one of those moderators not wearing a blazer, and he's absolutely, the time is up, you are done. He looks like the strict kind of a moderator, is he? Are you, Vivek? Very strict. Now it's time that we introduce our speakers in an alphabetical order. Please welcome Anjan Mitra, Principal Architect and Urban Designer, the appropriate alternative. Mr. Mitra, in the last 3 decades, has explored various fields of design and planning. His research for responsible architecture and urban design in the Indian context began through the appropriate alternative in 1992 in Kolkata. In his projects, he strives to establish connections to its larger context and to bring out a positive change through innovation, be it ecological, environmental, or socio-cultural. Once again, put your hands together for Anjan Mitra. My next speaker, ladies and gentlemen, would be Ayan Sain, founder, Ayan Sain Architects, Urban Planners, and Designer. Ayan is a graduate of CEPT, India, with Masters in Urban Design from MIT, USA. He provides specialized expertise in the areas of master planning for waterfronts and campuses, including residential and mixed-use projects. He has been part of several architectural projects in India that includes resorts, institutions, commercial and healthcare, and residential projects, and is involved in various academics and studies in KRVIA Mumbai, IIT Kharagpur, CEPT Ahmedabad, and MIT USA. Put your hands together for Oyun Shane. My next speaker, ladies and gentlemen, is Biprodeep Dhar, founder and principal architect, Epsilon. Biprodeep graduated from Sir J.J. College of Architecture, Mumbai in 1996 with over 25 years of architectural and interior designing experience. He has worked on a range of different building types, including residential, commercial, retail, corporate, and hospitality projects. He founded Epsilon in 2002 and in the last 19 years has designed several projects across types and places. Put your hands together once again for Biprodeep Dhar. My next speaker is Manoj Sinha Roy. Manoj Sinha Roy, Director Practice Design Private Limited. He has led the design of his high-profile projects around India, including institutional campus, premium residential, and mixed-use developments. Through his design practice, Manas focuses on strategic thinking and creating value for clients. He approaches his design work collaboratively, integrating planning, architecture, and services with a critical understanding of the forces that shape contemporary design solutions. Put your hands together once again for Manoj Singh-Roy. My next speaker, ladies and gentlemen, is Shakuntala Ghosh, Principal Architect and Partner, Ghosh, Bose and Associates, and immediate past chairperson of IGBC Kolkata chapter. Ms. Ghosh has been actively involved with the green building movement since its inception. She is on the Technical Advisory Committee on the National Rating System for Green Building by MNRE. She is a qualified trainer and evaluator for Griha and IGBC accredited professional. She is an empaneled architect with the Bureau of Energy Efficiency, which has initiated the energy conservation in building code and has been designated as master trainer for improving understanding and promotion of ECBC. She is an accredited EIA coordinator for townships under QCI NABET accreditation scheme. Put your hands together for Shakuntala Ghosh. So as we all know, ladies and gentlemen, this is a very interesting session. Design disruption, technology and sustainability convergence. And now I would request our very strict moderator to kindly take over the session.
Namaskaram. See, I am very happy to see very few people here because the very serious things are handled by very few people. So let's clap for ourselves. So I think, देखिए, it is a topic which is very often talked, sustainability. ये तो last 5, 6, 7, 10 साल से बात कर रहे हैं लोग. And we often bypass this thinking that कोई ना कोई कर रहा होगा, कुछ ना कुछ हो रहा होगा. Now my point to you is here, we really want to use this forum to come to some kind of a common agenda of understanding. And I would request even 5% of the crowd can make a change for the remaining 95%. You agree? Yeah. Now, before I start, हर समय कोई serious चीज को बोलने के लिए पहले डराया जाता है. So let us understand, though the topic is design disruption, how would, simple baat hai, sustainability we all understand? Basically we all understand. Can I just have a hands up? Yeah, basically we all understand what is, क्योंकि इतना लोग real estate से है, realty industry. And to be very frank, internationally we have failed. Let's be very factful. 2015 May, when UN put an agenda of 17 sustainable development goals, which you already know, the entire investment plan in the world changed. आज की डेट में रियलिटी बोलता है ग्रीन बिल्डिंग बनाओगे तो आपको एक्स्ट्रा एफआईआर मिलेगा, राइट? Why they're saying? Why does this came? How has this come all together? Because when the awareness towards the need of sustainability came, all these things were done. We forgot the sustainability, we took the FAR. Now look at the actual part. By 2030, UN ने बोला कि we should be able to all achieve this 17 sustainable development goal. And by 2030, we will fail 80% of the goal as per the present assessment. And you know how sad it would be? It would mean the climatic disruptions or the changes that is happening that would make a country like Japan below the poverty line. I'm repeating it again. कितना serious है आप समझिए, कोशिश कीजिए. दो जर्मनी के स्केल की दो country, because of our not getting serious now, by 2030 we will pull them down below the poverty line. It is that serious. We are sitting in a city. We know that 70% of our people live in the villages. Globally, 70% उसमें से शायद 100%, नहीं तो global average अगर बात करते हैं, तो 40% of the people globally don't even have sanitation. 30% no resource to safe drinking water. आज के date maybe when we are taking this water bottle, all this stuff here, आप सोचिए, people don't have safe drinking water. And we think we are safe, we are in reality, fantastic. Because it's reality, it's an industry, सिर्फ 3 लोग change कर सकते हैं. Academia, industry, or individual. And because we are industry, that's the reason we are talking straight. And I want this session to actually pop up with questions and suggestions. Because from here, we will take this up into a lot more suggestive and participatory mode with the government. And that is the purpose of putting down here as a panel. Everybody has rubbed their best of the time with one of the builders on some agenda with the green, partially successful and partially mulling down. चलो ठीक है, fees तो मिल जा रही है. And let's be factual and interesting that why are we talking after research was done कि भाई sustainability की इतनी ज़रूरत है Why are you talking of technology? The fastest and the best means is only biotechnology to make our life better. And I'm not talking subjective, let's talk quantitative. Let's first understand that we in reality, we consume 40% of our resource. When I say resource, I mean energy and physical resources as well. 40% अगर जिम्मेदार नहीं ठहराया, तो कौन ठहराएगा? Are you all understanding what I'm saying, please? We are all in there. 40% हम लोग consume करते हैं, and then we only are trying to make a green agenda to get an FAR. I'm saying I'm also responsible. And आज जो हम लोग bylaws बनाते हैं, cities in the world have made sustainable bylaws. Pollution control का bylaws जानते हैं हम लोग, bylaws है. अगर आप उसको नहीं follow करेंगे तो बाकी कुछ नहीं करेंगे. ऐसा कुछ करना चाहिए ना? I can give you another figure. 88% of the fresh air that you are breathing in the atmosphere, Calcutta में या कोई भी city में average, वो आज से 40 साल पहले plant किए हुए पेड़ हैं. अब imagine कीजिए, in the last 20 years, how many trees have we actually planted in our projects? Are we really leaving fresh air in the future? Or we are also no. हम लोग 20% को negotiate करते हैं, 10% को negotiate करते हैं. Yes or no? Let's be factful. And then we are talking about sitting here and let's be understanding that this is so serious. Now, to get the thing kicking off, I would really want the speakers and the panelists to speak casually, heart outside. You can also participate. We want you guys to also participate. And actually, let's be fair in talking it out. I want to first assess, and this is where I just want to ask senior people of this panel, कि जब भी हम लोगों ने sustainability बात की है, पहले assess कर लेते हैं, हमारा first reaction क्या होता है realty sector में? Whenever as a consultants, they are, अभी just पहले some meeting was happening and somebody said, consultants, please consult the consultants. So whenever the consultants want to advise, what was the general reaction? If somebody said कि genuinely कुछ करना है sustainability के चक्कर में, what is general reaction? And we want to be very fair. So I just want to ask Anjanda, what was his take on it whenever people approach it? Let's be very factual. Let's not give names, but let's understand what was the factual. Are we satisfied? Are we okay or not?
Actually, Vivek, I am the really wrong person to say that. Basically, I don't work for the realty sector. To start.
Wonderful.
And the reason being exactly the things that he is talking about, most of the time, I don't actually respond to that kind of a need. Because to me, even for that matter, I have a more kind of old lineage. So to me, there are a lot of things that we actually could do sensibly. So I stress more on the design part rather than only thinking about the architecture part. So if a project comes, I first try to look as what can I do with it rather than projecting something on. So to me, restoring, conserving the already existing has a much more importance, because the moment we try to displace any development for that matter is a displacement of any kind. And all displacement is the result for so many other chaoses, the kind of failures what he is saying. Even the sustainability, the agenda itself is, I think, is a kind of a biased statement, because sustainability is the most abused term. Because depending from person to person or the individual, sustainability goal actually changes. For a builder, the sustainability is primarily the economic sustainability. For a user, it is their social and cultural context. For an administrator, is having the environment comparatively conducive. So everybody has a different kind of agenda. But as a designer, who is responsible, because we are ultimately responsible for what is happening, because it is through us things are getting manifested. So we think we have to think responsibly to take any kind of decisions that we take. And that is where our agenda is, we take sustainability as an order, which creates a balance between the environment, between the nature, and between the user. All these things together makes an equation, and sustainability is an approach. You have to keep on working for it. It's not a one-time solution. So, depending on that, that is why I didn't really have to face these questions, because we work with local communities, we work with major institutions, and other development plans, we try to work with the people and try to develop a kind of thing that works. And by that, so I am not the right kind of person.
So you know what he said, wonderful, and I think it deserves a note from all of us. What he said is, what you said was fantastic, that displacement is a beginning of disturbing the balance. So we should actually do projects which have minimal displacement, and that's what fantastic as a conservation point of view. He said, I do a minimal displacement, I conserve. And the first thing that brings us is the new modern order is कितना हम जो exist करता है उसको बचा सकते हैं. ऐसा fabric, ऐसा point of view, ऐसा vision लेके चलेंगे ना, then it becomes fantastic. Now, Shakunta Di, you are one that actually can say that historically, how many?
Why are you putting me historically? I mean, what is the agenda
let's put it like this, that,
you explain yourself, why historically you have labeled me historic.
Now, what I would say is many denials, many persuasions, and many agendas. You have been leading the IGBC vision for the last 2 years, for this...
13 years.
13 years, wonderfully. And as chairman for the last
13
years, fantastic. Now, with all said done, I think she's the right person who says, look at how much she's able to converge together on this agenda with the clients.
Regarding clients, fortunately for me, it has been the other way around. It has been a mandate that you have to do it, because these clients have also been at the forefront of the movement, and many now have committed to go carbon neutral by 2030.
Beautiful.
So we have been at the forefront of that. I want to say a few words about this topic that we have today, and it is the convergence of sustainability and technology. So I'd like to ask my fellow panelists and even those in the audience, how many of you 1 year back, 1 year ago, or even 6 months ago, had heard of ChatGPT? Raise your hands if you had. Okay, so Sapna, okay, so 2. So the thing is, for most of us, this kind of invaded our mind space maybe in November, December, where we heard that it was writing the medical exams and getting in and all of that. So AI, the artificial intelligence component, that is the new game changer which is going to come. So we have been doing green buildings, and that is green and all the things that come with it, the energy, the water, and materials, IAQ, all of that. Then we have been doing the BMS, which is managing and observing all your system, HVAC, lighting, access, and all of that. So if that is green and this is blue, what is happening now and going to happen very soon is the convergence of these two spheres, as you will. And that convergence is what we will call bright green buildings, wherein this sustainability components which we are building in, the BMS monitoring which we are building in, are going to talk to each other. They're going to talk to each other and automatically set the conditions for the building. Now, this is coming, and it is absolutely key to achieve our goals of net zero water, net zero energy, net zero waste, and finally, carbon neutrality. Having said all that, I agree 100% with Anjunda that first, the design. So this is like the icing on the cake. So if the cake is beautiful, that icing makes it perfect. But if the cake is half-baked, no thought, that no amount of icing is going to make that cake perfect. It will stay half-baked with icing on top. It will be a useless cake, which is used for nobody. So the thing goes back way before that. You can have every sustainability feature built into a building. It can be green, platinum, super platinum, jo bhi ho. But if that building is built in a location where it should not be, then the whole thing falls apart. So we have to look, I think, and here it is beyond the realty sector, beyond individual consultants. It has to come from the planning department of the government, where proper land use planning is done, so that the carrying capacity of each location is properly mapped out. Once you have reached your max capacity by whatever parameters, then you don't build any more there. You cannot. It's a hard task because everyone benefits if people build. Everyone in this room benefits, we benefit. But somewhere there has to draw the line. Otherwise, we get the messes and the tragedies we are seeing in Uttarakhand, in Chennai, in Mumbai, in Kolkata, flooding. People are building where they are not supposed to. So only after the macro thing comes, can we come to a district level, then the building level. For example, say I am doing a commercial building, and I have a water-cooled big chiller, which requires lots of water, right? But it's a commercial building, so my STP does not generate as much recycled water that I need to feed that water-cooled chiller. Now, if this was integrated through technology, say with the huge apartment complex next door, where they are producing a lot of water which can be recycled, they can't use it so much. So this kind of network thing is going to happen, but it requires a vision. It requires people from the government, from the realty sector, from the consultant side to come together in a way which is just not happening. And unless that happens, it will never happen. It needs to happen.
Beautiful. I really appreciate the point that, you know, while she's saying that there should be a layering of individual units to become a kind of community level that is planning, from community to district level, from district level to, let's say, state, from state to nation. Now, this kind of a handshake, kaun karega? I can give an example. Malaysia, Kuala Lumpur, for example, if you have been to a very new development, they have dissolved the line to say that the green agendas should not be restricted to building, but to a neighborhood. They are saying neighborhood, together as a neighborhood, you should be able to achieve. So maybe you're contributing to a larger volume of water, grey water generation, which you're not able to consume, you can share it where they need it for. So you can share resource on a larger platform than an individual platform. Now this is something so wonderful to understand. ऐसे bylaws planning में डालने पड़ेंगे, और this can be handled by institutional level and also at the industrial level. While CREDAI and industry level is always fighting for the more benefits in terms of, you know, we kind of find the loopholes of economic development, while that is needed, we need to understand the bigger impact of a neighborhood. उस level में हम लोगों को bylaws को modify करना पड़ेगा. While it's happening, I'm just giving a go. Ion, you commissioned a building, this there in a new town, a community hall there, which breathes, and I could see that breathes from the lawn, and in the ground level there's a large covered patio, and that reminds me of Jeffrey Bawa's hotel in Sri Lanka, where today people pay one of the most highest average room rent with only 38% average air-conditioned space. 38%, and they pay a very high, I'm talking about the better times of Sri Lanka. And that reminded me of that this kind of a design approach, sensitivity, which people are following, while you're doing it as a design sensitivity, how much do you agree that why don't we pen down such kind of impending bylaws which stratify the need of a sustainable document? Ki sustainability ka chapter pehle cross karoge tab ja karke aapko bylaws milega. Why don't you draft? Many cities in the world are having, I am just naming you, Copenhagen has it full, and that's the reason they've been able to achieve those things. Now, because you're sensitive, what is your take on that?
I think sort of crossbreed two things that Anjanta and Shakuntaladi suggested. One thing is when you're looking at a neighborhood or when you're looking at a design as a basic strategy, I think at a very basic strategic level, there can be do's and don'ts, which you tend to omit when you are doing even micro design. I always felt that few green buildings or sensitive projects of a dozen individuals will not change our city. You have, at the same time, a large bulk of semi-design, poly-design projects which are really adding up to the noise. So I feel that a very basic, rudimentary do's, don'ts way can strategize the design process. I'll also, on that point, look into, I'm concerned about water, and I think particularly the city of Calcutta, because I believe that projects need to be very, very strongly contextual. And I think my practice at least is tending to take all the inspiration from landscape. And landscape, I don't mean plants, but I think the whole idea of water movement, because I don't know about the rest of the world, but at least the city that I've headquartered my practice out of is not too high from the sea level. So I think it's about 6 meters or something, if I'm not mistaken. I think the entire water movement predates the historic core of the city, which means I'm talking about the canals and the wetlands, which are all clogged. And I don't have, maybe a couple of monsoons will be like Bangalore and Bombay completely getting flooded, because there is no serious impact on dredging our canal systems. We have a Ramsar site, we have a no-build zone, which we tend to be scared of. But wherever there is a way in which we can throw rubbish and solid waste, it's sort of at a macro level, the inherent blue system of the city needs to be respected. So that may be a starting point, and stitched together with that, there is a neighborhood level planning. So there are at a city level, neighborhood level combination happening, and at a building level, at a very rudimentary level, there are do's and don'ts. Because honestly speaking, apart from institutional clients or a very keen private individual who can be somehow influenced by my by painless debates or tears that, okay, please follow this somehow, otherwise everything will go kaput, is probably the only sector. And I feel that the real estate sector finally needs to sort of address that at micro and macro level, at both levels. And again, it doesn't hold good for every real estate sector, because my proportion of involvement is slightly less there these days. But wherever I would like to influence, at least managing the low brownie points should be mandatory and not optional. That might have a larger cumulative effect, Vivek.
Right. So what we gather is saying that, let's think of something which is made mandatory, which need to be layered as a compulsive stuff. For example, when a rule was recently put down in Newtown that, your terraces would be green, and people did start there. That did have an impact. I think a couple of people did mention that, we started having it green. Some people saying that my roof does not support the load. How do I make it green? When things come. So possibly an introduction or a handholding is needed by institutions.
And things like water management system is one of the lower, easier points at all scales. I mean, it's not, you don't only target these high-end projects and treat that as they should set benchmarks. The average mediocrity of the average projects really bring the average down very badly. So it doesn't matter if you do 5 great buildings, because there are 500 ugly pieces of failures really bulking up our average.
So I was thinking, why don't we kind of, what comes immediately as an impromptu, let's try to drop some immediate points that we at all have to work as a mandatory, for example. If there is a mandate of getting this new agenda of bylaws, let's say sustainable bylaws down the line in the realty sector, what would that be? Manas, what comes to you immediately? And if we even get one of the things from our thought process, what could that be which you think the sustainable goals can be adhered to? And it's an open thing. It can be Manas. Anyone can just, what comes to your mind?
So immediately what I think is on the building front, there is a lot of things which has been already worked upon, and I think we are at a stage where slowly that thing is creeping in. Slowly the thing is creeping in within the within the architects or the builders, or the way we are working towards it is that you know, those ratings, those pointers have not now slowly going away, and people are all looking towards a sustainable building because the cost versus things are coming to an equilibrium. So if you ask me, now the focus should be, and probably all the entire panel is also you know, vouching for that, that it has to be on a community level. So what has happened with Rajarhat should also happen with all other places where the infrastructure should be planned first, so that it is able to sustain the kind of development that there is a projection for that, and sustainability should also percolate down to that level where it goes into the, you know, there should be bylaws in terms of infrastructure planning. We should not be seeing another Sector 5 in future. So.
Okay. Okay.
I'll just add on to that.
Yeah.
I think, you know, when we are talking about, you know, actually green, or when we are talking about sustainability,
yes,
I am seeing I'm seeing a, you know, a kind of a different, actually, you know, kind of a different scene altogether, because I don't actually work for the, I'm sorry. Yeah, actually, I don't really have any of these clients who are into the construction, so I basically am actually working for individuals. I think 80% of the people have got no idea of कि क्या हम लोग का ये अपना sustainability है या फिर क्या, you know, what is a green building. We have to camouflage it in various ways. You know, ये आपके लिए वास्तु के लिए ठीक है. It'll save you money. It'll save you money in future. So we've got to actually camouflage it in various ways. You know, let us put in this. तो आपके लिए it'll save you on electricity. It'll save you on this. But I think this is where academics has to play a very important role. I think let us not just talk about only the construction world, or let us not just talk about you know, only the builders. There is a huge mass. There is a huge mass of construction which is actually, you know, happening all across the country, and which is actually not really through the organized, you know, the organized construction, this thing as such. So I think, you know, academics has to play a very important role, how to actually make people understand that, you know, all these things which you actually correctly said, that, you know, probably in another 10 years' time, you know, we people will be actually out of, you know, out of this thing. So I think it's very important for us to spread the word. Now, how to spread the word is, I think, where this...
Fantastic.
I'll also add on. Two words are coming in my mind suddenly while Vipradita was talking about. So one is, you know, when you asked what are the things which you foresee putting into the bylaws, one is phytoremediation and the other one is BIPV. So if there is any way where building integrated photovoltaic cells can be integrated within the facade, though today it is a very difficult proposition because the people who are doing photovoltaic cells, it's an expensive solution. Putting it on the facade is almost, we tried out with one of our clients, Vikram Solar, we were about to do it, but it did not happen. But something like that, if it comes at a cheaper cost, or some kind of bylaws percolates into it, and phytoremediation, of course, because if you can do a lot of, if it is compulsory that in any indoor environment, you have to have that kind of a percentage of, you know, xeroscopic plants which emits oxygen to increase the oxygen level within the surrounding or within the interior spaces. So these two words comes to my mind in terms of putting it into the bylaws, so that it kind of, you know, makes it mandatory that every building can slowly creep into this sect.
Right. Yes, please.
I think because the way the sustainable development goals and other thing, we are actually depending extremely heavily, as Shakuntala was saying, this artificial intelligence, other thing, instead of basic common sense and basic common understanding of the environment, we have actually gone part in that. We first create a problem and then try to create a solution. And that is why when we say is that design is an essence, it's basically that. Photovoltaic cell, everything is fine. In an office building, if you have such a large bay, and which doesn't actually, if you can compensate daylight into the building, half your energy consumption goes down. You don't have to do that. You have a much this is a kind of an approach that how I am going to address to the environment in a most proactive way, in a most responsible way. That is one. In fact, the small things like green, we know our microclimate depends on these hard covers. Everywhere, every site, we always say that, okay, you have only 8% green. But it is not necessarily that I have to cover every part of the green. We can retain that. I recently have an NKDA where I wanted to restrict the driveway so that I can have more green, but the plan didn't get sanctioned because simply the people who are sitting at that desk trying to approach these bylaws in a very kind of straight, siloed way. So they don't understand the perspective on which that the sustainable goal is trying to be achieved. So first and foremost, the institutional mechanism of the bylaws understanding, they have to be first taught. As instead of that straightforward, this is the mandatory, when we talk about mandatory setback, there is a reason for which that mandatory setback comes up. So if we understand that with a different context, we should be able to incentivize, then the whole development model will actually try to be followed. So they don't see sustainable goals as a constraint. Rather, even the realtors who are actually trying to make profit. So basically, if the sustainable goal actually helps to profit more and more practical solution, more sustainable in the long run, it is automatically a take. So you don't have to argue for it. So that is a kind of a positive note we have to build into the thinking process, that the way we will be building, which will have a lesser impact, which will actually adhere to the threshold, and somebody has to think in both the terms so that it is also viable, it's a wealth. Then that thinking process will percolate into the whole user, because they are the person who will be dictating in these terms.
I think I understand your pain and the vision that you want to give. The entire effort has to be not one. We have to collectively keep on hammering the point without, there will be complaints, but with the persistence has to be there. Because if we stand there, for example, we were just trying to lay down a path which will be there in about a month's time, which will be there with all the consultants. How systematically we will take up this agenda through IGBC, and I don't know harm in sharing it together, that there will be an agenda. How we can take it up in terms of modifying the bylaws and bringing those layers, taking out the layers which are archaic, and inserting a separate chapters as compulsive. Because till we mandate sustainability, we'll always complain about this is the old laws, that's not allowing. We'll have to layer a compulsive stuff, automatically the archaics will be removed.
I think in that setup, you also need to sort of build in a sort of a preamble.
Yes.
So there is a law and there's a preamble. Preambles are not necessarily legally binding. But I think when you're talking about these sort of 5 or 6 agencies really sanction our plans in this sort of region by and large. I'm not looking at the micro level panchayats necessarily, but at the bigger level, or at least in the peri-urban area. So I think that spirit of engaging with them is also important. I mean, one aspect of the realty sector is the developer. The other sort of component is the officials and the agencies who are responsible for the statutory clearance, who are looking at silos. But it was 3 mm come hai, to like, my God, everything has gone wrong. But not looking at the philosophy of taking inspiration of typologies. So like a Rajasthani courtyard or a building in Ahmedabad or a old courtyard house in Calcutta is probably the most sustainable example of water storage and of climate collection. None of them needed AC, and even if you have that, it sort of works. So I think obviously with building typology changing and density, you need to adapt. But how do you kind of look into your own roots? And I think that's a general direction we've been able to do a course correction of looking back towards our roots, even at this level. I think that might add to our structured goals.
True. There's one interesting chapter also. You see, जब आपने बोला ना awareness, your thing was that how do we make people aware? You have to say Vastu and then explain technology and then explain because sustainability. One conclusion everybody draws. If the design is made simple and core to fundamental, it is always green. I am sure that we all are sitting here, हम लोग के पुश्तैनी मकान अगर आप देखें, जो हवेलियां थीं, they were all green. They are green and they're still working green. Why? And how do we continue that simple fundamental still now? But that does not mean I will be completely beyond the technology. We should, that's what again coming to, we should have, there's an individual level awareness that soon you will see apps coming there wherein you're supposed to feed how much, what is the kind of stuff that you are using, how much by foot you're traveling, and in the end of the day, you will come to know how much of contribution you have done to the future. Or how much जितना contribution आप एक साल में कर पाएंगे, उसके हिसाब से आपको citizenship gold का एक points मिलता है, कि आप उस level के citizen हैं. और अगर उस level के citizen आप बने, तो आपको tax का benefit मिलता है, government बोलती conscious है, और अगर आप ज़्यादा consume करते हैं, तो आपका नेगेटिव इम्पैक्ट शुरू हो जाता है. ऐसे लेवल पे जब हम लोगों के एप्स बन जाएंगे तो आप देखिएगा वी विल ऑल गेट वेरी कॉन्शियस ऑफ कि हम दुनिया को बना रहे हैं कि बिगाड़ रहे हैं. आई एम श्योर दैट ऐप इज देयर एंड दिस इज व्हाट एंड दिस एंड यू नो आई विल टेल यू अ सिटी, आई एम नॉट नेमिंग द सिटी, इट्स बीइंग प्लान्ड, दे मेड अ सिस्टम कि भाई अगर 12 किलोमीटर के रेडियस में मटेरियल जो है लोकल अवेलेबल है, इफ यू कैन यूज 50% ऑफ दैट मटेरियल, सिंपल, आपका इतना प्रॉपर्टी टैक्स होगा. उसको मॉनिटर करने के लिए उन्होंने हिसाब किताब बनाया, ये मॉनिटर होगा, फलान, एवरीथिंग इज विदिन 12 किलोमीटर्स यू हैव टू प्रोक्योर द बिल्डिंग मटेरियल, आपका प्रॉपर्टी टैक्स इतना. फैंटास्टिक इनिशिएटिव. आई एम श्योर दैट हमारे सेलिब्रिटी बढ़ जाती है रियल एस्टेट में, ऑब्वियसली. नाउ दिस काइंड ऑफ क्रिएटिव थिंकिंग ओनली टू, बिकॉज इफ द अवेयरनेस हैज टू कम विद इंसेंटिव, इट बिकम्स इजी. By just telling, we have been telling it for last so many years, and it's समझ में नहीं. तो जब एक layer of लगाना पड़ेगा cream, तो खाने में मजा आएगा, तब जाके काम होगा. So I'm sure that this kind of stuff will soon happen. Soon means it is going to happen in next 3-4 months. You will all those of people from Calcutta, you will be able to see it. The apps, I'm sure that will be there in the next couple of years, no, a couple of months. The app is already there on the way. These things are there, but who is taking in caution? Industry ले रहा है. ये कोई गवर्नमेंट नहीं ले रहा है, इंडस्ट्री ले रहा है. वो इंडस्ट्री में एक समझदार इंसान जाता है, वो एक आईएएस ऑफिसर समझाता है, उसको समझ में आता है, करता है. हम लोगों को इनिशिएटिव लेना पड़ेगा. This is what a very big crux. I'm sure that people who are sitting here who have almost 30-40 years of experience in the industry or related industries, they are the people who can drive such a thing. And this will bring a change. Now, since the time is less, I just want to take a quick point. You know, there's only about 3-4 minutes left. If you're okay, can we open the house to any discussion, any pointers? You can contribute to your suggestions, which you think that can happen in the bylaws, or you think that this can be a way to get awareness, whatever you think, that can be a point. And I'm telling you, we're going to put it down as a white paper submission to the authorities. Yes, please. Questions. Can we have a mic there given to the gentleman? Just call out your name, please. Can we have a mic given, or shall I just? एक mic उनको दीजिए.
Thanks. My name is Arnab, and just wanted to make a point.
जी.
Sustainability globally is a good thing, right? And the reason for that is not the businesses want to do it, but they get more money when they do sustainability. The investors invest in companies which are more sustainable. Employees like to work in companies which promote sustainability. Customers want to work with companies which are more sustainable, or rather practice sustainable stuff. Until and unless this same thing happens here, this will not change. Means even if you bring an app and all that, वो सर के ऊपर ठीक है, government बोल रहा है अब करना ही पड़ेगा. And then you game the system, and you will figure out a way to game the system. That's going to happen. But until and unless it becomes viable for the enterprise to do this, and it is viable means it is financially viable, right? I don't think these things work out finally.
Actually, it is already financially viable. Those who have constructed green buildings, they find that their operational costs are far reduced. The offices, the productivity is much more, because green building also enhances the wellness of the people working in it. So that is already there, and the examples are already there. People, it is our failure that we haven't spread the word.
Do the people
enough.
working there understand that fact?
Yeah,
Rarely they do.
They have to understand that.
Exactly.
And actually, those realty majors who are doing it and have experienced it, they can spread among their. In fact, there was a very interesting session which I chaired at the last Green Building Congress, and it was the case, the transition to net zero futures, and the topic was dealt with by construction majors. One was Mahindra Lifestyles, who had achieved net zero for one of their projects, how they did it, and it's not difficult. So this is a success story. Another was Shobha Developers, who had achieved net zero water. And the other one, I forget which developer it was, but showed the way that they had achieved net zero waste, and in a very easy way. So there's all technologies are there, and it works out very economic, absolutely. And even for green homes now, those homes which are certified, those receive benefits in loans for the customers who are buying it. So these incentives are coming, they're already there. So there's a huge ecosystem happening. I think what we are talking now, it will be totally irrelevant even 1 year down the line, because it is now mainstream. Now it is going to net zero. That is where we are going. Green buildings is finished. Purana baat hai. So good point. We obviously have not been successful in spreading the word wide enough, fast enough, and that haste is really there. Sapna, maybe you can help. You have a big voice. You have a wide readership. So we need people like you to really, spread it to every corner.
Very true. Just to give you the figure, green aware building, if I can put the word wellness aware building, let's take another word, biophilic design, is 27 to 30% much more selling and expensive than the usual office. If you give a terrace, green and daylight, it is far-fetched. And our last experience of about 4 corporate parks, the first properties that gets sold in Calcutta or got sold off were the places with terraces. Yesterday only somebody approached us. We wanted to refer him to a terrace property. He said, nahi milta hai, big gaya, upar wala hai. So that means we are getting aware of. And as far as absenteeism is concerned, productivity is concerned, yes, there is enough fact we have to be aware. As the magazine or the digital media, more awareness needs to be. And that is a fact in terms of reality. 27% global average, ज़्यादा पैसा नहीं बिकता है, you can do that thing, and say people are preferring that thing. So while that is fantastic, any other question? Anyone in prompts to something? Yes, can we have a mic there, please?
Hello. Hi, I'm Neha Soni. So I'm an interior designer. So you've spoken all about, like the exterior, the architecture and everything. My question is the buildings that are already constructed, the complexes, a lot of big complexes where people invest money, they move in. How can we use sustainability, like in terms of designing their interiors to, ensure that, they're in tandem with, the future prospects of sustainability and stuff?
Your name,
Neha.
Neha.
Yeah.
So Neha, I would advise you to look at the green interiors rating system. So there, how you can make an interior green, it's all laid out in a very, systematic manner. So there are different aspects. One, of course, is daylight. Then materials, like Vivek was saying, the source, the local materials, those materials which have more recycled content. And you will need to produce the papers which are showing how much recycled content. Then, like again Vivek said, that access to greenery, these affect wellness. Also, the acoustics of the place. So if you're in a very noisy environment, that affects wellness. So you have to take care of those things. And all this is all laid out very nicely. So I would urge you to take a look at the green interiors rating system, where it shows that even in an existing building, how you can make the interior green, because that's a huge part of it also. Even the carpets you choose, how much recycled content does it have? There's just so much to get into it.
So usually all these recycled contents are usually so expensive. The clients are like, no,
No, I don't think so.
Exactly, I was coming to that point.
That's actually
Yes,
happened
there
with me
is, but then interiors being interiors, we perceive it as a temporary solution.
Correct.
So I have a little different take on this. I will say that while we do interiors, can we be very, very minimalistic in our approach, where we can, because overall when we see interiors, we try to load it up with a lot of, layering of stuff, And contemporary interiors, if you see, the whole world is moving towards the contemporary modernist approach, where there is minimal things. That is also a way of going towards sustainability, where you do very, very minimal stuff, do the basics, keep it to the basics. So beyond that, of course.
Fantastic. What to sum it up is, if you can consume less,
you're saving.
You have won the first best point. Second, if you have consumed what is consumed, you have consumed the second best point. And if you consume in operations less, that means you can use daylight factor, windows, ventilation, you have done the rest. So that's what it brings home to the timeline. I can see we have run 6 minutes over time. I'm sure that if we have further questions, we can take it off stage and have a nice discussion. It's a limited stuff to happen. Thank you. Thank you very much for your patience. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you so much. What wonderful speakers we have had. And ladies and gentlemen, on this note, I'd like to welcome on stage Mr. Ajay Raj Baid from Tile Square to present a token of appreciation to all our panelists. Let's give them all a bigger round of applause, everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, we have finally reached at the final segment of the conclave. And this, I believe, is my favorite part. Why so? Because this portion is about success stories. Yes, you may have aims and ambitions and technical procedures to approach them, but finally, motivation is something that drives us all. And right at this moment, I will introduce the final segment for the day, which is Real Talk, the inspiring success stories. Let me welcome on stage the speakers. The conversation will be led by Sapna Srivastava, editor, Realty Plus. An architect by qualification, Sapna Srivastava forayed in the field of architectural journalism in the year 2006. As editor of Realty Plus, she is responsible to develop content for the monthly magazine, maintain editorial benchmarks, and ideate new editorial products. She was associated with the Urban Forum, a non-profit organization founded by the Mumbai architects, and was a visiting faculty for the interior design at NIFD Mumbai. Her work has been published in some of the major national newspapers. She has also been a regular guest expert on a TV show for a real estate television channel. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Sapna Srivastava. I will now introduce my speakers in an alphabetical order. Please welcome Geeta Balakrishnan, founder Ethos. Geeta founded Ethos in 2002, an organization that works to make the architectural and civil engineering community alive to the changes happening globally, and reaches out to over 35,000 students of architecture and civil engineering from around 600 colleges across India. She is an architect, has done practical training at the Carnegie Mellon University, Pittsburgh, and attended training program on stabilized mud blocks and other alternative methods of construction at IISc Bangalore. She worked as a shelter coordinator in the slums of Bangalore with Awas, an NGO, and is now a trustee. Once again, welcome and put a huge round of applause for Geeta Balakrishnan. My next speaker would be J.P. Agarwal, Principal Architect Agarwal and Agarwal. Architect Jaiprakash Agarwal established his architectural firm Agarwal and Agarwal in 1986. After the modest beginning, the firm grew to become well-established and reputed firm of Eastern India, which has now designed various prestigious projects in more than 12 states, completing more than 500 projects in various use group of all scale and nature. Presenting to you, ladies and gentlemen, J.P. Agarwal himself. And my final speaker would be Sanjay Jhunjhunwala, the CEO, Money Group. Mr. Jhunjhunwala, with a simple focus of providing quality housing at the right value, set up Money Group in 1980. He sought to address the basic requirement of shelter, at the same time ensuring superior quality of construction. Today, over 4 decades later, Money Group has blossomed into a highly respected organization with a multi-sector pan-India footprint. It has a footprint that covers West Bengal, Orissa, Rajasthan, Karnataka, and Maharashtra. Today, the group has diversified beyond real estate, with interests in hospitality, retail, healthcare, education, and green power. I'm sure only by listening to their bios you understand how inspiring they themselves are and what great opportunity would it be to hear from the horse's mouth. Over to the moderator once again.
Thank you, Arunima, for those introductions, and thanks to our speakers for joining for this candid conversation. As we were talking, in the speakers' lounge, Mr. Jhunjhunwala has quite a sense of humor. so we will have, I'm looking forward to this very interesting conversation. In the interest of time, we'll straight away dive into the questions that we have. And I would like to take my speakers down the memory lane. Mr. Jhunjhunwala, starting with you. We just heard you started your organization in 1980. At that time, real estate was a completely different ball game. It was a completely different scenario. What attracted you to real estate?
I was forced into it. Nothing. See, those days we used to build homes at 70 rupees a square feet. The profit per square feet was much more. We used to sell at 350, 400 rupees a square feet. I inherited a property with some litigation, some tenants, fought my way out, and then adopted that as a career. So first project was Money Mansions in Lower Rowden Street. And then the projects took me over.
So the projects took you over.
Yeah.
So it started with money-minded intentions,
No,
and
money,
then
the brand Money actually at times is misread. She's a DT to our family. My father was married twice, so she's my elder mother.
Okay.
So we pray her as DT to our family, and hence the brand Money, M-A-N-I.
Right.
Nothing to do with M-O-N-E-Y. Okay. That is always a byproduct,
Okay.
that comes subsequently.
Okay. Similar question to you, Architect Agarwal. When you started with your education in architecture, again, completely different scenario. People were not even aware of the role of architect. Carpenter hai, mistri hai, contractor hai, engineer hai. Why do we need an architect? So what prompted you to take that as a career, as a study?
As you rightly mentioned, this is almost 40 years back, 41 years back, and I'm born and brought up in a mid-sized town where, of course, there was no architect. So my grandfather was fond of designing a building, and for many friends and relatives, he used to design building by his knowledge, he had a very good sense of structure and aesthetics both. So I very fondly used to look at some of the buildings designed by him, particularly the carvings and some of the, one semicircular veranda I used to love a lot, designed by him. And my brother was very keen that I become an architect, so he practically forced me to get into the field. So when I reached architecture college and I asked the students over there, yaar, yahan salary kya milega? To bola 400 rupees milega starting. So I was badly disappointed. I called my brother that these people are saying I will get 400 rupees salary. After passing out, what should I do? Because, at that time we had a good business in the family. So I didn't get admission in medical because of my low merits, whatever I achieved in the 12th. And, after that it was engineering. So my brother said that kuch nahi architecture karna hai. So I took architecture. So it's something like that.
So doctor nahi bana, engineer nahi bana,
Architect ban gaya.
So, when we think of architect JP Agarwal, we think he must have passion for design, and that's why he took up architecture. So now we know it was by default that you are here in this field.
Luckily.
Okay, good for us. Geeta, you have had, you have studied architecture, you're an architect. You also did, studied internationally. You did training in alternate construction methods. You worked with mainstream architects, and then you kind of diverted your path and went into working with NGOs with, in terms of social housing. What made you, diverge path and get into something completely different?
So I think my tryst with working with architects is very short. Like he said, we had moved to Bangalore. I'd come back from the US after my internship there, and we moved to Bangalore looking for a job. I was getting paid 750 rupees, slightly better than JP, while our driver was being paid 900 rupees. And these are facts. This was really the truth at that point in time. We're talking 1990. And I was very unhappy with the work I was doing too. Incidentally, I did get a job with Chandavarkar and Thakur, and I think Mr. Thakur was completely taken in by the fact that I had visited Falling Water. They were FLW staunch followers. So the minute he saw, he called the entire office at the interview and he said, this lady has come after seeing Falling Water, we should take her. And that's how I got the job. But I decided not to work with CNT because of this whole thing of a big firm versus a small firm. You learn more in a small firm. These are all short-sighted visions that you have when you're young. And in the small firm, I found myself doing things that I completely did not agree with. I was not happy with. It didn't align with me. And I actually responded to an advertisement for a creative educationist in slums. I said, if architecture is not giving me that joy, then I will look at something else that gives me joy. And I responded to an ad. And the lady who answered the phone turned out to be Anita Reddy, who runs Avas. And she said, we need a shelter coordinator, jump on board. And that's how my journey with Aavas started. And I think that's the reason ethos happened. My that I set up subsequently when I moved to Kolkata is because my career choice happened by chance, and I wanted it to happen by choice as much as possible, and I thought this platform can help make that happen.
Fantastic. I think, architects making that choice is something that it's been long required. They spoke about their salaries at that point of time. What did you pay architects at that time?
बहुत कॉम्प्लिकेटेड सवाल है। बनिए के घर में एक सवाल उठता था कि नक्शा बनाना का इतना पैसा क्यों? Those days, at the dawn of my career, Calcutta was not having great architecture firms. So Kothari Associates was there, Sen was there, and Bose Brothers Architects was there.
Right.
A couple of them.
Yeah, there is.
And some used to ask fee basis percentile, some used to ask fees basis square feet. Then a very peculiar model came in where the scope of architect was split into 3-4 parts. नक्शा बनाने का इतना, सुपरविजन का इतना, नक्शा पास कराने का इतना, स्ट्रक्चरल इंजीनियर का पैसा आप डायरेक्ट दे दीजिए इतना, और घूस का पैसा कॉरपोरेशन का इतना, वो आप अपना समझ लीजिए। ये उस समय का हिसाब था। 2 रुपया स्क्वायर फीट, 2.5 रुपया स्क्वायर फीट में, 2 रुपया स्क्वायर फीट में जब मैंने बिल्डिंग पहली बनाई, मनी मेंशंस, तो सेन ने मेरे को याद है 4 रुपया या 5 रुपया स्क्वायर फीट मांगा था, 2.5 रुपया 3 रुपया स्क्वायर फीट में काम किया।
Okay.
उसमें स्ट्रक्चर भी बना दिया था और अमोनिया प्रिंट भी इशू करते थे, अमोनिया का खर्चा भी उनका लगता था।
Okay, it's good we have come a long way. All the architects here are
From
laughing
there,
and they are thinking how fortunate we all are.
From there, madam, when I built this hotel, I have paid per square feet consultant's fee ranging to about, say, 400 to 500 rupees a square feet. So it is not what you have paid.
Right.
It is what you have got in lieu of your payment.
That is right.
That is what is the question. So those days, the delivery was much more, but I do need to admit that the quality was much inferior.
Okay.
The quality of working drawings were not that class. The supervision was virtually missing. The coordination was not there. Once the drawings were issued, the contractors used to take over the site. We were also not that clever and equipped then. It was only because that the architects were less competent that we started having our own architects appointed in our office.
Right, right.
And slowly, we are now where we are.
If in one sentence you have to define architecture, what according to you is architecture? Because as a developer, it's not only aesthetics, but finance, markets, customer experience, a lot of things come in play. So in one sentence, if you have to say.
Architecture to me, I'll answer this in a different manner. If you ask me, what is architecture to me?
Right.
If that is the question, architecture is to me, is to get something designed which I cannot imagine.
Okay.
When we built the tallest structure of India, the 42, you will not believe that, architect Hafiz Contractor is a master architect.
Right.
He, sitting on a table, he can give you at least 40, 50, 60 options of a design in the next 4, 5, 6 hours. He will take a pencil and a paper, he will scribble it and
He's still into pencil and paper, yeah.
So, 42, when we started designing, we had a particular mindset. And what ultimately he designed has been completely different. Yes, we were not able to build owing to limitation from of the local bylaws as to what he designed, but still, today, for a property to command 35,000 odd rupees per square feet in this part of the country,
that's huge.
Speaks volumes about the property itself.
Yes, that's huge, yeah.
So 42 we couldn't imagine, that we will be building such a building. It is only, it emerged sitting on the table with Hafiz that we can do this.
Right.
And we did it.
Right. So according to...
one more thing, while I'm talking about the construction of the 20s, 2020s, I'll take you back to 85, 86 when JP first came to Calcutta. So he took a flat on rent in one of the buildings which I was developing, Money Mansions. He just started. So the owner of that flat introduced me to him. So then I was, pleasantly surprised that some architect has come in Calcutta who can design bungalows with slope roofs, who can design bungalows with corner windows. Because उसके पहले तो windows ही छोटी बनती थी मैडम.
Correct.
पहले तो हम लोगों के विंडोज ही छोटी, पुरानी जितनी बिल्डिंगें हमारी बनाई हुई है उसमें विंडो छोटी बनती थी बिकॉज ब्रिकवर्क का कॉस्ट स्टील विंडोज से कम पड़ता था. तो वी यूज्ड टू हैव अ बार्टर बिटवीन विंडोज एंड ब्रिकवर्क. सो ब्रिकवर्क वाज इंक्रीज्ड बिकॉज विंडो में कॉस्ट ज़्यादा लगेगा. कंस्ट्रक्शन को 70 रुपये स्क्वायर फीट में बनाना है, बिल्डिंग है 300 रुपये में 250 रुपये में बेचनी है, ज़मीन के पैसे भी निकालने हैं, सब करने हैं. सो ये सारे कैलकुलेशंस थे.
Right. So according to Mr. Jhunjhunwala, architecture is something which is beyond imagination of an owner.
Yes.
Architect Agarwal, if you have to define architecture, because for everyone, they perceive architecture in a different way. They look at a building in a different way. If you have to define architecture in one sentence, what it would be?
I will put it in this way, madam, that, for me, the user and the functionality together creates architecture. If we go back and we understand how we evolved from a hunter-gatherers, and we thought of building a shelter. From there, the idea came of a house, that we needed something to, for the comfort, to protect ourselves from the harsh environment. So from there, we have come where we are in a civilized manner. But at the same time, we must understand that we stay with our DNA where we were, and we would like to remain close to the nature. Right. And we are trying to, there's a contrast. We are trying to hide from a nature, and we want to go close to the nature.
Right.
So, the architecture is all about, balancing this thing.
Yeah, so combining the two, to
Yeah,
protect from the nature, the weather elements, but also to be part of the nature, to be one with the nature.
Yes.
Geeta, what would your definition be if one sentence is given to you?
One sentence, it would be expression. Architecture's expression of aspirations, of lives and lifestyles. If you look at, it's like a byproduct of, people and time in a sense. Okay. And, buildings are supposed to tell stories of a place, of a people, of a time, and a context. And
that's right.
Yeah,
I think context is something,
yes.
Because a building should look like that it is part of that
it belongs.
context.
It
It
belongs.
belongs there, that time, that space, and to that people. Coming to the next segment of this conversation, which will be more about the work of our speakers. Architect Agarwal, again, you've been in this industry for 4 decades now, more than that. You've seen how the entire building and construction sector has evolved over the years. What are the biggest 2 or 3 changes, good or bad, that have created a paradigm shift in the design and building and construction sector? 2 or 3, that comes to your mind.
So the good change is definitely the technology. The technology of construction has transformed, number one. Number 2, which has transformed what we do today as an architect, is certainly the economy. The economy has changed from where it was to where we are today. I remember that at that time, the largest building which we used to consider a big project is a 60,000 square feet, 50,000 square feet. And today we are, with the large complex and the large projects. Economy made it possible to build the such class of JW Marriott.
Correct.
So I think the technology and economy together have played a very big role. At the same time, I will say that how the building materials have evolved in particularly last 1 decade, that has also made a big transformation in the way the buildings are perceived by the architects.
So technology, economy, the economy of scale has grown quite big. And then the building materials, the kind of advanced materials that we have today are, I think, and we all agree that these are some of the 3 very big shifts that we have seen. Architect Geeta, according to you, what, you've been, first of all, I think we should give a big round of applause to Architect Geeta Balakrishnan for the walk that she did from Kolkata to Delhi. 1,700 kilometers over 2 months to create design awareness. And now the next walk she has planned is from Kolkata to Bangladesh. So
that's over.
Oh, that's over. I'm so sorry. So that's another one to her kitty, and I'm sheer determination and effort on her part. In your interactions with people, whether it was from Kolkata to Delhi or from Kolkata to Bangladesh, how has been the interaction of people with the built spaces? What is their understanding of what is building, what is built space, what is architecture?
I think their understanding of design is very deep, but their knowledge of who an architect is zero. We do not exist for most people, and I think that's very alarming. We were listening to the earlier panel talking about the relevance in cities, and us bringing about a change in the way people think and design here. But I think what was more scary for me as I walked was the complete change in buildscape that is happening at a very rapid pace. I saw some very beautiful buildings that one can learn from, for sure, that tell the story of the time, the place, and the people, like I said, you're talking about, and complete cradle-to-cradle sustainable ways of construction, because they are built as labor of love by, people with their own hands. But then they are learning from us here in the cities and taking back some of that knowledge back into their villages, and that's something that I'm seeing as a huge change in the buildscape. And one other thing, since we are talking on this, we as designers, some of us present here, and as the realty sector as well, I think it's important to bridge that gap with the construction worker. Construction workers need to know that architects exist and that there is someone called an architect, because many of them are migrant. And if they go back to their cities and talk about architects, then the word of designers, importance of design and power of design also kind of gets taken there. I had very, very interesting interactions where every bit of the home was designed for the owner, exactly what JP is saying, where JP is doing it for somebody else, they're doing it for themselves.
Yeah.
So it was very beautiful.
So they are aware of what the buildings can do for them.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. But the only thing is probably they are picking up the wrong things from
when
the
they're upgrading and using newer materials and newer systems, they often don't know. They lose their way.
So they need to be guided.
They lose
what's
their
the best
way. Yes.
for their this thing. Architect Jhunjhunwala, again, you've been the veteran. Oh, sorry, Mr. Jhunjhunwala. You've been part of this industry for so long. Kolkata, you've been here all your life. You've been part of this Kolkata real estate for so long. What are the two, top of your mind, 2 or 3 biggest changes that you have seen in Kolkata real estate over the years?
See, Calcutta has now started believing in providing more than adequate car parking spaces, narrow streets, narrow lanes, very few highways traveling through the city. So the biggest change what has happened is that we builders have now aligned ourselves with providing right number of car parks, or maybe something more than the right number of car parks. That is the first good change that is happening. Second is now people have started believing in going vertical with ample or more than ample open space in the complex. So three advantages are there in such construction. First is that you are much above the pollution level. Number two, the gray and green is managed well. And number three, sophistication comes in, and high quality material obviously needs to be used if you are a tall building.
Right.
So these two changes are very much visible, more so over the last 10, 15 years.
Yeah, that we also saw Kolkata is now going vertical rather than expanding horizontally. So it is going vertical. A lot of,
We are fortunate that we have contributed the most to this as far as Calcutta is concerned.
Fantastic. So my next question is, I'll go to Architect Agarwal first. You've seen all the challenges, in this field. And earlier we used to say architect is the captain of the ship, which probably is not so much now with so many consultants, so many specialists working on the project. It's more like, architect not only has to design, but has to be a coordinator, has to be a marketeer as well. So what, according to you, does one need to be successful in this field as an architect?
I think this is a very difficult question, and it is furthermore difficult when Sanjay Babu is sitting aside. So, see, the thing is that, of course, the first stage for the architect is a presentation to the client. And if you are a good presenter, if you can do a good render nowadays, you can make a good
So
3D
it is
visualization.
not just about good design.
Then you can convince and you can sell your design better.
So you need to be a good convincer also.
Yeah,
Okay.
you're a good presenter. And in our college time also, since there was no 3D visualization possible at that time, so a lot of stress was given on the rendering, and we were taught the rendering and all. But over the period, I realized that I'm wasting my time in doing the presentations. So, I don't care for the presentation, to be honest, on my side. Okay. So I always say that look at my building when I complete my project. And I don't expect from me, if at all you want to judge everything at this stage, then sorry, I can't make you judge. Then if at all you can judge on the plan, please judge it. All right. So this is the way I deal today, as of now. But to the young architects, I would always say that, of course, you have to be a good presenter, then and then you can sell your project. Now, see, to me, one is a short-term success and another is a long-term success. The long-term success comes when you are really able to deliver. So, as an architect, you have to know the things, which makes the building really good at the end and sustainable. Whether people appreciate it or not, because sometimes you make a fancy building with the fancy building material which are not sustainable, but at the end of the day you get satisfied after 20 years looking at your building, which I do definitely by seeing the building which has sustained the period of say 25-30 years. So to me sustainability matters a lot, rather than going with the fancy short-term vision.
Yeah.
That is the way I think.
So first, conviction in yourself, be a good hard work and be a good presenter, architect JP Agarwal has said.
I'm not, I'm saying.
So once you cross the presentation stage, then have good conviction in yourself, then you can convince the client to believe in your work. Geeta, you have, you work with, as you mentioned, you have ethos where you work with students, architectural students, engineering students. What is your top advice to the young students to establish themselves in the field?
So yeah, there'd be two different kinds of advice. One is, of course, to establish themselves in the field, would be things that JP said, and a lot of patience is what I would say, especially in a field like architecture. But having reached where I have and done what I have, I think it's important, while I speak of patience, I would tell them to look at freedom and responsibility as two sides of the same coin. You have the freedom to design responsibly, to make responsible choices. I think that's something we were speaking in the previous session as well. I think it's important for them to realize that they need to go beyond the brief, and their extent or their responsibility does not end with their site. Having seen the different people I have seen along the way, I think every action you take in a building here has an impact everywhere else. There's a lot of interconnectedness, and I think that's something that they need to think about. And the other thing, I think, which would probably help in their career for sure, very often there are youngsters who feel they're staring at, despondency in this field. But I think collective is the strength. I think they need to hang in there together, and you grow when you share. And these are things I would say, and I think they need to not just take this as philosophical messages, but really realize that there is great strength in doing things together. So even when you're fighting certain irregularities, and when you do them together, you're likely to kind of overcome those
So
things.
patience, with freedom comes responsibility, or as like in Spider-Man says, with power comes responsibility. So that's one message from Geeta. Mr. Jhunjhunwala, in real estate, again, today the times are completely different. Many more regulations are there, financial discipline is required, financial prudence is required. How easy or difficult it is to become a developer in today's time?
You should try to be one. If you can be there, otherwise get excluded. You can't stop people to become a builder. I have seen people who are in retail business investing money in real estate and calling themselves as builders. People running fashion stores, investing money in real estate, calling themselves as builders. Thanks to RERA, thanks to the stability metrics which we today work on, that the trade has become disciplined. With such compliances, requirements, I'm sure the quality of construction, the discipline towards the consumer will increase, or rather have increased many-fold. But for the fly-by-the-night operators, it is tough time.
Yeah.
People who put in their 110% will continue in this business. People who wanted to be builder by putting in their 10% time, for them the time is over.
So sincerity.
I feel not only sincerity, real estate was thought as a tool of making money.
Right.
Which today, from a business where there was a 70 to 80% EBITDA, it has now come down to about 18 to 20%, 17, 18, 20% EBITDA.
Right.
And one has to run a huge office, a huge legal setup, as well as a huge follow-up team, that after the construction is delivered, you are responsible now for 5 long years.
Right.
So transparency is there. People can start, looking at your title deeds, your sanction plan, and more even nowadays these WhatsApp groups. So the flat holders get converted into a
whole community.
Into a community while the building is under construction. Somebody pointing finger at windows, somebody pointing finger at the window, at the railing, somebody telling that Jacquard is not the best quality of CP fittings which should be used, something better than Jacquard should be used. And all these things, ultimately somebody who seemingly is in, is concerned about you, sends you snapshots of those WhatsApp chats.
Correct.
So the builder is put into a tizzy, that every step that you are walking is being monitored.
Right.
So the business is no more an easy business. It is positively a business which can be dealt with only by people who put in their 110%.
Yeah. So only the serious people who really want to be in this business, it's not a business to make quick buck and then,
It was so easy some time back,
anymore.
The people in share market, that what are you in? We do arbitrage, we do trading, we do real estate. That was the visiting card, Now, positively,
it's not
that will not
there
work
anymore.
Yes.
Okay, fantastic. I think we got a lot of insights there. Now we'll go to the rapid fire question, not because I want to do rapidly, but because our time is running out rapidly. So
time is over.
we'll take some few minutes extra. And these questions are for all our speakers. What is that you like the most and the least about your work? Architect Agarwal.
Would you like the most?
What is that you like the most and the least about your work?
Of course, I enjoy doing design, and I love my profession, and I always thank God,
Okay.
Right, if the, right, going
So
back to your
design
first
is
question.
what you like the most, right?
Yeah, but of course, designing the building is the thing which
Okay,
I like
and
the
the
most.
least.
And the least one which I like, which I like is to deal with the statutory bodies.
Okay. Geeta, what about you?
Fortunately, I think the thing I like the most is the start of my workday, and the one that I dislike the most is the end of my workday. I really
okay,
love
okay,
what I
but
do.
that's
yeah.
what was a very diplomatic answer. But
It's the truth. I mean, there's so much that I enjoy what I do. I don't have anything that I
okay, okay, we'll do it offline. Mr. Junjunwala, what is the most you like about your work and the least that you like about your work?
The least what I like about my work is if my flat holder comes and complains.
Okay.
The most I like about what I have delivered or what I have worked is when my flat holder money is multiplied 3-4 times.
Okay. Coming back to money part, okay.
Yeah, anybody who has bought a property from me, if his money is multiplied 3-4 times, I'm very happy.
True. That's true. Yeah, that's a good answer, definitely. Continuing with you, I'm sure you have had a lot of achievements over the years, uncountable. So this is a tough question. One achievement that you are really proud of.
If you tell me to select the day which I liked the most in my business career, that was the day when I blessed 150 MBBS doctors. We also have a medical college.
Right, right.
So the day I gave them stethoscope and gown, that was the day when I felt that, see, what we do in real estate, it is sugar in hot water when we sell the real estate. When we operate a real estate, that is a mall or a hotel, then positively people know that this belongs to such and such person or this person is created.
Correct.
Otherwise, an office or a residence, if sold, it is sugar in hot water. But when you contribute 150 doctors to the society, and you know that 150 pair of hands will treat people starting tomorrow, that is where you feel really good. I am blessed to train doctors.
I think that deserves a round of applause for Mr. Junjunwala. For you also, Architect Agarwal, one accomplishment that you are really proud of, out of all.
While introducing me, madam, you mentioned about the number of the projects I did. Okay, I don't consider that as my achievement, to be very honest. The number does not count.
Correct, correct.
What really counts is at the end of the day, how satisfied you are with your work. I always say one thing to my associates that, Sachin Tendulkar, when goes to the crease, he also knows that he may be out at 0 or he may score 100. Okay? Every time you go on a screen, you may not score 100, but what counts that how many times you could score 100.
Right.
So to me also, when I design the project and I look at my work till date, what matters to me that how many times I could succeed.
Okay.
And that comes from my clients, that comes from my friends, users.
That's nice. That's definitely nice. Geeta, one accomplishment that you are proud of.
Feels very good when you say visit a college, or I mean, even when I was in Boston recently, one of the young girls came to me in an office and she said, I took part in your competition and you responded to me in this way and I took your advice. So there are many people that in a college, there was a head of department who had gone through the competitions that we've done and the activities that we've conducted. So it feels really nice to see about 40,000 youngsters who are now accomplished architects. You talk about someone like Ankon Mitra, who's now an architecture and an expert, was the first winner of the quiz that I ran.
So when the students achieve something, so that is the achievement that you feel very proud of.
Yes, I see.
Okay, fantastic. I think we had such a wonderful, thanks to our speakers for such an interesting session. And we couldn't have asked for a better finale to this entire conclave than this conversation, which is not only informative, insightful, but also very heartwarming. So thanks to our speakers for that very straightforward and, candid conversation indeed. Thank you so much, Mr. Junjunwala, here with us today, Architect JP and for sharing your honest views and opinions with us. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And ladies and gentlemen, we believe that real life experiences are something that really, really motivate us. And what a motivational session. And now I would request a token of appreciations to be presented to our speakers. And on that note, ladies and gentlemen, thanks to all of you for making this edition of Realty Plus Conclave 2023 East so exciting and so thought-provoking. And thanks to all of you for being such a wonderful audience. We'd now take a short break. Well, that's what we'll call team motivation. Give them a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. With that, we come to the end of the Realty Plus Conclave 2023 East. It was definitely invigorating, but right now we'll take a short break of 10 minutes to give this banquet a makeover because we are absolutely ready to host the Realty Plus Excellence Awards 2023 East. Come back for the awards in 10 minutes as we get prepared to excite all of you. Are we absolutely ready? People who are waiting to receive awards. You know, awards also comes through a very positive affirmation. I want all of you to smile, all of you to feel good, feel energetic, and give yourself a round of applause. Everybody's a winner in my eyes. So in the afternoon only, I made this announcement that, we should not have an event post-lunch. Because then you're in a very post-lunch mood, which is like a conclave is going on. What an interesting discussion. And I don't know what people are checking on their mobile phones. But this evening is what, ladies and gentlemen, I believe should be full of energy, not only for the award winners, but also everybody who is attending this evening. I want all of you to smile, keep your energies up, and please clap for everybody. Everybody, next year you will be there. But this year, please clap for everybody. I don't want to really make an announcement, ladies and gentlemen. I could not hear your claps. I want lots of energy because I know you are going to show lots and lots of energy this evening. So, it is time that we start off with the Realty Plus Excellence Awards East 2023. I am your host, Anurima, and I will be with you throughout the award function, throughout the evening. This event is being live streamed on the Realty Plus website, which is www.rprealtyplus.com, Realty Plus LinkedIn page, and Realty Plus Facebook page @RP Realty Plus. Also, when you post, when you upload your pictures, videos, do remember to tag us on our social media handles as RP Realty Plus on Facebook and Twitter, and on Instagram it would be RP_Realty. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's time that we start off with a brief introduction of Realty Plus. Let's have a look at the audiovisual.
Some people are born to show the world which path to choose in a crisis. Some brands are born to do the same. And during the times of challenge, the stalwarts of Indian real estate industry have chosen to do just that by showing others the way to finding opportunities even amidst a crisis. By showing the world how to go about delivering on promises even amidst adversity. Success doesn't just happen. It happens by design, by pushing the boundaries, by raising the bar. It's days of creating a vision and nights of bringing it to life. Knowing that pictures are worth 1,000 words and every word makes a difference. It's doing the research, trusting your instinct and finishing what you started. For the past 19 years, Realty Plus has been turning obstacles into opportunities, keeping the industry informed on the latest developments. Innovating to inspire debate and discussion. Bringing forth the perspectives of industry leaders. Honoring hard work and achievement. Keeping the industry connected. This is what we are built on. This is what we are building. We are Realty Plus, and we lead the way.
So, ladies and gentlemen, that was a brief snippet of what Realty Plus does, what our forthcoming initiatives are, and to know more, to know us better, please get in touch with Ms. Tripti Kedia, publisher and business head, Realty Plus. Ladies and gentlemen, this particular evening, this day would not have been possible without the active support of our partners. So I'll take this opportunity to thank them all. Please put your hands together and keep roaring the auditorium with your claps as I name them. Put your hands together for our co-partner, Salarpuria Group, marketing partner, Karyam, title partner, Tile Square, business media partner, BW Business World Group, online media partner, Exchange for Media Group, and organized by Realty Plus. Thanks to everyone, and especially my audience, because this would not have been successful without your presence. Now moving on, ladies and gentlemen, I would request the welcome address to be presented by Dr. Anurag Batra, Editor-in-Chief and Chairman, Exchange for Media and BW Business World Media Group. Let's have a look at his journey. Known as India's media mogul, Dr. Batra is a first-generation...
It's okay. Thank you. Give her a big round of applause. She's doing a fab job. She's going to host the event. Please give her a big round of applause. अभी clapping पे GST लगा नहीं है और chances भी कम है.
Thank you, sir. I think some men don't need introduction. They are so much of energy themselves. Give him a huger round of applause, everybody. Thank you.
First of all, my gratitude to all of you and really the stalwarts of the business world in Calcutta are here. The creators of icons and iconic buildings and landmarks and communities are here. So really, I don't want to stand between you and all the winners. I just want to say that Tripti and Sapna do this in every city. They invite me in every city. I'm not able to come to every city, but when Tripti called me and said, would you be able to come to Calcutta? I said, I'd be happily wanting to come. You could have charged me to bring me to Calcutta. I've come after 4 years. It's a city I love. It has a certain character, and I think Mr. Harsh Neotia was able to sum that up well. And I was reading an interview, I prepare. It may not seem like so I read, maybe you were having dinner with your son, Parthiv, at Indian Accent, and it's an interview where you talk about how when you were growing and you went to La Martiniere, everyone was from service backgrounds or middle class backgrounds, and you enjoyed sitting on the floor and eating a meal, and come to a time where experience at Indian Accent has become, it is an experience. I take all my expat guests there and they love it. And also it's more palatable on their stomach. It's a little toned down spices. But Calcutta, I was telling sir that I started coming to Calcutta 26 years back. I used to work for a company. And then I remember I used to meet Mr. Rajiv Kaul, and he would tell me Eastern Bypass will develop. So I used to, of course, he's a very wise man. And I would believe him. But over the last 15 years, I've seen how Calcutta's landscape has changed. We started Realty Plus almost 19 years back. I started my career in real estate and then came in media. Poonam, I came into media much later then. And when I got a little settled in media, I started Realty Plus. I can only say when I come to Calcutta, and I was listening to Mr. Junjunwala in the conversation just before the break, and he was talking about how Calcutta has changed because we're developing better infrastructure, which is better roads, more car parkings, because the aspiration of people has gone up. And I remember I was 4 weeks back, I got a call that Mr. KP Singh wants to meet me. And I said, why not? Why would I miss an opportunity to meet 93-year-old Mr. KP Singh? And I met him. Mr. Neotia, Mr. KP Singh will be 94 soon, in a couple of months. And he sat down, he's a tall man like you, always looking down on people. I mean, not metaphorically, in this case, literally. And he sat down and he talked to me for 90 minutes, and it was a master class for me. And he was telling me how he started his father-in-law's company again in 1988. And so I asked him at the end of the interview, Mr. Singh, are you still hungry? He said, I was hungry, so I started. And then he went off another 20 minutes, and he's still hungry. And again, I'm not talking literally, I'm talking metaphorically, I'm confusing you. But the fact is, he talked to me about unglamorous things like plumbing. He talked to me about trust. He talked to me about roads. He talked to me about car parking. He talked to me about master plan. And he talked to me why a conversation of the quality of living, including the air, why green forests are important, why they built whatever they built in around the DLF Golf Club in Gurgaon, and why does the same flat sell for $5-6 million up till $10 million, where half a kilometer away, the same flats are selling at 40% lesser. Similar, not same. And how greenery and quality of air is important. I think the beauty about Calcutta, and Mr. Neotia was bang on when he said Calcutta, you said it in your own way, but has a history, it has character, it has warmth. I see how he addressed you, sir. Bhaiya, aap kaise hai? There's a certain warmth in that, right? So I think Calcutta is a city I love. Of course, everything is getting upgraded. I hope the relationships get upgraded too. They become deeper, warmer, more genuine. And I have seen 3 things happen post-COVID for the real estate sector. I will stick to that. One is the fact that the aspiration to stay in a better quality home has really manifested. It's a real phenomenon. Second, people saved a lot. And because they saved a lot, they could put it into real estate, which is tangible. We've seen the stock market going up and down. So real estate also has in the last 18 months itself has appreciated. So they saw it appreciating, so they don't want to miss the... And one thing I learned very early from my wife, when we were buying our first flat 22 years back, I shifted to Delhi. And we were buying a 60 lakh rupee flat. We didn't even have 60 lakh rupees then. But somehow we stitched it together and we bought it. And since then, we bought some real estate assets. You never have enough money in real estate. You got to stretch yourself. But real estate is an asset that you should invest in. But more importantly, you should invest in relationship. And relationship you invest in by being genuine, by being selfless, by giving quality time, by being present in the moment, by applauding other people's success. Because I'm a Hindu, I believe in things are predestined. मेरे साथ जो होना है वो तो होना ही है. It's all, there is a prarabdha. So why should I get jealous, worried, envious? I think I can't say I'm 100% away from these things, but I've minimized them to a lot. And I keep saying that after COVID, I really believe in this and I try and practice. I've called up people with whom I've sent legal notices to and said, let's meet for dinner. And I have no motive. I don't want anything from them. I just want a good relationship so that when we are able to meet, we meet well. I have no angst. They should have no angst. So I say that we shouldn't complain. The 3 C's we should away from. We shouldn't complain. We are blessed. I feel I'm blessed. Whatever I started with and where I am really blessed. I still have my parents' blessings. My children are doing well. I think that's the biggest gift. So don't complain. Second is don't criticize. We are in the media. So a little bit constructive criticism is okay, but as individuals criticizing others, you don't even know people's complete story. You don't know what they've done to be able to come where they are. So appreciate what they've achieved, who they are, whatever they are. It doesn't matter, they're rich, middle class, whatever. Third is compare. we compare ourselves. Each one's journey is unique. My journey is very unique from where I started. I mean, Poonam is from the media industry. Her boss was my super friend. And I recommended her boss 10, 12 years back for the job that he was doing because his boss was again, a close friend of mine. And she knows that I've built this company from scratch and purely on relationships. I don't let go of relationships. But each one's journey is, we shouldn't compare. My journey is my journey. So stay away from criticism, complaining and comparing. And Mr. Neotia, and I today met Rahul Todi after a long time. I met him maybe 12, 15 years back for the first time. Anuj, I actually met you 25 years back, now I remember. Yeah, Anuj had told me to meet you, right? So, yeah, I met you more than 20 years back. And I keep saying 3 H's, which all of you, sir, you're here and you're such a stalwart both in what you achieved. And I saw Mr. Jhunjhunwala was also very reverent and respectful of you. So clearly there is something about you that people respect. And I'm going to find out what. But I keep saying the 3 H's that matter are, one is help people and help without expecting. It's very tough, but it's not impossible. It's like दान. दान देते हुए ये थोड़ा होता है कि कुछ वापस चाहिए. You're giving whatever. It can be giving to people you know, people you don't know. Second is, I always believe tomorrow will be better than today. I ate only 16 Golgappas at Russell Street. Tomorrow will be 24. So it will be better. I am hopeful. And third is humor. Humor in life, we take ourselves too seriously. We should take our work seriously, I'm not saying. But humor is a very important part of life. You can't take, if you can't crack a joke on yourself, then you're like, you should be able to crack a joke on yourself, your friends. And you should be able to be a little light, because life is very, very serious if you make it serious. You focus on anything you carry, as they say, you carry something and you hold it for a long time, it becomes very, very heavy. So don't make life heavy. We are very blessed. We've survived COVID. Most of you are, all of you are thriving. So really you're blessed. So celebrate that. Every day I really live my life like a celebration. I do the things that I like. Luckily, I'm at a stage where I can afford to choose what I do, what I don't do, where I spend my time. But I love what I do. So I do more and more of that. So I'm grateful to you. In real estate, I think, in the last 5 years because of RERA, in the last 3 years because of COVID, literally a future that is bright has been created because serious players have stayed in. Also, real estate has become a much more regulated business. The expectations of consumers from real estate developers are much more. And Tripti, I have to tell this story. So Tripti had a boss, he was the associate publisher some 10 years back. For the last 9 years, he is the publisher. So it has to be 10 years and plus. So her boss, Atul Sharma, and she were in Pune. And they were both calling me, and I keep my phone away. And finally, I took the call at 4 p.m. They would call me at 2, 1, I don't know. And they were both laughing, sir, we were very happy today. Neotia said, ye sunna. They said, we are very happy. They were in Pune. I don't know the name of the person, but Tripti can tell you. So I said, what happened? They said, we met a developer, जिसको किसी ने cheat किया है. तो मैंने कहा ऐसा. So we all had fun. Again, I don't believe in stereotyping. I think like people stereotype people in media, and I tell them that हमारा भी खून लाली है. वैसे ही है, जैसे आप सबका है. So ऐसे भी developers haven't come. So I remember this is a true story. Tripti, that time Sapna wasn't working with us. Sapna's worked last 8 years, right? So Atul and Tripti were together and they called. Since then, the landscape has changed a lot. I think, as Mr. Jhunjhunwala was saying, more serious players have stayed on. The quality of delivery, the timelines on delivery, the compliances, the expectations of customers, customer service, right pricing, marketing has become very, very important. And more users are buying homes, at least in residential. So really it's an exciting time. In COVID, people wrote away offices. They said the office space is over. Office spaces have become even more interesting. We are about human beings. Like we could have done this on Zoom, not call Mr. Neotia here, but he's here. Not call Mr. Todi here, but he's here. So point I'm trying to make is that real estate is reviving, it's rejuvenating, it's thriving. It's the only real sector. And everyone who is in real estate has a certain DNA. Real estate सबके बस की बात नहीं है. There is a DNA. I mean, like media ka ek DNA. It doesn't matter whether you run a 100 crore company or a 1,000 crore company or a 5,000. There's a certain DNA, right? So every business has certain DNA. You can only do it real estate if you are really a visionary, because you have to acquire land early. You have to be very giving when you work with authorities, literally. But in general sense, you have to be very giving because you're planning 10, 20 years. I don't know when Mr. Neotia acquired his land and so on. But it must have been when, wherever he acquired land, people would have told him he's paid much more. Also, it's finally, real estate is embracing technology, customer service. So it's a business that will attract much better people as professionals because the people you're selling to demand a certain kind of service. But at the end of the day, it boils down to the quality of what you've built, the quality of environment you've built. And there are enough people to pay premiums. You take a city like Pune, you take a city like Hyderabad, you take Gurgaon. In Gurgaon, there is no slowdown in luxury housing. Who says? There's no slowdown. Every day, huge number of luxury homes are being sold, whether it's plots or whether it's apartments in DLF or other branded residences. So really, it is the most exciting time in real estate. And again, Durgapur is coming up. Similarly, there is a greater Noida. I mean, the JW Airport is coming up. Imagine what will happen to Noida in 10 years, right? And finally, a lot of real estate developers have realized that real estate is very local in the way the needs are of the consumers. So finally, you're seeing that real estate developers who had 15 years back ventured, somebody from Delhi, okay, I'll take a name, DLF had gone to Bombay. They realized they're better off doing only Delhi, Gurgaon. They understand Delhi, Gurgaon. They're able to, also getting clearances are very important. So cultural nuances. But real estate is the only real sector. It is being driven by real demand. You have to create icons that are really, really game changers. I don't want to use the word game changer in you built a retail asset very early, which really made you popular, right? I mean, you did a lot of things. So you have to be very, very futuristic. Also, the scale is changing. And let me give you an example of Kuala Lumpur or Jakarta. They are not building for 5-10 years. They're building for 30. Look at the KL airport. It was built 15 years back. It still has excess capacity. Look at the Delhi airport. It is already kind of stretched out. So whatever you build, you have to build at a scale for the next 20, 30 years. You got to be real long term. And all the developers represented in this room are, the next few months look tight, I must tell you. Even in consumer, if you look at October, November, December numbers of consumer durables, they were weak. The Diwali wasn't like it was. There is a K-shaped recovery in economy. Not everyone is buying. The middle class and lower middle class is struggling. That's the truth. You can look at any index, right? So that's also a reality of India. But even in the winter of funding, winter of investment, India does very well. So we will continue to do well in every sector because of our domestic consumption and domestic demand. And a lot of good the government is doing. I mean, it can do a lot of things better, but still it's doing. So whenever a prime minister develops a religious corridor, for example, the Ujjain-Mahakal corridor, or the Banaras corridor, or the Mathura-Kashi corridor, they're creating centers of clusters of economic excellence. And all of you have traveled abroad, France and Paris. Just the city of Paris gets 10 times more tourists than the whole of India in the year, within a short span. So I think the religious, spiritual tourism is a big area that in the next decade, with what's happening in India, and the kind of, I'm a very religious person. I'll go to 2 temples in Calcutta tomorrow. I'll get up early. To travel to a religious place, I plan, I am always ready. I'm sure that lots of people like that. So whatever you build, you have to keep cultural renaissance of India. There is a new India, let's accept it, whatever way, whether you like it, not like it, you're comfortable. But there is a certain kind of narrative, and India will be like that over the foreseeable future. The good part is that a lot of things that are being built on our heritage and culture. I've never been to Ayodhya. I'm looking forward to the Ram temple being built. I'll go there. It's about my emotion. It's about my faith. So really, I think the government is doing a lot of things right when they develop corridors, when they build infrastructure, when they build highways, the number of small and mid-sized airports being developed in the country, all will build real estate. Look at what's happened in Goa, right? You know, Goa is a classic case of domestic tourists adopting the city. And look at what has happened to the real estate of Goa. Look at what has happened to the airport. So these are things that are happening in India. In spite of everything, India will continue to grow. Over the next 10 years, it is India's decade. And I'm not a political person. I'm not saying it in spite of the temporary winter. There is a winter of investing, which has to do with collapse of banks, which has to do with the cost of a lot of input materials going up because of supply chain issues. In construction and real estate, the biggest issue is the raw real estate costs of development have gone up. You look at every input cost, right from labor cost. I think that's a little bigger worry. Inflation is a worry. Demand is not an issue. So that's where professionalism will come in. That's where scale will come in. That's where how you run your projects will come in. So real estate is finally, you know, the finest real estate developer, according to me, in the world, and I started my career in real estate, is Gerald D. Hines. Just look at their balance sheet. Just look at the quality of icons they built in New York and around it. Look at how much premiums they get vis-a-vis their competition. And look at their balance sheet, to have a balance sheet like that. So clearly, I think in the next 10 years, we will create real estate giants that will build India's infrastructure, like Tata's did to Jamshedpur, build new cities. You know, the IQ city, or let's say Sri City in Hyderabad. You know, these are not just private townships. They're building new civilization. So I salute you all. The Realty Plus Awards here in Calcutta are a salute to the work that you've done, the icons you've created, and the contributions you've done to the GDP of the nation. I wish you luck. I love the warmth in this city. I love the culture. I love the food. And most importantly, I have some friends who I love meeting. So happy to be back in Calcutta. Thank you for bearing me out and listening me. And I hope I can bring something special out, Mr. Neotia, today. So please give all of yourself a big round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for this invigorating opening speech. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's move on to my next speaker. Our special guest for the evening, a first-generation entrepreneur who leads the Infinity Group. And under his leadership, Infinity has delivered path-breaking green projects such as Infinity Benchmark, Godrej Waterside, Infinity IT Lagoon, and Advance Infinity. He is deeply passionate about the philanthropic causes and making a difference in the society in which we cohabit. Please put your hands together as I welcome Mr. Ravindra Chamaria, Chairman and Managing Director, Infinity Group. Welcome, sir.
Dr. Batra, my friends of real estate industry, delegates, good evening. First of all, I would like to congratulate Realty Plus to organize such a great event. It has been a very interactive session whole day, and everybody has benefited by interacting. Dr. Batra has spoke about the real estate industry and the time the real estate industry is now has come. According to me also, the time of real estate industry is there. After 7-8 years of struggle, it started with Notebandi, RERA, COVID, and many other factors. Now I think the time has come for the real estate industry to take off. I am connected with IT infrastructure in Calcutta. We have been struggling last 10 years with lot of inventories which was not rented out. But I would like to say that in last 12 months, 60-70% of our inventory has gone. And COVID has played a big role as far as the IT industry's development in Calcutta is concerned. We started IT infrastructure in the year 2000. And the idea was that the talent is here, so the IT industry has to grow here. Somehow or other, from 2000 to 2010, it worked very well. But then, whatever the reason was, the IT industry started shifting from here and went to Pune, Hyderabad, Bangalore, and other places. And the talent also moved. We all know that the 20% of the IT industry today is from Bengal. The talent is from Bengal. And most of the places you have now Bengali colony, whether Hyderabad, Pune, Bangalore, all other places. In COVID, what has happened that a lot of people came back home just to look after their parents or be with the family and what's on. And then when the COVID was over, the work from home also started in a big way during the COVID and after that. And then they realized that if it has to be work for home, it has to be 3 days a week to the office. Why can't we do it from Calcutta itself or from Bengal itself? So a lot of companies started looking at Calcutta. We have been, dealing with many companies which has newly come to Calcutta, although they are all known big companies. Even Infosys started their campus just now. We gave space to Mindtree, which they came for the first time. The company from Hyderabad, Persistence, is coming now. We gave to L&T and Gensar or many other companies which has big presence outside, but the first time came to Calcutta. According to me, in last 1 year, at least 2 million square feet has been rented out or sold to IT companies, which may not be big as far as Bangalore or Hyderabad or Pune is concerned, but it's quite big as far as Calcutta is concerned. I see there'll be a shortage of space by end of this year. There'll be no space left for IT industry. And even if somebody starts new development, it will take 3 to 4 years' time. So we are really in as far as the IT infrastructure and industry is concerned. And in West Bengal, IT is quite a big thing because the industrialization is slow, and if IT comes, there are a lot of other ancillary units will come. As far as if you talk general real estate, as I was saying that we have struggled 7-8 years, it was a highly irregulated industry. Now it's more and more regulated industry. All the problems are over. The brandings are there. People are, trust has come back into the system. And the time has come to take off. But the thing is that this industry is also changing. If you start with IT, we started with just simple, good buildings, smart buildings. So our brief was, let's do a smart building. Then came, let's do a green building. Then came, let's do furnishing. Then came, let's do co-working. Then came, let's do fully serviced office. So like that, it has evolved. Now today the trend is that people want fully serviced office. So from just an IT bare shell, we have traveled to the fully serviced office. Similarly, in real estate, it's from the office, retail, or residential. It's now moving towards many other products which has come. Last 4-5 years, we have seen so many warehouses has come. So huge investment has come in warehouse. Similarly, there are products now coming which has a great potential, like old age home. Now it's a very small numbers of old age home in India, but I personally feel that it will grow like anything. 15,000 people every day crosses the retirement age in India. 15,000 people every day. So there's a huge market waiting. Somebody has to do it. It has started already. We have also done a small 72-room old age home in Diamond Harbour Road at Ibiza, and we feel that there is a huge market. Not only old age home, like co-working has started. Similarly, co-living. Similarly, lot of hospital chain wants to establish even hospitals in Calcutta, and they are looking for investors. They are looking for real estate people to give them build-to-suit hospitals. Similarly, build-to-suit schools, co-living. So there are many new products which are coming, and there is a huge potential for those new products in India, also in Calcutta. So basically, I am very optimistic. I feel that the struggle is over and we are ready to take off, and we are in for a good time. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. We would have wanted sir to remain on stage for a little while we felicitate him. Sir, can we request you back on the stage? Please. Once again, put your hands together for Mr. Chamaria for such an amazing, amazing speech. And now I would request Dr. Batra to kindly come up and present a token of appreciation. Thank you, both of you gentlemen. Moving on. Next, I'm going to invite a guest on stage for a conversation. And of course, we'll be having the extremely enigmatic Anurag Batra with us. But who is this special guest? Let me give you some clues. He is definitely a real estate entrepreneur, but he is also a connoisseur of art. Ladies and gentlemen, he is the chairman of Ambuja Neotia Group, a recipient of YPO Legacy of Honor Award. He juggles many hats with equal elan. As chairman of Ambuja Neotia Group, he operates across the spectrum of real estate industry. He is a member of India Design Council, IDC, and Indira Gandhi National Center of Arts, New Delhi. He is the chairman of National Institute of Technical Teachers Training and Research, Kolkata. He heads the Jnana Pravaha, a center for cultural studies and research in Varanasi, as its chairman, and also serves as the honorary consul of Israel in West Bengal. Please put your hands together as I welcome on stage none other than Mr. Harshvardhan Neotia, Chairman, Ambuja Neotia Group. And to my absolute honor, ladies and gentlemen, I have told a lot of achievements about him, but he really makes us proud to be a part of Bengal. He is Padma Shri awardee. Please put your hands together once again for this enigmatic man. And in conversation with him, we have Dr. Anurag Batra, Editor-in-Chief and Chairman, Exchange for Media and Business World Media Group. To both of you.
Good evening. It's my honor and privilege to talk to Padma Shri Harsh Neotia ji. Mr. Neotia, let me start by asking, I am meeting you after 4 years. And I see you've gained health, you've lost weight. What else have you gained in the last 2.5, 3 years post-COVID? Losing weight is gaining health. So what all have you gained? You're already a wise person, a wealthy person. You have almost everything else. But what did you gain in the last 30, 36 months? It was a different period. It made us think.
Well, warm regards to everyone in this room, and thank you, Dr. Batra, for inviting me. I think one of the greatest learnings of COVID was a sense of gratitude. We all know what gratitude is, but when you face adversity of the kind that we did, both in terms of how your business will be and more importantly, how your life will be. And then you see those images on television of despair and, we saw the migrant workers, we saw people pining for oxygen. You feel a tremendous sense of gratefulness to the Almighty that you could be able to have some support system financially, emotionally. We were together with our family. Jokingly, I once said that we have never had 100 meals continuously on the same dining table in the same location ever in our life, which we did during COVID because we were stuck at home. The fact that the whole family was bonding in a unique way while you were going through this challenging period was a great learning in gratitude. And that to me was, I think, what stayed with me.
Absolutely. I think, I have to tell you a small story. I tell my children that I was born bald. At the age of 10 or 11, but between 10 and 12, I have an older sister. She's 5 years older to me. Her name is Sukirti and my name is Anurag. And my nickname is Annu. You can guess, and her name is Bittu. So when we were younger, my mother would say to us that pray to God that your eyes are okay, your ears are okay, your limbs are okay. And I used to say to my older sister, and I would call her Bittu Didi, Mama, kya bolti hai ki thank God for just having your ears to be okay, eyes to be okay. Trust me, I every day thank God for things that I would normally not thank maybe 20 years back. But you're so right, the opportunity to be able to talk to you, the opportunity to work with fantastic colleagues like Tripti and Sapna, and I really mean it. I'm not, I feel I'm very blessed and I'm grateful every day I wake up and I say thank you a lot of times actually in the day for various things to God. And trust me, gratitude can change your luck. One, it will put you in better energy. When you can't have this, you can't be grateful and sad. You can't be. So if you're grateful, then you are grateful, which means you're not sad. Second is there is a power in expressing gratitude. Gratitude makes lives more abundant. And abundant doesn't mean more money, Abundant means maybe better health, better relationships, also more money. Money does allow you sometimes to be able to choose what you want to do and what you don't want to do, right? You deploy your time in the things that matter. So I think the fact that somebody like Mr. Neotia says that gratitude you show in your actions when you help other people. Gratitude you show when you do whatever you do with 100% being in the moment. Now let me come to the business environment and then we'll come to the real estate environment. What has changed in the business environment of West Bengal in the last 2-3 years, which has made it a better place has it made it a better place for investment? I know you'll have to say that on stage, that I know. But tell me what has changed about West Bengal and Calcutta that makes you hopeful about the future in terms of business? Because the reason I ask this is West Bengal, Calcutta used to be the seat of business. It used to be the center of business many, many decades back. And somewhere it lost its way. But in the last decade or so, I see it coming back slowly, slowly. You as a leading player in multiple sectors, investing in multiple sectors, interfacing with all stakeholders, what is your deep view of what's happening on the ground?
Well, this is going to be, for most, a biased answer because you always love your home, the place that you were born in. For me, Calcutta is more than my workplace. It's also my birthplace. It's also a city that I identify with, a city that has given me everything. So naturally, my response will be, for an outsider, maybe he may think that, you're being extremely biased. But having said that, I think anyone who comes into Calcutta after a few years will be able to notice that we are definitely having better infrastructure. We are soon going to have a very well integrated metro corridor, almost 180 kilometers of metro railway, of which only about, not even 30, 15, 20% is operational today. All of which is going to happen, most of it which is going to happen in the next 2 years. I think it will have a magical transformation to the infrastructure of the city. It will lift off about 25% of the traffic on the road above, and it will also make it eco-friendly. And altogether, I feel that it will transform I think already traffic is pretty decent in the city, and it will become even better. We are also seeing a lot of emphasis on greening of the city, improvement of parks and gardens. Some of them, people quarrel about this, the sense of aesthetics, but that's a very personal perception. But I think it's definitely, we have a cleaner city, a brighter city.
I can say it's a cleaner city. And I can say the traffic is better. This is my 25th or 26th year of coming to Calcutta 2-3 times a year.
And there are many other international events that are converging. So for instance, our recognition of the Durga Puja as a UNESCO World Heritage cultural sort of event is going to position Calcutta in a dramatic way in terms of international tourism. We recently got an international award for cultural tourism in the state. And there's a lot of far-flung areas that are getting developed because of better road connectivity. Road travel, which used to be a nightmare in most parts of India and certainly in parts of Bengal, is now increasingly becoming a pleasure. And I believe that I haven't done that road route personally, but my colleagues have done it between Calcutta and Siliguri, which takes 12, 14 hours, will come down to 8 hours. And this is going to be magical to the way people will move around the state. So all in all, I think infrastructurally we are improving. But I think the most important thing about Calcutta is the way its heart beats. And, you know, we often look at the hard infrastructure and get distracted by, I don't think cities are only about the physical. I think the cities are about the soul, the imagination, the creativity, the empathy. I think in many senses, Calcutta is one of those cities where you are more important for what you do than if you hold an important post or if you have a lot of money. You go to any gathering in Calcutta, and the chances that a school principal or a painter or a writer will attract more attention than any minister or any extremely rich businessman. There is an irreverence, in a sense, to material achievements. In a sense, it is also a little problem because at times we give too little importance to it. But in another way, it's very endearing because, I mean, life is not all about money alone.
You said there's a non-challenge attitude, I heard.
Yeah,
you telling Tripti or Royal, they ask you.
There's a sort of non-challenge to it. You don't mind spending an hour discussing how a football match went last evening, which has no consequence to your life or anything else, but the involvement of everybody in that discussion is phenomenal. Now, somebody may argue, and I think a lot of businessmen do, saying this is complete rubbish, waste of time, etc.
No.
But I don't know, maybe because I've lived here, I've grown up here, I kind of find that very fascinating and interesting. And I think it adds a texture to human life, which makes it so much richer and so much more vibrant and so much more endearing and so much more warmer. All of which I feel is an important aspect of the soul of the city.
Absolutely. And there is research after research that's shown that cities that have more art and culture also have higher real estate prices. By the way, in any city where there is more appreciation of art, I know you're a big art aficionado, the real estate prices go up. You can Google it, the Harvard studies, the Stanford studies. There is empirical data, so it's not just somebody having a gut feel.
But Dr. Batra, I want to pause here to say that it's irrelevant whether the price goes up or not. I think it adds texture and quality to life.
Absolutely.
I think that's important. Let's leave it at that, because even if we find in sort of everything that makes that quality better necessarily a commerce, it's not so. Why should everything ultimately...
No, I'm just saying there is a
possibility.
There is a function and a possibility. After COVID, we know, I mean, I'm not as big an art collector, but in my own way I am. I've heard about your car, but I have collected art over the last 10, 15 years, and I do it because a lot of people say, oh, we want to buy it. Not for selling. I like it, I bought it for myself. And I was telling Boria, I met him, and I was telling him, I share my birthday with Sir Donald Bradman. I'm a quizzer, so I ask anyone who asks me birthday, I tell them I share it with the world's greatest cricketer. This is Sachin Tendulkar, which he is, but it's his humility that he says Sir Donald Bradman is. And Boria gave me a bat today, which is a Donald Bradman. I mean, he gave it to me for 10 minutes. I'm going to steal it from his home one day, but I now know where he lives. But the fact is, I told him a story. Sir Martin Sorrell was coming to India, and I was the #1 advertising marketing. That's what I started with. And he gave us an opportunity to host him, so I did research. And he loves 3 things. He loves cricket, he loves art, and he loves mutton. So there was a Delhi Daredevils first year. So there were 3 large bats painted by big artists, and about 3 of them. I said, 1 I'll give to Sir Martin Sorrell, and 2 to other friends of mine who are also speaking there, big journalists and editors. But I got greedy. I gave the 1 to Martin, and I kept the rest 2 which are in my drawing room. So I do it because I like it. Music, art, books, there is no value to it. You do it because it gives you a deeper sense of meaning. Now let me shift to real estate. You've been in this sector for a while. You have presence in almost all formats, right? Now you have a large hotel also. What's happening in real estate? We heard from Sir what's happening. Every sector is, whether you take logistics and supply chain, warehousing has become so important and big and, remunerable, and so the returns are very healthy. Retailing is back with a boom. Office spaces are reinventing themselves. Co-working, residential, the offtakes are huge. Luxury housing is growing. Industrial townships are coming. So every part of the real estate sector seems to be doing well. What is your take? And what looks good from the surface, we need to be cautious about. Can you take us through this?
Well, I fully agree with what Ravindra Bhaiya has just shared with all of us. And I think he's spot on that we suddenly got a rebirth of sorts post-COVID because there is an opportunity, a window, which had pretty much got shut for some reason. That since we have a lot of talent here, that people started thinking about relocating their offices, which definitely has opened up new possibilities, and likely that this will grow because any IT company that has worked in this city has always said that in terms of quality of output and low attrition, we are performing the best.
Absolutely.
And also the cost of space, etc., the cost of manpower.
And the cost of talent itself.
Yes. So I think there is a great opportunity opening up there. So is with retail. I think we were scared during COVID when a lot of retail moved online, and there was a feeling that this might be a permanent shift, but that's not true anymore. People have gone back with a vengeance to the physical store. I think the experiential part of shopping is not just buying things that you need. Absolutely. It's also about experiencing, going with the family, enjoying an outing. I think to a great extent that is back, and I think it will remain that way for some time, for a long time, I think. On the residential front, I think the big decision that happened with COVID was people realized the importance of a home and the size of a home. And for the first time, you said, okay, I need another room, and my bedroom cannot be just one where I have to stay the whole day with my wife. So this other room becomes very important, because if I have to do online work, or even if I have to have a conversation with a friend and I don't want someone breathing down my and listening to what I have to say, sometimes we just do idle talk. We would like to have some space. And so do the children. So this whole concept of children sharing a room is now anathema. No, even a kid who's 10 years old says, I want a separate space, because he also has friends and she wants to do something else. So I think the need for a larger space, that is one. Second, of course, is that because people who got locked in, I think they just feel that gated communities that provide large infrastructure of sporting and health activities and some amount of space to walk around, etc., has gained traction. So larger projects have a premium, I think. And then, of course, a major thing that happened was, because there was a distress for a long time, and as Mr. Chamaria mentioned, there was a whole series of events from demonetization onwards, which had a debilitating sort of impact on real estate. COVID being the last straw, virtually, proverbially, on the camel's back. So I think they all caused a lot of developers, particularly smaller ones, to kind of exit this space. And therefore, the more established players were able to consolidate and were able to gain market share. Also, the buyers became more conscious and wanted to take the risk of investing only with well-established players. So I think that's also brought in some more discipline and perhaps quality and reliability and transparency, etc., to the sector, which improved its overall image. And that's not to say that we don't have some bad apples, and probably they will be there in every field of life. Absolutely. But I think it has changed a great deal.
Again, I want to end my conversation, two segments he alluded to. Chamaria Saab talked about student housing. Pre-COVID, that was a very big sector that looked promising, and it still looks promising. The other sector, again, Chamaria Saab kind of referred to was
old age homes.
Old age homes, which are becoming so important because, parents, as he gave the statistics. What do you see is the future of these two sectors?
I don't know much about student housing, but it would be relevant in pockets, which is concentration of colleges, etc. But I definitely have studied the old age homes or senior citizen living, whatever you may call it. Old age is not exactly a very nice word. So I think there's a great possibility there, particularly because we have families where young people have to move around for work, and they can't always be living with their parents. And particularly when the parents cross 70, I think young boys and girls who have migrated overseas or in other parts of India feel very concerned about their well-being. And they all do well, so they can afford it also. The affordability is an important part of senior living. If you need to provide a whole list of services, you also have to afford a certain amount of money. I think both of which is converging very well. I think there's a great possibility. And now the stigma, in India, this whole concept of getting your parents to live in a senior citizen home was not very acceptable. It seemed to be that,
you're sending them away.
Yeah, you're sending them away. But now I think there is a greater acceptability because the way these things are being designed are just like more infrastructure to take care of them rather than, sort of sending them away into some kind of care home. There was a concept, because usually the care homes were subsidized and usually the care homes were for the poorer section. So there was a certain kind of imagery which was not, but I think that has shifted a great deal. So I think there's a great opportunity there.
Thank you so much. There are lots of real estate professionals there. Of course, Mr. Todi, Mr. Chamaria are very wise, and so I'm sure everyone is. But if you had to give them advice or an input, whatever word you want to use, counsel, what would be your counsel to them?
Well, on a lighter note, as you said, have a good sense of humor and don't take life too seriously. You never know when it's going to get over. So that's the lighter part of it. But on a more serious note, I think, the most important, we give too much of importance to ourselves and our role. Besides the fact that we should be fair and ethical and do the right things, we have to pretty much leave it to so many other events and challenges that will come across, many of which we cannot predict. So as long as you do what you do with your full passion, you do it with your integrity, you do it with the intent of being a caring citizen, which is compassionate, I think you're pretty much set. At least you'll be happy. You may not get all the success, so-called success, which I personally have big quarrel with, because we tend to make success into a very monetary phenomena. I think success is many things, and one of which, and central to which, should be our own happiness. So what I am trying to suggest is that be happy. Don't worry, be happy.
Punjab was very ahead as a state in happiness. 60% of children are called happy there.
Yeah.
But
not that kind of happiness.
My last question before I wrap it up. You achieved a lot. You become a philosopher, sir.
No. Well, life makes everyone a philosopher.
Of course it does. Is there a bucket list Mr. Harsh Neotia has? Because you seem to have done almost everything you can. What is it that you want to do? Of course, business will keep happening. I met your son. He's very, very, I think you should be very proud of your son, and you are. What is it, I haven't met your daughter, but I know she's there because your son told me about her. But what is it that you want to do in the next decade or 2 decades? I know you're not thinking that term, I know you'd say that, but is there a bucket list you have?
No, I haven't thought about it in that way. My children came into our lives much later than many of my friends' children came in. So I have a little bit of struggle left, because they're going to take some time to settle down, and I have to still work hard to keep the process going till they sort of swim into it. But having said that, you never know how long you're going to be able and fit and fine. Well, I've always secretly, in a sense, wanted to be a teacher.
Yeah.
Not secret, I think. I've always thought that that's something I would like to do. So maybe at some stage when I give up my formal boots of running my company, that's what I would like to do.
And what would you like to teach?
Well, I don't know. The subjects would be varied, but I think it would be in the field of liberal arts. It would be essentially to build an attitude of how people should look at their life.
You know, Mr. Neotia, during COVID, the single biggest course was a free course from Stanford on happiness, which is the most downloaded course for the first 24 months of COVID. And I also must tell you that on Coursera, which is a very large edutech platform, went public a couple of months back, a year back, a little more than a year back. The 3 biggest courses that were downloaded, we think of Python and artificial intelligence, machine learning, and they're very popular, where people upgrade. But they were about communication, about leadership, about empathy. So I think
I resonate with all of that, and I think having gone through the corporate mill, been a part of a listed company of Ambuja Cement, divested that business, built a real estate business, been a pretty sort of complete arch of sorts. I just feel that I have learned partly from all my experiences, partly from the people that I met, partly from the books that I have had since I have been a keen reader. I've read a lot. So I think there is a kind of an idea which I feel I could share. I'm not sure I would like to make it prescriptive because it's not fair to do that. Even my children who have been accustomed to getting Sunday lessons from me says, Dad, you're repeating your lessons. So I said, oh, Father. He says, Dad, you told us this before, so don't say it again. And so there is a jhamela there also. So when I have the challenge right under my nose, I have my auditors' critiques right within my family, I know how difficult it is to try and be prescriptive to young people. So I think I would just let them have a bouquet of options to think about so that they can pick and choose what they like.
Absolutely. One thing we know, Mr. Miotia, knowing the quality of what you've done, whatever you do, you'll give it your best, and it would be impactful. On that note, please give a big round of applause to Mr. Niotia for being thought-provoking and authentic, and he is a tall man, okay, in every aspect, metaphorically speaking. So thank you. Enjoyed chatting with you. And by the way, I must tell you, I'm on the board of my alma mater, MDI, which is a business school. I'm on the board for the last 3 years. I graduated almost 3 decades back from that. So if you want to teach at MDI, I think I can, at least I'll take you. And I must tell you that I say that whatever little I've achieved, like he was introducing me how I lost my hair. I say my parents' blessings, God, my wife's sacrifices, lots of friends' help. Somebody gave me money when I started, so on and so forth. But books, so I buy 50, 60 books a week, read 2, 3, maybe 5, read on flights, write column. But last year I started India's largest business lit fest. I've not brought it to Calcutta. I'll bring it to Calcutta. And last week I brought Ken Honda from Japan. Happy Money. He sold 9 million copies, right now the #1 author in the business segment. I brought an 87-year-old founder of Reebok. His father invented a spiked running shoe in 1900. He's 87. He was going to 21 cities with me. After 6 cities, he was 87. He wasn't feeling well. And many people who came to India for the first time. Joe Foster is his name, Ken Honda. So I'll bring that to Calcutta, the city where I want to do a grand IBLF. And it's my passion project. It's not because whatever little I have achieved is because of lots of books I read. And I think I like spending time with books. So I'm sure I'll invite you to be at IBLF and talk to.
Next time you have the program, please allow me to question you because we need to know some things about you, which I think would be very fascinating to everyone.
I don't know, but I have a book of...
Let's have an agreement. Next time we'll flip it around.
Happily. Please give Mr. Niotia a big round of applause. You know why he's a tall man and what he's achieved, what he has. Thank you.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, I would request Mr. Batra to present a token of gratitude to Mr. Harshvardhan Niotia. Two very, very enigmatic men from our generation standing together on that stage and inspiring each one of us. And on that very inspirational note, ladies and gentlemen, let's start the red carpet walk for the award ceremony. This is the time when I will introduce our jury members, who were the jurors and what were their calls. How did they select the winners? Let's have a look at the jury AV.
Alok Tiwari, Senior Partner, Samagra Law. It is my pleasure to be associated with Reality Plus Conclave and Excellence Award 2023 East. I am really grateful for Reality Plus for nominating me as a jury member for the said conclave. Anybody in real estate understands the only thing permanent in real estate is change. The clients or the consumers today are asking for the products which were very much not available say a year back. Now the developers or collaborators or builders are very much attuned to these changes and expectations of the consumers. Reality Plus provides each of the builders, real estate enthusiasts, a platform to showcase their products.
Hi, this is Anuj Puri. As always, it's been absolute delight to be a part of the jury for the Reality Plus Awards. Like every year, this year, these credible awards recognize consistency, delivery, customer satisfaction, quality. The jury has been very independent and have recognized the contestants which have been able to deliver on quality, on the prospects of customer satisfaction, and ensuring that everything is done within a given time frame. We wish all the contestants the very best, and certainly the winners very, very good luck.
And those were our eminent jurors. Give them a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for our eminent jury who have decided your fate today. And I would request all my jurors and all our award winners to kindly stay back till the end of the program for a lovely and memorable group photograph. Now moving on, ladies and gentlemen, to start off with the award ceremony, I'd like to welcome on stage none other than Dr. Anurag Batra and Mr. Abhijit Das, Senior Director, East India, Knight Frank India Private Limited, to join us on stage for the first set of awards. We would request Mr. N.G. Khaitan, Senior Partner, Khaitan and Company, to kindly join us on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the 15th Realty Plus Excellence Award 2023 East, where we are going to know who are the present, the future, the hope of the realty industry. And now, moving on, let's look at the first category.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we present the winners of the 15th Realty Plus Excellence Awards 2023 East. Our winners are scaling new heights with dedication and commitment to Indian real estate. The awards are divided into broad categories of real estate projects, developers, architects, interior design, PropTech and co-working, branding and individual achievement. Ladies and gentlemen, we now begin with the first set of awards for the evening. These are the Real Estate Project Awards. First up is the most popular category, Affordable Housing Project of the Year, with 3 award winners. And the award goes to Eden Realty Ventures Private Limited for Solaris Shalimar and Salar Puria Signum Complex LLP for Suncrest Estate. And for non-metro, the award goes to JSB Infrastructures for JSB Springfield.
That definitely calls for a roar of applause. And on this note, I would also request Dr. Anurag Batra, who is here with us, to kindly join us back on stage. And ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as I welcome Mr. Arya Sumant, Managing Director, and Mr. Kumar Satyaki, Joint Managing Director, Eden Realty Ventures Private Limited. Can we please have Team Salarpuria Group? Ladies and gentlemen, Team Salarpuria Group that has won the award for Salarpuria Signum Complex LLP. And let's call upon the JBS Infrastructure. Please welcome Mr. Nikunj Harlalka, Managing Partner, JSB Infrastructures. Ladies and gentlemen, they were the 3 winners for the most affordable project of the year, and give them a real big round of applause. Everybody, please.
You know, I said there's no GST on clapping, at least not in Delhi. I hope there's none in Bengal में. तो आप ताली बजा सकते हैं. 3 कारणों से ताली बजाइए. एक तो they say clapping is good for heart muscles. So if you haven't gone for your walk in the morning, it may compensate for that. So only for that selfish reason. Second, when you'll be up here, you'll need the applause. So build up your karmic balance, because if you don't, then, you know, when you get up here, nobody will applaud for you. And third, it's a happy moment. In happy moments, clapping is a way of expressing gratitude. We were listening to Mr. Neotia. So please, that gratitude can only be expressed through your claps. So please do that, huh? Because आपको भी जरूरत पड़ेगी तालियों की.
Thank you so much, sir. Now it's time that we move on to the next category. And what is it? Sir, we would like you to stay back.
Felicitating now is the second home project of the year. And the award goes to Ambuja Neotia for Vanya Avas.
Can we please have Shankho Bhattacharya, AVP Projects, and Shubhra Sarkar, Head Group Branding Corporate Communication, Ambuja Neotia for Ambuja Neotia Vanya Avas. Moving on to our next category.
We now felicitate the best among the best in the category Commercial Project of the Year. And the award goes to Jalan Builders for Altitude. And for non-metro, the award goes to Manokamna Builders for Home Square.
Gentlemen, the Commercial Project of the Year, and put your hands together for Mr. Brij Mohan Jalan, Chairman, and Pratik Jalan, Director, Jalan Builders. Thank you so much. And can we also give a round of applause to Sahil Chaudhary, Director, Mankamna Builders. The next category would be
Taking it a notch ahead is IT Park Project of the Year, and the award goes to Simplex Infra Technopark LLP for Imagine Tech Park.
Can I please invite Amit Sarda, Managing Partner, Simplex Infra Technopark LLP. The next category, ladies and gentlemen, is really interesting, and let's see what it is.
Next, we move on to the category for Mid-Segment Project of the Year, and the award goes to Purti Realty for Purti Aroma. And for non-metro, the award goes to MB Builders and Manokamna Builders for MB Delight.
Please welcome Mr. Shrey Agarwal, Director, Purti Realty. Mr. Shrey Agarwal along with his team right here on stage. Can we please have Mr. Sahil Chaudhary, Director, MB Builders. अच्छा, एक कैटेगरी में अगर 2 या 3 विनर्स हैं, इसका मतलब ये नहीं कि आप सारी तालियां पहली बार बजा देंगे, सेकंड टाइम हौले हौले, थर्ड टाइम सुनाई नहीं देगा. ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए. लेट्स शो सम एनर्जी ऑडियंस. Moving on to our next category. Let's see what it is.
Moving on to our next award is the Senior Living Housing Project of the Year. And the award goes to Infinity Group for Jagriti Dham.
Can I please have Mr. Onindo Das, Vice President Marketing, Infinity Group? What an amazing project for senior living, ladies and gentlemen, Jagriti Dham. Can I please have Mr. Onindo Das, Vice President Marketing, Infinity Group, along with his team, to be here on stage? Thank you so much, award winner, and thank you so much, Mr. Khaitan and Mr. Das, for being here with us. I would request Mr. Batra to kindly stay back as I welcome Mr. Shubha Prasanna Bhattacharjee. He is an artist and a painter who needs no separate introduction. He has all our respect and love. Give a round of applause for Mr. Shubha Prasanna Bhattacharjee. It is an absolute honor to have you here with us, sir. Now let's have a look at the next category.
An important category for the interesting times we are in today is the coveted Residential Project of the Year. And the award goes to Signum Group for Winmere. And for non-metro, the award goes to JSB Infrastructures for JSB Serene Tower.
Please have Mr. Sandeep Sharma and Team Singham Group. Team Signum is right here with us. The next award winner, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Mr. Nikunj Harlalka, Managing Partner, JSB Infrastructures. We will go on to the next category, but before that, once again, let me remind you, all the winners, this is not your ticket to leave. We would request you to kindly stay back so that we have a group photo of the jurors and the winners together. Moving on to the next category, and what is it?
Moving on to the next category is the most environment-friendly commercial office space. And the award goes to PS Group for Emperador.
Can we please have Mr. Ajit Bothra from PS Group along with his team? Ladies and gentlemen, the most environment-friendly commercial or office space or the project of the year is PS Group's Imperator. Ladies and gentlemen, I always believe that a house or a home is not just about sustenance. It is a reflection of your own self. For example, let's say if we go to Mr. Batra's house, we will see a reflection of himself. And I know on his coffee table, the first book that I'll find is Ikigai, because he's that inspiring a man. And again, when we go to Shubha Prashna sir's house, there will be a lot of intellectual property, paintings and books, in front of which you should actually act very naive, because you probably do not have half of his talent, none of us have, and will just be mesmerized. And if you come to my house, oh my God, who are the influencers here? They'll all be happy in my house. So, living is also about luxury living. So what is the next category? Let's have a look.
Next is the prestigious honor of Luxury Project of the Year. And the award goes to Salarpuria Signum Complex LLP for Victoria Vistas. And Orbit Group for Orbit Ecom.
Please welcome our winners from Salarpuria Signum, Team Salarpuria Group once again. And the next winner is Sangeeta Singh from Orbit Group. And as they say, ladies and gentlemen, how far exactly will you go chasing for happiness? If luxury is not all, we are talking about ultra luxury. And let's see what the next category is.
Our next category of the evening is Ultra Luxury Lifestyle Project of the Year. And the award goes to Primark Projects Private Limited for Ram Dulari.
Give a round of applause as I welcome Sujay Anand Prasad, Director and Team Primark Projects Private Limited. Let's welcome them on stage. A house, no matter how Vastu-friendly it is, how perfect it is so far as the location and the convenience is concerned, but the design also needs to be in accompaniment with your urban living and your urban ideas. So let us have a look at the next category.
always an exciting category, the Design Project of the Year. And the award goes to Imami Realty Limited for Imami Astha. And Jain Group for Dream One.
Can we please have Team Imami Realty on stage? Give them a round of applause, everybody. Please welcome Mr. Rishi Jain, Managing Director, Jain Group. Moving on to our next category, what is it that we are going to introduce next?
Moving on to our next award is the Real Estate Destination of the Year. And the award goes to Infinity Group for Infinity Think Tank.
The next category, ladies and gentlemen, is very interesting because when you think of a house, now a lot of people say, oh my God, those flats have become like matchboxes, and where do you even stay? Those dreams on living in houses with courtyards and a fountain and nice parking and a garden, where are those days gone? Well, you should have thought about it. Not us, but the previous generations should have thought about it before this population outburst. But right now, you can also fulfill your dreams of a beautiful house or a villa. Let's look at the next category.
An important category for all times, the Villa Project of the Year. And the award goes to Gems Group for Gems Bougainvillas. And Arjav Builder Private Limited for Arjav Hazelberg.
Please welcome Mr. Lalit Bhutoria, Managing Director, Gems Group. Please welcome Mr. Harsh Jain, Managing Director, Arjav Builders Private Limited. Thank you so much, Shubha Prasanna sir, for being here with us. আমাদের খুব ভালো লেগেছে আপনি এখানে এসেছেন আর আমাদের সাথে এই সময়টা কাটালেন। একটা জোরে হাততালি হয়ে যাক for this man who makes our generation proud. Thank you, sir. Now, to join Mr. Batra, can I request Mr. Imran Zaki, educationist, entrepreneur, and a social worker, to kindly join us on stage. Please welcome Mr. Zaki with a round of applause. And as, ladies and gentlemen, we move on to the next category, let's see what this category is.
Another exciting award is for Industrial Warehousing Project of the Year. And for non-metro, the award goes to Arjav Builder Private Limited for Arjav Industrial and Warehouse Park.
Can we please have Mr. Harsh Jain, Managing Director, Arjav Builders Private Limited, to kindly come up on stage and accept his award. Moving on to my next category, ladies and gentlemen, we live in Kolkata and we are used to themed Durga Pujas, right? And then everything is themed right now. There are theme sarees, to theme park, to theme drawing room, and a lot of themes going on. But how will it be if your housing project is built on a theme that resonates with you? Let's look at the next category. What is the theme project of the year?
Awarding uniqueness in real estate projects is the award for Themed Project of the Year. And the award goes to Imami Realty Limited for Imami Astha. And for non-metro, the award goes to DN Homes Private Limited for DN Fairy Tale.
Can we please have Team Imami Realty Limited to come up on stage? Stop in my mind. Can we please have Mr. Vilas Kulkarni, President Sales and Marketing, and Nikhil Bajpai, Vice President Business Development at DN Homes Private Limited. Ladies and gentlemen, when it comes to people or when it comes to categories, when it comes to housing, some become famous, some become very famous, very, very famous, and some people just silently become icons. So let us know what is the iconic project of the year. Let's look at the next category.
Another popular category of the evening is Iconic Project of the Year. And the award goes to Signum Group for Sampurna, and Vinayak Group for Vinayak Atlantis, and Purti Realty for Miraki.
Can we please have Mr. Sandeep Sharma and Team Signum Group? Please put your hands together as I welcome them. And ladies and gentlemen, can we have a roaring round of applause? Ekta jore hatali shabai mile. A real roaring round of applause. Please welcome Rishi Kyal, Director, Vinayak Group. Please put your hands together as I welcome Mr. Shrey Agarwal, Director, Purti Realty. Moving on to my next category, ladies and gentlemen, of course, एक घर आप बनाएंगे उसमें फैशन होना चाहिए, उसमें पैशन होना चाहिए, उसमें एड्रेस होना चाहिए. At the end of the day, your residential address is something that you need everywhere. But how about having a residential address that turns the heads? Let's look at the head-turning residential address of the year.
Honoring the project that is making all heads turn is the award for Residential Complex of the Year. And the award goes to Alcove Realty for New Kolkata. And for non-metro, the award goes to MB Builders and Manakamna Builders for MB Delight.
Please welcome Saurav Bed and Shraddha Bed for Alcove Realty, the residential complex of the year. Please welcome Mr. Sahil Chaudhary, Director, MB Builders. Ladies and gentlemen, moving on to the next category. When a single girl becomes economically independent, the first house that she wants to buy, let's say, I'm giving my example, not everybody is me. The first project that you want to buy as your home may not sell at 1 CR. We are looking at a little lower budget and not discussing that openly, but the next category is absolutely for me. So let's have a look.
Recognizing the budget housing project of the year. And the award goes to JW Vinayak Group for Vinayak Golden Acres.
Please welcome Mr. Piyush Bediwal, MD, and Mrs. Nidhi Bediwal, Creative Director for JW Vinayak Group. Thank you so much. We would request Zaki sir to kindly stay back with us. Sir. Zaki sir, we want you to stay back with us. And yes, Batra sir has been here for very long. We want you to go in the audience and enjoy this amazing award function. And now it's time that I call upon Mr. J.P. Agarwal, Principal Architect, Agarwal and Agarwal Architects Private Limited, to kindly come up on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. J.P. Agarwal in person. Let's give him a round of applause. And let's have a look at the next category.
We now have an exciting tribute, which is for the best-selling project of the year. And the award goes to Infinity Group for Advent's Infinity. And for non-metro, the award goes to MB Builders, Manakamna Builders and PCM Group for Skydale.
Please welcome Mr. Sahil Chaudhary, Director, MB Builders for Manakamna Builders and PCM Group. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir, for being here with us. Thank you so much, Mr. Zaki. And now we'd request Ms. Sapna Srivastava, Editor, Realty Plus, to kindly come up on stage for the next few category of awards. The next category, ladies and gentlemen, is for those properties which everybody is talking about. Yes, they are so popular. What is the next category? Let's have a look.
another exciting category, the most popular project of the year. And the award goes to Eden Realty Ventures Private Limited for Solaris Shalimar. And for non-metro, the award goes to Manakamna Builders for Home Square.
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as I welcome Mr. Kumar Satyaki, Joint Managing Director, and Mr. Vishwadeep Gupta, Director Marketing, Eden Realty Ventures Private Limited. Please welcome Sahil Chaudhary, Director, Manakamna Builders. Let's look at our next category.
Moving on to our next award is the Mixed Use Project of the Year. And the award goes to Orbit Group for Orbit Urban Park.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome संगीता सिंह फ्रॉम ऑर्बिट ग्रुप और इनका स्वागत करते हैं जोरदार तालियों के साथ प्लीज आई वांट अ ह्यूज राउंड ऑफ अप्लॉज एवरीबॉडी प्लीज Let's move on to our next category, which is
Our next award is for the Skyscraper of the Year. And for non-metro, the award goes to MB Builders, Manakamna Builders and PCM Group for Skydale.
Please once again welcome Sahil Chaudhary, Director, MB Builders, Manakamna Builders and PCM Group.
Stop in my mind.
Let's move on to our next category and find out the next winner.
An important honor as the world focuses on sustainability is the most environment-friendly residential space. And the award goes to Ambuja Neotia for Utalika Luxury.
Can we please have Shankho Bhattacharya, AVP Projects and Shubhro Sarkar, Head Group Branding, Corporate Communication, Ambuja Neotia. next category, ladies and gentlemen, let's have a look.
The next category is the Integrated Township Project of the Year, and the award goes to Shri Ram Properties Limited for Shri Ram Grand City. And for non-metro, the award goes to Shrishti Infrastructure Development Corporation Limited for Shrishti Nagar, Guwahati.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ram Shankar, Chief Operating Officer, Kolkata, and Mr. Raghav Vora, Sales Head, Shri Ram Properties Limited. Please welcome Mr. Sahil Saharia, CEO, and his team for Srishti Infrastructure Development Corporation Limited. The next category, ladies and gentlemen, is
The next category of the evening is the Landscape Project of the Year, Residential. And the award goes to PS Group for View.
Can we please have Mr. Ajit Botra, Senior Manager Finance and Taxation, PS Group, and his team to please come up on stage. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time that we proceed to the Builders and Developers category. And in this category, let's look at the first nomination.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, we proceed to the Builders and Developers category. First up is the category of Developer of the Year, Commercial. And the award goes to Jalan Builders.
Can we please have Mr. Brij Mohan Jalan, Chairman, and Pratik Jalan, Director, Jalan Builders, to kindly come up on stage and accept the award. Ladies and gentlemen, let's move on to our next category and see what it is.
The best among the best in the category of Developer of the Year, Retail. And the award goes to Quest Properties India Limited.
Can we please request Mr. Kaushik Roy, Quest Properties India Limited, to please come up on stage and welcome him with a round of applause, everybody. Next is a category, ladies and gentlemen, that is very coveted and very looked for in the Realty Plus Excellence Awards. Let's see what is that category.
Always a popular category at the Realty Plus Excellence Awards is the award for Developer of the Year Residential. And the award goes to PS Group. And for non-metro, the award goes to JSB Infrastructures.
Can we please have Mr. Sarthak Shrimal, AVP Operations, PS Group, and his team to kindly come up on stage. Also, can we please have Mr. Nikunj Harlalka, Managing Partner, JSB Infrastructure. और मुझे समझ में आ गया है कि हम सब ने ठान लिया है जिनको 2-3 बार अवार्ड मिल रहे हैं उनके लिए ताली नहीं बजानी है, लेकिन अलग अलग कैटेगरी में जीत तो रहे हैं, तो लेट्स शो सम स्पिरिट एंड लेट्स गिव देम अ लॉट ऑफ अपलॉज. The next category is very important and let's see what it is.
Felicitating the Developer of the Year Township. And the award goes to Arjav Builder Private Limited.
Can we please have Mr. Harsh Jain, Managing Director, Arjav Builders Private Limited. Ladies and gentlemen, no matter what property you are booking, if you want your perfect location, southwest open, southeast open, north mein entry ka darwaza and lots of those, if you have criterias, the person on the other side of the phone, be it a promoter or the builder himself, will tell you, you will get it, madam, at the end of, by the end of 2026. And you'll be like, what, 3 years? And still, a lot of builders do not confide to their words because 2026 may become 2028 and you may remain waiting. So it's very important in the realty business that the word of your mouth has its value and you deliver your project on time. So let's look at the next category.
Honoring prompt and timely delivery is the award for excellence in delivery. And the award goes to Vinayak Group for the 102 Joker. And for non-metro, the award goes to JSB Infrastructures for JSB Aranya.
Can we please have Mr. Anurag Kyal, Director, Vinayak Group, to kindly come up on stage and accept the award. Can we please have Mr. Nikunj Harlalka, Managing Partner, JSB Infrastructures, to come up on stage and accept this amazing award. Thank you so much, and thank you so much, Mr. Agarwal, for being here with us for so long. एक जोरदार तालियों के साथ फिर से इनका स्वागत किया जाए. Thank you, and on this note, I'd like to welcome Mr. Gaurav Dasgupta, partner, real estate, corporate and commercial, Khaitan and Company. Ladies and gentlemen, you would also be very happy to know that he had been one of our esteemed jury this year. Moving on to our next category, and what is it?
Customer service is the new marketing, and our next award is for the category Excellence in Customer Service. And the award goes to BS Group.
Can we please have Baisakhi Sarkar Datta, Cluster Head Marketing PS Group with her team to kindly come up on stage and accept the award. The next category, ladies and gentlemen, we all hate competition, but every year of your life, every moment of your life, somebody is making you chase, somebody is competing you, and that is the beauty of life, that fight, that adrenaline rush. What is the next category?
Felicitating the Emerging Developer of the Year. And the award goes to Purti Realty.
Please welcome Mr. Shrey Agarwal, Director, Purti Realty. The next category, ladies and gentlemen, is, let's see what it is.
Next is the category for Fastest Growing Realty Brand of the Year. And the award goes to Vinayak Group.
And let's welcome on stage Mr. Rahul Kyal, Director, Vinayak Group. Well, there are both sides of the coin. Sometimes we say that if the project is good, or let's not just talk about projects. If your product is good, if your performance is good, if your housing project is good, then definitely it will make a mark. Well, the others will say, your project may be good, but still, marketing is very important. Branding, marketing has to be right. But I believe there should always be a balance between what you're branding, what you're marketing, and what you're presenting. And let's see who are the ones who have created this balance. Let's look at the next category.
Moving on to our next category is the exciting Branding and Marketing Awards. We begin with an important tribute to Marketer of the Year. And the award goes to Ambuja Neotia.
Please welcome Shubhra Sarkar, Head, Group Branding, Corporate Communication, and Debalok Roy from Ambuja Neotia to kindly come up on stage. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe after COVID or after the 2 years that we almost spent at home or a commendable period of time that we spent at home, we realized that marketing and branding has not only remained on posters and banners and hoardings or television ads or movie ads. No, they have highly become digital. The digital space is the space to look out for. So let's have a look at the next category.
Digital presence goes hand in hand with brand awareness. Excelling in the category of Digital Marketing Campaign of the Year, the award goes to Shrachi Realty for Renaissance Township.
Can we please have Rahul Todi, Managing Director, Poonam Tharar, Chief Marketing Officer, and Krishnendu Mukherjee from Shrachi Realty. Let's move on to the next category, ladies and gentlemen, which is about the marketing campaign of the year.
The award for Innovative Marketing Campaign of the Year goes to a company making waves for its creativity. And for non-metro, the award goes to DN Homes Private Limited for DN Palacia.
Please welcome Mr. Vilas Kulkarni, President, Sales and Marketing, and Nikhil Vajpayee, VP, Business Development, DN Homes Private Limited. Thank you so much, Gaurav sir, for being here with us. Give him a round of applause, everybody. Mr. Gaurav Dasgupta. And now I'd like to welcome Ms. Tripti Kedia, Publisher and Business Head, Realty Plus, on stage for the next category of awards, along with our very own Sapna Srivastava. Gentlemen, all of you who are about to come up on stage, please beware. This is a situation. The award givers, the announcer, and the ladies who are coming with your awards all are, there is too much of feminine energy right now on stage. So I would request all the men to be very graceful right here because we are waiting for your grace and your energy. आप जीत गए हैं ऑलरेडी तो क्या हुआ अभी यहाँ स्टेज पे आके भी हम जरा we'll see a lot of handsomeness and behavior so that we give you your awards. Moving on to the next category, and what is it?
Next is an important category, Project Launch of the Year. And the award goes to Shrachi Realty for Newtown Villas.
Please welcome Mr. Rahul Todi, Managing Director, Poonam Tharar, Chief Marketing Officer, and Krishnendu Mukherjee, Swachi Realty. And everybody, let's give them a round of applause. I thought the gentlemen were not even coming.
Stop in my mind.
Moving on to our next category.
We now move on to our next category, Integrated Brand Campaign of the Year. And the award goes to Ambuja Neotia for Jaya Hay 2.0.
Can we please welcome Shubhro Sarkar, Head, Group Branding, Corporate Communication, and Debalok Roy from Ambuja Neotia once again. The next, ladies and gentlemen, it says that if you connect to 1,000 customers, 100 will call you back. If you call 100, 10 will call you back. So the percentage sometimes is between 5 to 10. How is your consumer connect in every aspect? Before sales, after sales. Let's have a look at the next category.
Next is the Consumer Connect Initiative of the Year. And the award goes to Imami Realty Limited for Imami Astha.
Can we request Team Imami Realty Limited to kindly come up on stage? Coming up next, ladies and gentlemen, the next category is really interesting. Let's have a look.
Coming up next is Project Construction Management Firm of the Year. And the award goes to BCD Group.
Please welcome Angad Bedi, Managing Director, BCD Group, to kindly come up on stage. I found this really interesting, Angad. I found this really interesting. अगर किसी को English alphabet सीखने हो, तो आपका नाम और कंपनी ग्रुप का नाम सब अगर हम initials use कर ले, A, B, B, C, D. अब आगे भी अब बनाएंगे and we hope a lot of success for them. Give them a round of applause once again. Moving on to our next category.
Felicitating creativity for Architectural Design of the Year, Residential. And the award goes to Alcove Realty for New Kolkata.
Please welcome Saurav Bed and Shraddha Bed from Alcove Realty. दोस्तों आपको पता है ताजमहल आज तक ताजमहल क्यों है? डेफिनेटली यू विल से बहुत ही खूबसूरत है, मार्बल से बना हुआ है, हीरे मोती सब जड़े हुए थे. मैं आपको और एक मजेदार चीज कहती हूँ. That is the Leaning Tower of Pisa, one of the architectural wonders of the world. And I had the opportunity of visiting the Leaning Tower of Pisa. And when you go there, you finally realize that it is not an architectural wonder. It was kind of an architectural fault. And over a period of hundreds of years, जब ये पिज़्ज़ा बनता रहा, वो थोड़ा सा हिला हुआ था, वो गिरा नहीं और अब अटक भी गया है, and it has become a wonder. But ladies and gentlemen, that is not true when it comes to housing projects, because not only we want architectural beauty, we also want consistency and stability. Let's look at the new category.
Recognizing path-breaking architecture is Architectural Design of the Year, Hospitality. And the award goes to Ayan Sain Architects, Urban Designers and Planners for Bengal Rowing Club.
Please welcome Ayan Sen, founder Ayan Sen Architects and Urban Designers and Planners. Can we have a huger round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, please? Thank you. Moving on to our next category.
We now felicitate the best among the best in the category PropTech Startup of the Year. And the award goes to Shaw Homes Realty Services Private Limited.
And please welcome Mr. Arya Sumant, Managing Director, and Mr. Shardendu Shekhar, Shore Homes Realty Services Private Limited. So, ladies and gentlemen, finally we have come to the last category. And this last category is an individual category, a category that shows your integrity, your focus, your consistency, and your dedication for years in the realty business. What is this next category? Let's have a look.
And last but not the least, we have Individual Achievement Awards for the evening. And announcing the prestigious award for Sustainable Business Leader of the Year. The award goes to Dr. Nitesh Kumar, Managing Director and CEO, Imami Realty Limited.
Please put your hands together for Dr. Nitesh Kumar, MD and CEO, Imami Realty Limited. Sir was here in a short while. Okay. I hope none of our winners have left, because we intend to have a group photo with all our jurors and our winners. Ladies and gentlemen, the man is right here. Put your hands together for Dr. Nitesh Kumar, MD and CEO, Imami Realty Limited, for individual achievement. Sustainable Business Leader of the Year. The Sustainable Business Leader of the Year right here, Nitesh Kumar, MD and CEO, Imami Realty Limited. Sir, we would like to hear a few words from you.
Thank you, Realty Plus, Exchange for Media, and Rag, I think, is already gone. Tripti, thank you. Sorry, I just landed today evening. I was not able to attend the session. It must have been having a very lovely evening, I think. You must, Anurima conveyed, must be very well. So I've been receiving these awards, but it's not growing every year. I think must be around 10th or 11th year continuously. I've been having different kind of awards for Reality Plus, but it's already 15 floors, but it's not growing. Why? Reality means it should grow, right? But thank you. The award, which category? I'm sorry, I was outside.
It was sustainable.
Sustainable.
Sustainable Business Leader of the Year.
Okay, so City of Kolkata is sustaining me, right? So I think this award is for that. Thank you all the real estate fraternity. Cheers for you all. Thank you, bye-bye.
Thank you so much, sir. And thank you, both of you, Tripti and Sapna. Thank you for being with us. Can I have all the winners and all the jurors present here to come up on stage for a group photograph? All the winners and all the jurors, let's have you on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, we have come to the end of the award ceremony. I want to thank all my jury members for their time and expertise with which they have chosen the winners for these prestigious awards today. And to all the winners, I want to congratulate them heartily for being winners in the 15th Realty Plus Excellence Award 2023 East. देखिए जो सबसे लंबे है आपको पता है, आपको बचपन से पता है जब आपको स्कूल में कोई प्यार नहीं करता था क्योंकि आप बहुत लंबे हैं तो आप सबसे पीछे जाएंगे, जो उनसे कम लंबे हैं वो उसके सामने, जिनके पैर अभी से दुख रहे हैं वो बैठ जाइए, जिनको फोटो पे अपनी शक्ल थोड़ी सी बड़ी चाहिए, आइडेंटिफाइबल चाहिए, वो भी सामने आ जाइए। कुछ हैंडसम बंदे जिनकी हर जगह फोटो अच्छी आती है वो कह रहे हैं हमें नहीं खड़ा होना है, हम बैठ जाते हैं, बस लेट्स सिट, क्योंकि हमारी फोटो तो वैसे भी अच्छी आएगी। और मैं अभी यहाँ से, और जिनको 2-3 अवार्ड्स मिले वो भी जरा सामने जाइए। Thank you so much, gentlemen. And ladies, this will be followed by a networking dinner. So please enjoy your dinner. Once again, thanks to all our winners. Congratulations to all our winners. Congratulations to all of them who supported us. Ladies and gentlemen, that was the 15th Realty Plus Conclave and Excellence Awards 2023. What a beautiful evening was this. So many winners, so much of excitement in this one room. And all's well that ends well. Let us wind up this beautiful night with a beautiful and lovely networking dinner. Thank you so much.